Chapter 3181. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Tianqianzi Xian simply sat down in the bamboo forest and fell into deep thought. At this point, he had already understood who set up the teleportation formation and had a general guess about the origin of this avatar. There should be no doubt about it. Obviously, the big crystal egg was the work of the palace master of the 6th palace of 10 ultimates, Tianqianzi. His purpose was to create a powerful avatar with the devouring innate skill. For this reason, an entire star area had become a sacrifice. The energy in the void and the light and heat of countless stars were all unknowingly swallowed up. Tianqianzi clearly knew that this might cause problems, so in order to ensure that the completed devouring avatar could return to the 6th palace smoothly, he set up the one-way teleportation formation. Who knew that the avatar's avatar had returned? But it was not the primordial spirit it left in Tianqianzi's body that entered it, but Yi Xian. This was a great loss for Tianqianzi. The devouring avatar that he had plotted for thousands of years had gone down the drain, and he had also lost Tianqianzi's avatar. How could he not be angry? In addition, that ugly woman just now should be his daughter, but she was accidentally seen naked by Yi Xian. With all these new and old grudges added together, anyone would be completely furious. Although Yi Xian was not afraid, he was now restrained by the exploration mission. For a month, he had to stay within the range of the sect-protecting formation of the 6th palace of 10 ultimates, and could not take a single step out. Otherwise, not only would this exploration mission fail, but his system title, which was originally at level 3, would also be reduced by 1 level, and he would return to level 2 interstellar adventurer. This was something he could not accept no matter what. Who knew when the next time he would be able to trigger the system's title exploration mission again? In other words, no matter how depressed he was, he had to obediently stay in the sect-protecting formation of the 6th palace of 10 ultimates for a month. Moreover, he had to find a way to find out what the so-called inheritance treasure of the 6th palace of 10 ultimates was, get it and refine it. This was going to cost him his life. The 6th palace of the 10 absolutes was not some inn or post house. How could it be a place where one could stay as they pleased? Tianqianzi was an unparalleled almighty in the 15th realm, the universe realm. Even the thunder origin bead might only be able to severely injure him. The headless infant corpse was Yi Xian's final trump card, so he couldn't reveal it easily. Furthermore, Tianqianzi wasn't the only one in the 6th palace. There were even 4 vice palace masters of the cosmic light realm. Among them, Huaidongzi had been sent to Black Sky City. If there were no accidents, at least 2 of the other 3 would still be in the palace. In addition to the other experts of the 6 palaces, Yi Xian was all alone. How could he stay in this dragon pool for a month? It was simply an impossible mission. The only way is to figure out what the 6th palace of 10 ultimates inheritance is before Tianqianzi finds out. Then I have to seize it and take it away. After muttering to himself for a while, Yi Xian's eyes shone with a bright light. He stood up as he muttered to himself. He decided to return to the spirit spring pool and start with that ugly female ghost. He wanted to force out everything he needed to know. This was not the technological faction. Although there were definitely technological treasures such as battleships, those things were definitely not popular in the cultivation faction. Therefore, Yi Xian's personal star communication system was completely useless here. They didn't even have a star network with the star superbrain as the central intelligence. It was completely unrealistic to hack into their star network to obtain information like he did in the technological faction or the Demonkin star region. At this time, Zhao Lingyang, who was in the spiritual spring, had come ashore to change her clothes with the help of the dozen maidservants. Seeing Yi Xian return with a gloomy expression, the maidservants' expressions changed. Even Zhao Lingyang was slightly stunned. Brother Jun, you've thought it through so quickly? Someone is going to marry Younger. Younger is so happy. As she spoke, Zhao Lingyang's face, which was full of black spots, suddenly turned red. Her eyes were watery as she glanced shyly at Yi Xian. She covered her mouth and giggled. Wretch. Yi Xian felt like he was going to throw up. His stomach was dry heaving. She was so ugly that she could scare ghosts to death when she went out at night. How could she still have the nerve to be so bashful? No, he had to destroy this ugly female ghost. He had to get rid of an evil for the people. At the same time, He could force out what the sixth palace of 10 ultimates inheritance was. The ugly female ghost cultivation was not bad. She was also in the black hole realm. Moreover, there were more than a dozen maidservants around her. Although their cultivation was not as good as Yi Xian's, none of them were suppressed by the formation. On the surface, Yi Xian, who was suppressed by the formation, did not seem to be a match for them. However, he knew that he was very confident. Once he used his devouring inherent skill, these maidservants in front of him would definitely not be able to withstand it and would be sucked dry. At most, he would just stop halfway and leave them alive. Yi Xian could not bear to ruthlessly destroy flowers, even though there was an ugly female ghost among them. When he thought of this, his eyes lit up, and he was about to make a move. At this time, a long laugh suddenly came from outside the small courtyard. Ha ha ha! Who wants to marry my younger? This is a joyous occasion. As soon as the voice fell, an extremely burly figure pushed open the courtyard door and strode in. It was an old man in a purple robe. His temperament was elegant and extraordinary. The aura around his body was faintly discernible. It was far more powerful than Huaidongzi. Imperceptibly, he gave Yi Xian an extremely strong sense of danger. Even the hair on his back stood up. Although this was an innate treasure body, not a life of flesh and blood but a crystal form, he still felt that way. Everything was because the opponent's cultivation was too strong. Even if it was only half a wisp of it imperceptibly, and it might not be intentional, he still felt that way. The Supreme Almighty of the universe realm was indeed not to be underestimated. Without a doubt, this burly old man was Tian Qianzi's original body. At this moment, Yi Xian was already considering contacting the headless infant corpse, or immediately getting the devouring system to transfer the Rai Di seal from the original body sea of consciousness. In that case, once an unforeseen event happened, he could use the seal at any time, and use the Thunder Origin Pearl to kill Tian Qianzi. With a few more, he still had a chance to deal with the opponent. Daddy, what are you saying? It's so embarrassing. Without waiting for Yi Xian to make a move, the ugly ghost Zhao Lingyang had already stomped her feet and complained coquettishly. Then she turned around and stole a glance at Yi Xian. She covered her face and turned around to run to a small courtyard not far away from the small courtyard. The dozen or so maids looked at Yi Xian with strange expressions, bowed to the old man, and then hurried away. At this time, the burly old man Tian Qianzi's gaze swept towards Yi Xian. The moment he saw him, the corners of his eyes twitched. He saw Yi Xian's state at a glance. He was emitting a dense aura of the marrow-devouring mother. Tian Qianzi instantly understood. No wonder he suddenly appeared here. It turned out that this person had snatched the good fortune that originally belonged to him. He had teleported here through that one-way teleportation array. Chapter 3182. Translator. Nayerbo Studio Editor. Nayerbo Studio an equal match. You've already refined the treasured body? Prince Xian of the Immortal Dynasty? With a gloomy expression, Tian Qianzi suppressed the anger in his heart and asked tentatively. As the head of the sixth palace of the Tenju Celestial Palaces, he naturally recognized Yi Xian's identity at a glance. After all, the appearance of this innate treasured body was exactly like Yi Xian. And this was no secret. Even the demon domain in the first universe suddenly realized that the Black Mosquito tribe's holy son was the prince of the immortal dynasty of the human race, Long Xian. This matter caused a great sensation in the demon domain, and the demon emperor even made a series of moves. This is a story to be told later. Now, not only did Tian Qianzi recognize Yi Xian's identity, but he also clearly understood that he had already entered this innate treasured body and refined it into a clone. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and nodded. The old man didn't seem to have any intention of making a move. He pondered for a moment and then understood. This time Tian Qianzi and Huaidongzi had caused a great commotion in Black Sky City. The key was that they had activated the secret formation at the end and failed to capture all the fleets of the large and small forces in the Death Star field. Some people still managed to escape, and the news couldn't be hidden at all. Although no one knew what happened in the Death Star vortex, how could a discerning person not see that all this was related to the Tenju Celestial Palaces? At this moment, Tian Qianzi was obviously under pressure from all sides. The Tianji clan in the first universe was fine as they were originally enemies, but he couldn't ignore the doubts of the various races in the second universe, especially the immortal dynasty. There might even be different voices within the Tenju celestial palaces. In the face of all this, Tian Qinzi more or less had to give an explanation. Now that the treasured body clone he wanted had been refined by Yi Xian, even if he erased Yi Xian's primordial spirit, he wouldn't be able to use this treasured body. Rather than that, he might as well do something with Yi Xian to resolve the pressure from the immortal dynasty. As long as the technology faction didn't pursue this matter, the various races in the second universe would be easy to deal with. The doubts of the other 9 celestial palaces within the Tenju celestial palaces could also be stopped. Thinking of this, Yi Xian lightly smiled and casually sat down on the stone chair beside the spirit spring. Those fleets couldn't have all been destroyed by you, right? Stutter. He stared at Yi Xian for a while, pondered for a moment, then sat down as well. Separated from Yi Xian by the stone table, he laughed involuntarily. Looks like you didn't get much out of it after all this time. Although this sovereign lost a devouring avatar, at least I obtained a son-in-law. With your status, you will be able to bring me quite a bit of benefits in the future. But you, the dignified Prince Xian, gave up your physical body with the royal bloodline and thought that you had picked up a treasure. In the end, what you got was a clone that had not fully matured and had a congenital defect. With your current stuttering condition, I'm sure you won't dare to return to the immortal planet, right? That's even better. Stay here and accompany my beloved daughter, Ling Yang. As for the empire and the outside world, don't worry. I will give them a good explanation in your name. This matter can be considered as unintentional. You and this lord's beloved daughter are clearly a good match for each other. Ha ha ha. Tian Qinzi stood up as he laughed. He raised his hand and shot a ray of light. Yi Xian was caught off guard. Before he could react, the ray of light had already entered his body. Don't be nervous. This is only the restriction seal of the 6th Palace's Great Protective Formation. You are my son-in-law, and you will marry Ling Yang in a month. How can I hurt you? However, in this 1 month, it's best that you don't take a single step out of the Great Sect Protecting Formation, in case I misunderstand. In addition, the restriction imprint just now has extremely limited authority. Although it can allow you to walk out of this backyard and even set foot on the entire peak, it does not include the area outside the Great Sect Protecting Formation. Don't make a mistake. Otherwise, the formation will attack you with all its might. That's what you asked for. Also, weren't you very concerned about the fleets of the various races? Although this matter is coming to an end, it is not completely over yet. Since we are going to be a family in the future, my son-in-law, please lend me a hand and clean up this matter. Don't worry. The entrance to the Killing Void Formation is also within the range of the Great Protective Formation of the 6th Palace. With the restriction seal that I gave you just now, you can walk out of the formation at any time as long as everything in it is resolved. It just so happens that your devouring treasure body also needs a large amount of energy to grow. Consider this a meeting gift from me to you. Go, ha ha ha. He was clearly trying to drag Yi Xian down with him. The fleets of the various races that were plotted against all had powerful clans and forces behind them. The 6th Palace might not be able to handle it alone. Now he wanted to resolve this matter with his identity as Prince Xian, but he was worried that Yi Xian would be unwilling to do so. His current action was clearly to take Yi Xian's authority as a sign of his allegiance. Whoosh! Following Tian Qianzi's loud laughter, he waved his hand, and a fierce light instantly enveloped Yi Xian's body. The latter already understood what he was going to do, and naturally couldn't resist. He just sat there quietly without any reaction. In an instant, he was enveloped by the fierce white light and rushed to a restricted area on the north side of the giant peak. He entered the entrance of a void passage and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Father, where did you take him? Just as Yi Xian's figure disappeared, the ugly ghost Zhao Lingyang ran out from the side villa. She had a worried look on her face as she pouted and said, Father, he is Lingyang's idol. I won't allow you to hurt him. After all this time, this girl had already recognized Yi Xian's identity. Coincidentally, she was actually a fan of Prince Xian. It was no wonder that she was so infatuated the moment she saw him. It had nothing to do with her extremely ugly appearance and the fact that she would fall for any man she saw. Don't worry, I have already discussed with him. The date of your wedding has been set. It will be in a month. Looking at Zhao Lingyang, Tianqianzi's face was full of love. He said gently, "During this month I happen to need to handle some matters. I will also prepare for your wedding. In order to prevent that brat from having other thoughts, I still need to show my allegiance. Otherwise, even after the wedding, he will still run away. You don't want to stay with such a husband every day, right?" Chapter 3183. Translator. Nyobo Studio Editor. Nyobo Studio Immortal Mortal Technique. After Tianqianzi left, the group of maidservants walked out. Some were stunned, some were pleasantly surprised, and some were enlightened, as if they had finally recalled something. For a moment there were cries of surprise, and it was a lively scene. "Oh my God! No wonder he looked so familiar. It's actually Prince Xian. Miss, I'm not dreaming, am I? That's Prince Xian we're talking about. How could he come to our 6th palace? And he fell from the sky. I must be dreaming. My head is still exploding. It's too unreal." "That's great. Miss will be marrying Prince Xian in a month. When the time comes, we'll all be dowry maidservants. We'll be able to serve our idol for the rest of our lives. How blissful. Miss, why are you still in a daze? Hurry up and go into seclusion. Your immortal mortal technique should really make a breakthrough. How can you marry our idol with this ugly appearance? It's too imperfect. Only your original appearance is a match for Prince Xian. When the two of you stand together, you'll amaze the 3 great universes." Hearing these words, Zhao Lingyang's ugly face immediately turned red. Prince Xian wasn't just her idol. He was also the idol of these maidservants who had grown up with her. However, these maidservants were obviously too immoral. They had never said that she was ugly in her current appearance. This time for Prince Xian they actually called her ugly. Thinking of this, Zhao Lingyang suddenly became somewhat angry. She turned her head and hit the servant girl who called her an ugly ghost. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Good for you, Ziyun. You actually dare to call this young miss an ugly ghost. I think your heart is rippling with love, right? Once Long Xian comes, you bitch will immediately betray him. See how I'll deal with you." As she spoke, she reached out and tickled the maidservant named Ziyun a few times. "Ayahaha. Help, sisters. Miss is angry. She clearly knows that Ziyun is ticklish. She actually fell out with her sisters for Prince Xian." Ziyun immediately laughed. She laughed as she ran away. The group of maidservants immediately became a mess. The entire backyard was bustling with noise and excitement. After a long time they gradually quieted down. After a short while, the group of maidservants seemed to have had enough and gradually quieted down. Zhao Lingyang, who was slightly sweating, turned her head and looked around at everyone. Finally, she brought up the important matter. "Alright, this young lady is going to enter seclusion. A month is a bit rushed, but it shouldn't be a problem to end this period of cultivation in the mortal world and seize the opportunity to make a breakthrough. All of you wait outside the villa. This time there can't be any accidents. This young lady must restore her original appearance. Marriage is a big matter." As she spoke, Zhao Lingyang's waist swayed slightly as she turned and walked towards the villa. Soon, a light pink protective barrier was erected, enveloping the entire villa. Ziyun and the other girls regained their solemn expressions and sat down cross-legged around Biwan. They didn't say anything else as they stood guard over her. The immortal mortal technique was also one of the top legacy techniques of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates. It was on the same level as Palace Master Tianqianzi's billion incarnations technique. The billion incarnations technique emphasized the creation of billions of incarnations. When cultivated to the highest level, these billions of incarnations would become one, and the great Tao would be formed. What the immortal mortal technique pursued was the cultivation of the mortal world. To cultivate this technique, one had to experience everything in the mortal world. Although there were no incarnations, the original body was ever-changing. It was as if one had entered the mortal world to train. All kinds of identities and appearances had to be experienced. Finally, one's state of mind would reach perfection. It was as if one had ascended to immortality in the mortal world, and the great Tao would be formed. Zhao Lingyang wasn't very old. Less than 100 years old. It could be said that she was extremely young. She was the daughter of Tianqianzi when he was old. This girl was born with a natural beauty. Whether it was her figure or appearance, she was the best choice. She wasn't inferior to the likes of the purplish warbler and Ingtai. What was even more stunning was her state of mind. She was simple, kind, and pure. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she had the heart of a child. Ever since she started cultivating the worldly immortal technique, Zhao Lingyang's cultivation and strength had skyrocketed. She had personally encountered all kinds of people in the mortal world with her original body. There were even a few years when she had been begging for cultivation outside. She looked like an old beggar with a foul stench all over her body. This was not a disguise, but because she had cultivated the worldly immortal technique, her original body had really evolved into that appearance. That time Zhao Lingyang spent 3 years cultivating outside. As she begged, she experienced the hardships of the mortal world and cultivated her heart in the mortal world. After 3 years she had a breakthrough. Her cultivation and strength had skyrocketed by 2 major realms. Even Tian Qianzi, who cultivated the billion incarnations technique, was dumbfounded. Although her current cultivation wasn't high, that wasn't the case. It was because she was still in another stage of cultivating her heart in the mortal world. Her cultivation and other aspects were suppressed. This time, Zhao Lingyang had already gone through 2 years of cultivating her heart with such an ugly appearance. She had been traveling outside and had just returned to the 6th palace not long ago. She was preparing to cultivate in seclusion for the breakthrough. Yixian's arrival had only allowed her to break through this time's mortal heart refinement and pluck the heart refinement Dao fruit a little earlier. Yixian knew nothing about Zhao Lingyang. At this moment, he had been sent by Tian Qianzi to avoid killing formation in the north core area of the 6th palace. This void killing formation wasn't a normal space. It was similar to the prison in the depths of the Devil Emperor planet that was connected to the Forbidden Valley. There was a space passage that connected to the peak of the 6th palace. A killing formation had been set up in the entire inner void. After the Heaven and Earth Reversal 5 Elements teleportation formation that had been set up in the Death Star field was activated, a large number of battleships, fortresses, and fortresses of various forces had been teleported here. In the past 4 days, most of these battleships had been destroyed by the void killing formation. Only a few starry fortresses and a small cosmic stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters were left. They were from various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, and one of them was from the Tianji clan. With the arrival of Yixian, the experts of the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates who had stayed in the void-killing formation to maintain the operation of the formation left one after another. Finally, the void passage was closed, trapping Yixian and a dozen remaining starry fortresses and small strongholds in the void-killing formation. Only when the battle was over could it be opened again. In front of them was a smoke-filled void of the universe. There were some stars in the void, but they were obviously not formed naturally. They were man-made. These stars were the eyes of the formation. The entire killing formation of the void was like a huge net of killing, enveloping the entire vast void. These man-made stars were the nodes of the net of killing. Originally, there was a peerless powerhouse of the 6th Palace of the 10 Ultimates guarding each star. Under the activation of all of them, the power of the Great Void killing formation was boundless. Even the supreme powerhouses of the 15th realm, the Universe realm, would not be able to escape easily once they fell into the formation. Chapter 3184. Translator. Nayarbo Studio Editor. Nayarbo Studio. Descent of the Black Hole. This time, the Black Sky City used the great technique of reversing Heaven and Earth 5 Elements teleportation to teleport them to the core of the 6th Palace. There were close to 1,000 battleships from the fleets of the various forces in the Death Star field. Some of the star-level battleships had already been destroyed during the Great Void teleportation. When they arrived at the Great Void killing array, they were already damaged ships. Then, from the damaged parts of the ships, a large number of Starry Sky Warriors fell out. None of them could survive the first round of attacks from the Great Void killing array. They were reduced to pieces of flesh and blood, with no signs of life left. They floated in the void filled with dense killing intent. Then the second round of attacks was launched. A large number of star nodes that filled the Great Void killing array emitted billions of sword rays that intertwined into a net. It was unknown how many Starry Sky Warriors were killed. Some of the smaller fortresses with a diameter of 5,000 meters could not withstand it and collapsed, turning into wreckage. Filled the entire void. 2 days ago, the third round of attacks was launched. This time it was personally controlled by Tianqianzi. Countless sword rays of various sizes shot out from the countless star nodes of the Great Void Killing Array. In the end, they gathered into a few 10,000-meter-long killing swords that flew back and forth. Even the large fortresses with a diameter of 10,000 meters could not withstand it and were disintegrated. Among them, the small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters shot out huge energy light pillars. The supermeteorite cannons continued to wreak havoc. There were more than a dozen fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. They all shot out death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters. The fierce battle lasted for 2 whole days. During this time, some of the star nodes of the Great Void Killing Array were destroyed. However, some of these fortresses were also disintegrated and headed towards destruction. A large number of sword rays shot out from the countless star nodes of the Great Void Killing Array turned into a terrifying heavenly sword with a diameter of 20,000 meters. It was not inferior to the death ray cannons of the fortresses in the slightest. As it moved unhindered, it cut down 3 fortresses in just 1 day. However, the 6th palace of the 10 Ultimates also suffered great losses. Apart from the destruction of half of the star nodes of the Killing Void formation, some of the 6th palace's experts who were in charge of the star nodes had also perished. The first round of slaughter had just ended, and both sides had just taken a break. Just as they were preparing for the 4th round of battle, Tianqianzi suddenly left. Then the order quietly came, and a large number of experts guarding the nodes of the 6th palace of the 10 Ultimates retreated. In the end, the passage of the Great Killing Void formation was closed, and Yixian descended from the sky. He was surrounded by the remaining starry sky fortresses and small fortresses. Long Xian? Damn it, those fellows have all retreated, so why did they only teleport him here? What is the 10 Extreme Celestial Palace trying to do? Do you want us to have a civil war with the Undying Dynasty, so they can just sit back and reap the benefits? No, can't you see it? Long Xian didn't have a trace of surprise on his face. Clearly, he had already expected this. He wasn't forced to teleport here at all. It's more like he was prepared. Damn it, scheme, this is definitely a huge scheme. The Undying Dynasty and the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace have joined hands. This time they have ruthlessly tricked us and the other races of the second universe. That Death Star vortex is clearly a trap. Long Xian deliberately lured us closer. And the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace's Black Heaven City suddenly launched an attack. They are in cahoots. What do the humans want to do? Do they want to provoke a civil war between the third universe and the second universe? Are they trying to split the Wanluo Federation? They are the sinners of the Federation. They are too bold. Kill Long Xian. This matter is not over yet. Yes, join hands to kill Long Xian, and then we will force our way out. This matter must be reported to the Federation. The humans are going to rebel. Along with the cries of alarm, a monstrous mood quickly brewed. The experts in the more than a dozen starry sky fortresses and small fortresses were all enraged. Even those from the Tianji race were the same. Under such circumstances, they actually joined hands against a common enemy. For a moment, they actually joined hands and clamored to kill Yixian. Boom! Boom! A series of loud explosions resounded. Nearly 10 starry sky fortresses all fired death ray cannons with a diameter of 20,000 meters. The other small fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters were not willing to be left behind. At the same time, the supermeteorite cannon's energy beam fired. The scorching white light and the mysterious black death ray cannon's energy beam intertwined into a net, enveloping Yixian who had just arrived. This was clearly the rhythm to kill him instantly and completely cut off his life force. Originally, I was still a little hesitant. Now it seems that there is really no need. The innate treasure bodies devouring innate skill. This is really exciting. Boom! Yixian stood in the void, at the center of this enormous void killing array. His face was expressionless, without the slightest trace of emotion. As he muttered to himself, he brazenly activated this treasure body's devouring innate skill. A powerful and terrifying suction force suddenly appeared from Yixian's treasure body clone. Although it was formless, it was much more powerful than the suction force of an ordinary black hole. In the blink of an eye, the 3 starry sky fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters suddenly became sluggish and stopped in their tracks. This was only the beginning. At this time, Yixian was like a terrifying beast that had just been born. It wanted to devour everything. It was just like how the devouring marrow essence had absorbed the energy of the void, and the light and heat of countless stars in the process of nurturing him. It had even turned an entire vast star region into a land of death as it devoured everything. It was just as tyrannical. It was just as fierce. It was just as ruthless and merciless. Boom! Boom! The 3 starry sky fortresses closest to him exploded instantly without any suspense. All the starry sky experts and resources in the fortresses were exposed to the dark void inside the death vortex. In an instant, they withered and withered at a speed visible to the naked eye. All the resources in the fortresses, including the starry sky experts who were caught off guard and were in a panic at the moment. Then, the other smaller fortresses and starry sky fortresses followed suit without any suspense. A series of loud explosions rang out. The situation was still very strange. Although such huge space fortresses and starry sky fortresses had completely disintegrated and exploded, none of them showed the flames that should have been there. Clearly, they had been forcibly pulled and disintegrated by an invisible and strange force. All the resources and starry sky experts, like the 3 starry sky fortresses that had been destroyed half a second ago, began to wither and wither rapidly. The energy that had been extracted turned into an invisible storm that surged into Yixian's body. Even the energy beams of the huge Black Death ray cannons trembled violently and disintegrated before they could hit Yixian's body. Then they were devoured together. From this moment on, Yixian's treasure body could no longer be seen. The place where he had been standing had turned into a huge vortex-like black hole. Once this innate devouring talent was activated, it was as if a black hole had descended and wanted to swallow everything. Chapter 3185. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Black Hole Great Perfection. Damn it. What the hell is going on? Where's Long Xian? Where did he go? What kind of supernatural power is this? He disappeared in an instant. Did he summon a black hole? It wants to devour everything. No, the situation is too strange. Even if it's a normal black hole, it shouldn't have such a terrifying suction force. It actually crushed 100,000-meter diameter starry sky fortress in an instant. Where did this invisible suction force come from? It's so terrifying. Heavens, run! The fortress is disintegrating, and all the resources inside are being devoured, including us. Our cultivation base and vitality are quickly draining away. This is definitely not a natural universe black hole. This is a supreme demonic technique, related to the Tenju celestial palaces. It wants to devour everything and turn us into flesh and blood. This is terrifying and infuriating. The human race is really going to rebel. The Tenju celestial palaces and the everlasting dynasty have joined hands. One is in the light, the other is in the dark. They want to kill us. Their scheme is too shocking. Screech! Screech! As all the starry fortresses and small fortresses disintegrated, all the resources and experts in the starry sky were exposed. Moreover, their cultivation base and vitality were rapidly being devoured. Shocked and angry cries quickly sounded and spread throughout the entire void-killing formation. Not only were there experts from various races in the Second Universe's Federation, but there were also the higher-ups of the Tianji clan. There were actually 2 cosmic realm experts in the highest command. However, they were both from a race in the Second Universe's Federation. The cultivation base of the Tianji clan's higher-ups was not very high. They were only at the 13th realm, the Void Realm. At this time, facing the power of the black hole vortex formed by Yixian's devouring treasured physique, the cultivation base and vitality of these experts were rapidly draining away. Even the 2 cosmic realm experts of the other races withered a lot in an instant. They didn't dare to get too close. They cried out in alarm and hurriedly retreated in horror. This black hole vortex was too terrifying. Its power was too strange. It could even disintegrate and devour the antimatter energy light beam of the death ray cannon. They didn't dare to lightly face it. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was to quickly retreat and leave this place. But even so, no matter how quickly they retreated in this sealed void, the power of the black hole vortex was still everywhere. There was no way to escape. Even if they retreated to the most remote corner, the cultivation strength and vitality in their bodies were still rapidly draining away. The power of the innate devouring treasure body's devouring talent was so terrifying. At the same time, in the deepest part of the black hole, Yi Xian sat cross-legged in the middle of the black hole with his eyes closed. The boundless energy in the void was being rapidly sucked in by this devouring vortex formed by Yi Xian's devouring innate skill, gushing into Yi Xian's body. This caused his cultivation base to rise at a terrifying speed. Although more than half of the energy had been used to repair the innately damaged innate treasure body, this was only less than half of the energy. Including the consumption and loss during the refining and conversion process, the amount that was truly absorbed by him was actually less than a third. However, it was still extremely terrifying. Boom! The roar of a breakthrough in cultivation base rang out in Yi Xian's body. In less than a minute, his cultivation base ushered in the first breakthrough. He had finally reached the black hole realm. Everything did not stop there. After breaking through to the first stage of the black hole realm, the innate treasure body's cultivation base was still rising rapidly. This was the biggest advantage of this devouring treasure body. In addition to the devouring innate skill, as long as there was enough energy for it to devour, its cultivation base would continue to rise rapidly. There was no bottleneck at all. There was also no problem of the state of mind. As the cultivation base of the innate treasure body increased, Yi Xian's original primordial spirit, which had merged with this treasure body clone, would also benefit. For example, Yi Xian's original cultivation base was originally only at the 6th stage, the nebula realm. However, after entering this treasured body clone, his original primordial spirit merged with the innate treasured body. This was equivalent to feeling the power of the 8th stage, the black hole realm, in advance. This feeling was branded in the primordial spirit. In the future, when Yi Xian's original primordial spirit returned to his original physical body, the comprehension of the primordial spirit in advance would also be beneficial for his original body's cultivation base breakthrough. This would lead to the improvement of his original physical body's cultivation base. This was especially so when he encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation base. After all, the original primordial spirit in the innate treasured body clone had already experienced and felt the power of that level in advance. At this moment, as the black hole vortex formed by the devouring innate skill continuously sucked in the massive amount of energy from the void around the killing void formation into the innate treasure body, its cultivation base did not stop after breaking through to the first stage of the black hole realm. Not long after, the rumbling sound of a breakthrough could be heard from Yi Xian's body. It was like thunder, and not only did it increase the cultivation base of the innate treasured body, but it also shook Yi Xian's original primordial spirit time and time again. In his mind, the familiar sound of the devouring system rang again and again. The interval was at least 1 or 2 minutes and at most 3 minutes. Every time the sound of a notification rang out, it was accompanied by a loud rumbling sound of cultivation base. This meant that the innate treasure body's cultivation base had broken through again. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your doppelganger has broken through. Your current cultivation base is at the 2nd stage of the black hole realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your doppelganger has broken through. Your current cultivation base is at the 3rd stage of the black hole realm. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Every time the cultivation base increased, not only did the doppelganger's cultivation base increase rapidly, but even Yi Xian's original primordial spirit seemed to have been baptized. Every rumbling sound of cultivation base was accompanied by a sublimation of the original primordial spirit's soul. The understanding and comprehension of the mysteries of cultivation base were directly imprinted in his mind, as if he had an epiphany. In less than 20 minutes, Yi Xian's original primordial spirit had grown much, much stronger. During this process, his entire consciousness felt as if he was sitting under a Bodhi tree that was comprehending the Tao. Large amounts of light from the great Tao poured down from the top of the tree time and time again, washing and baptizing his primordial spirit. With every impact, his primordial spirit became more solid. In addition, a large amount of profound mysteries related to the breakthrough of cultivation base appeared in his mind, and were deeply imprinted in his mind. All of this was accumulated and stored in Yi Xian's original primordial spirit. Once the original primordial spirit returned to the original physical body in the future, just the comprehension of the breakthrough of cultivation base would greatly benefit the original physical body. Furthermore, The baptism of the primordial spirit time and time again would immediately lead to the growth of the original physical body's cultivation base. It could be said that this time, although it was only Yi Xian's doppelganger devouring energy and increasing its cultivation base, because it was Yi Xian's original primordial spirit that had entered this doppelganger, the result was no different from the original physical body's cultivation base. In fact, the original physical body's cultivation base was also increasing stealthily. Chapter 3186. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Sprout Black, Whole Level 9 Perfection. In less than half an hour, the cultivation of Yi Xian's devouring avatar had soared from the 7th Great Realm, the 9th stage of the Star River Realm, to the 8th Great Realm, the 9th stage of the Black Hole Realm. An entire level of cultivation had been raised in less than 30 minutes. This was the first time Yi Xian had used the innate treasure body's devouring innate skill. He did not expect the results to be so terrifying. He almost could not believe it. One had to know that most of the energy had been used to repair the innate defects of the treasure body. In addition, the loss of energy from refining the energy had also been consumed. The treasure body's devouring innate skill had absorbed less than a third of the energy. Unfortunately, after reaching level 9 perfection of the black hole level 9 perfection, Yi Xian's cultivation breakthrough noises that had been rumbling in his body every few minutes for the past half an hour no longer appeared. Even so, the black hole vortex formed by the innate treasure body's devouring innate skill was still absorbing energy from the surrounding void and continuously pouring it into the treasure body. Although the momentum of the black hole vortex had weakened by more than half, it did not stop. Obviously, before the energy in the outside world was completely absorbed, the innate devouring ability of the innate treasure body wouldn't stop unless Yi Xian took the initiative to end it. Soon another 5 minutes passed. Although the amount of energy pouring into the innate treasure body had decreased by a lot, it was still flowing like a trickle. However, the innate treasure body's cultivation realm did not change anymore. Yi Xian was confused at first, but then he came to a realization. If nothing unexpected happened, this innate treasure's devouring inherent skill should only be able to raise his cultivation by one large realm at a time. After absorbing enough, it wouldn't continue to increase explosively. This was understandable. Any terrifying innate skill had a limit. One level at a time should be the limit of the innate treasure body's devouring innate treasure body. Every time the treasure body reached this limit, it would automatically stop breaking through. It probably needed some time to stabilize and digest the devouring innate skill and increase in cultivation. After everything was under control, it could start devouring innate skill again and continue to improve. Upon realizing this, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief and became even happier. This was the safest way to do it. If it was true that as long as there was energy to absorb, his cultivation base would continuously increase explosively. If this continued, even Yi Xian himself would be frightened out of his wits. Something like reaching the 15th Great Realm, the Universe Realm, in one go was tantamount to suicide. His innate treasure body might not be able to withstand such a terrifying degree of explosive increase in strength. Even if he could withstand it, Yi Xian's primordial spirit would not be able to withstand it. In the end, he would definitely be lost and suffer from qi deviation. Right now, as the innate treasure body no longer absorbed the energy that had entered its body, other than a portion of the energy that had been used to repair the innate defects of the treasure body, the other small portion actually flowed towards Yi Xian's original body, which was being nurtured by Yi Xian's treasure body, and poured into it. With a thought in his mind, Yi Xian immediately dispelled the thought of immediately stopping this kind of devouring innate skill. He looked inside his body, and his primordial spirit inside the innate treasure body focused on his physical body, feeling the changes in his physical body. Ding! Congratulations to host. The primordial spirit seed has sprouted. Current status, thriving. Just at this time, the familiar system prompt sounded again in the mind of Yi Xian's original primordial spirit. The primordial spirit seed that he had placed in his original body's sea of consciousness had suddenly sprouted. This surprise came too suddenly, and Yi Xian was completely unable to accept it. If he remembered correctly, the system had clearly said that using this method of condensing a primordial spirit seed to temper the avatar, it would take nearly 100 years for the primordial spirit seed to fully mature, and for the avatar to successfully condense. And how long had it been? The primordial spirit seed that was being nurtured in his original body's sea of consciousness had actually sprouted, and it had even entered a state of thriving growth. Could it be that the 100 years of nurturing was about to end in such a short period of time? Realizing this, Yixian was immediately overjoyed. Obviously, the reason for this was greatly related to the energy that was flowing into his original body like a stream. After this energy entered his original body, it should have directly entered the sea of consciousness of Yixian's original body, and was absorbed by the primordial spirit seed that was being nurtured in the sea of consciousness, which accelerated its rapid germination. But this was definitely not the main reason. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for the avatar system that had just been activated by Yixian to not have such a prompt before. Yixian's original primordial spirit entered the avatar's body, and the primordial spirit seed that originally belonged to the avatar was placed in the sea of consciousness of the original body to nurture. Although this method was unorthodox, it was impossible for the avatar system not to have deduced it. If this method could nourish the primordial spirit seed from the avatar's precious body, the avatar system would have recorded it long ago. In fact, this was indeed the case. At present, Yixian's original primordial spirit had already fused with the avatar's precious body, and could not directly enter his original body from the precious body. Therefore, he could only control everything in his original body through the devouring system, and could not directly peek into everything that was happening in his original body's sea of consciousness. If he could see it with his own eyes, he would be even more shocked. This was because the scene that was happening in his original body's sea of consciousness was too miraculous and extraordinary. Even Yixian had never seen it before. The vast sea of consciousness undulated, and from the cultivation waves that represented the realm of Yixian's original body, a small gray sapling was rapidly growing. Although there was no soil, its roots were directly rooted in the cultivation waves in the sea of consciousness. As it undulated, a mysterious gray aura burst forth. During this process, the precious treasures and divine ability imprints that were originally floating above Yixian's sea of consciousness also shot out rays of light from time to time, entering the small gray sapling. As it grew rapidly, some kind of mysterious imprint was left on it. There was no doubt that every ray of light that shot out from the precious treasures in the sea of consciousness was changing the intrinsic nature of the primordial spirit that represented Yixian's avatar. The gray light that poured out from the small sapling's body was becoming more and more mysterious. There were a total of 6 precious treasures and divine ability imprints floating in the sea of consciousness of Yixian's original body. In the center of the sea of consciousness was a mysterious gray pagoda, and a small lightning seal that was covered in countless green and gold lightning bolts. In the other 4 directions, the dark purple spirit source core was resonating with the void essence crystal. The small golden bow that represented the divine ability of the fallen sky bow was communicating with the black gold dragon scale that possessed both the bloodlines of the divine golden dragon and the primordial demon dragon after its mutation. Chapter 3187. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Blossom and Bear Fruit Whoosh. A beam of gray light shot out from the Tower of Desolate Antiquity, sinking into the small gray tree that was floating on the surface of the sea of consciousness. The small gray tree burst forth with a gray light, and in an instant, it grew by about a foot in height. Then, another faint sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A ray of greenish gold light, which seemed to be surrounded by countless tiny green and golden lightning bolts, entered the little gray tree's body and caused it to grow by another foot. It was now a meter tall. Soon after, the small golden bow, the azure dragon scale, the void essence crystal and the dark purple spirit source core lined up and shot out a beam of dark light. Each beam of light had a different color and entered the small gray tree floating in the knowledge sea below one by one. After another 4 times of rapid growth, the small gray tree that was originally only about 1 meter tall suddenly grew to about 2 meters tall. It still hadn't stopped, but the growth speed had slowed down a lot. It was almost half an inch higher now. At this rate, it would not be long before it stopped growing. Sure enough, after another 3 minutes, the gray tree, which had grown to a height of about 2.5 meters, seemed to have completely stopped growing. The energy that had entered Yixian's body, and been refined by the innate treasure body, had become even smaller. Some of it entered the body of the gray tree, while some entered Yixian's sea of consciousness directly. It was also at this time that a small flower bud grew on the 2.5 meter tall gray tree. It was very, very small, only the size of a pigeon's egg. The flower had not yet bloomed, but the surface of this small flower bud was enshrouded in a layer of extremely blurred and mysterious colors. It represented the mysterious gray of the desolate ancient tower. It also represented the aura of the Rai Seal's green lightning and golden lightning. It also represented the dark purple spirit source core's oppressive power. It also had the same mysterious aura as the void essence crystal. It also shone with a golden radiance. That was the sharp aura of the fallen sky bow. When one focused, they actually felt a sense of fear towards this little flower bud, as if its sharpness couldn't be ignored. In addition, there was a kind of divine and demonic aura that fused together. An indescribable ancient dragon aura was faintly emitted from the little flower bud. Sure enough, after each of the 6 treasures or divine ability imprints in the air above Yi Xian's sea of consciousness shot out a dark light into the body of the gray tree, they actually managed to activate an extraordinary flower bud. Since there was a flower, there would definitely be results. It was clearly a fruit of the primordial spirit. Once the fruit ripened, a mature primordial spirit would step out from within like a cracked egg. It was identical to Yi Xian's primordial spirit. It was the fusion of the treasures and divine ability imprints in his sea of consciousness with Yi Xian's primordial spirit. It was like a true primordial spirit clone. Not only was this primordial spirit flawless, it was also something that was nurtured innately. No matter which treasure body it entered, it wouldn't face the shackles of cultivation growth. It would be the same as Yi Xian's primordial spirit. As long as it had the opportunity, as long as it had the time, it would continue to grow healthily. Its future was limitless, and its Tao would be unobstructed. Unfortunately, at this moment, the 6 treasures and divine ability imprints in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness had all been injected with a ray of light into the gray tree. Even if they were injected again, it would be ineffective. At this moment, the gray tree had stopped evolving, because it didn't have this level of external energy to nourish it. It was about to stop evolving and stop at the peak of a small budding flower bud. If that was really the case, it would probably take a long time for this primordial spirit to be truly complete. The tiny flower bud would have to grow slowly. In the end, the flower would bloom, and then the flower would wither and give birth to a fruit. Other than that, the tiny primordial spirit fruit would have to grow slowly. When it was fully ripe, the egg would crack and the primordial spirit would be able to take its first step out. This process might take dozens of years. The primordial spirit seed planted by Yi Xian's primordial spirit had grown from a tiny seed into a gray tree that was 2.5 meters tall. It even gave birth to a tiny flower bud. It could only be considered to have completed half of the journey. The flower that would bloom and give birth to the fruit would be the other half of the journey. From this point of view, this kind of clone originally required 100 years to cultivate, but now it had only been shortened by half. If Yi Xian wanted to completely condense this clone's primordial spirit, he would need another 50 years. Obviously, Yi Xian couldn't wait for such a long time. The headless infant corpse couldn't wait either. Whoosh! Just as the gray tree stopped growing and the tiny flower bud at the top of the tree stopped growing, the left chest of the primordial spirit clone that was sitting cross-legged in the primordial spirit clone's treasure body suddenly flashed. The infant corpse tattoo that was branded on the primordial spirit clone's left chest in the form of a corpse lamp finally made its move. Although it was just a weak ray of light, the mysterious energy it contained was far superior to the 6 treasures and the divine ability brand in Yi Xian's sea of consciousness. Before this, even the Rai seal and the Tower of Antiquity's inheritance that were suspended in the middle of the sea of consciousness only shot out a ray of light that made the gray tree grow by half a meter. Then, the next ray of light had to be shot in before the tree could continue to grow. At this moment, the ray of light from the corpse lamp tattoo was injected into the gray tree. The gray tree that was originally 2.5 meters tall actually grew by half a meter in the blink of an eye. In less than half a breath, it had grown to 10 feet tall. The tree was completely strengthened and didn't continue to grow. But all this was not over yet. Although the green tree didn't continue to grow, the power of the ray of light from the corpse lamp tattoo still continued to spread and affect the small flower bud at the top of the tree. In less than a breath, the flower bud that was originally the size of a pigeon egg grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it was already the size of an adult's fist. Only then did it stop. But everything that followed still continued. After reaching the size of a fist, the growth of the flower bud had come to an end. The flower bud began to bloom slowly, faster and faster. In less than a minute, the entire flower bud was completely in full bloom, emitting a dazzling light like a dream. This process didn't last long. In just 3 breaths, it was over. The blooming spirit flower withered in half a breath. The flower bud turned into a light rain and sank into the tree. In an instant, a small fruit that also emitted a mysterious dazzling light was born at the end of the stem. Until now, it still hadn't come to an end. The mysterious ray of light that shot out from the corpse lamp tattoo contained terrifying energy. It was comparable to the ray of light contributed by the 6 treasures and the divine ability brand in the Sea of Consciousness, as well as the energy flow provided by the innate treasure body. Chapter 3188. Translator, Transin Editor. Transin innate primordial spirit. This moment, everything in Yixian's Sea of Consciousness was filled with endless dreamy aura. Above the Sea of Consciousness, the 6 treasures and the divine ability brand emitted a mysterious aura. They were silent and slowly rotating on their own. Below, the turbulent Sea of Consciousness was roaring endlessly. At the center of this majestic Sea of Consciousness was a monstrous tree. A gray Mongolian tree about 10 feet tall was floating in the air, emitting a blurred, mottled glow. There was also a kind of invisible ancient aura vaguely leaking out from it. At the top of this monstrous tree, where the spirit flower had been in full bloom, there was a fist-sized strange fruit that was also enshrouded in a mottled brilliance. It released tens of thousands of rays of light, illuminating the entire Sea of Consciousness of Yixian's true body. A thick desolate aura was raging and surging. Boom! An explosive sound suddenly sounded in the Sea of Consciousness of Yixian's true body. The fist-sized strange fruit at the top of the monstrous tree released tens of thousands of rays of light. A 3-inch tall figure stepped out of it and opened its eyes. The spirit seed had finally matured. The innate primordial spirit was born. The innate primordial spirit figure was exactly the same as Yixian's true body. There were no slight differences between its eyebrows. It was like a copy of Yixian's true body. As the little primordial spirit walked out of the fist-sized primordial spirit fruit, it silently floated in the air above Yixian's Sea of Consciousness. At this moment, the small gray tree that was originally rooted in the waves of his Sea of Consciousness started to wither at an extremely fast speed. It was as if its mission had been completed. After blooming to the extreme from this moment on, it would rapidly move towards complete annihilation. In fact, this was indeed the case. From the top of the monstrous tree where the spirit fruit was originally located, the entire monstrous tree, from top to bottom, instantly turned into gray spots of light at a speed visible to the naked eye and fell into the Sea of Consciousness below. The whole process only lasted for a short breath. This monstrous tree that was originally about 10 feet tall completely disappeared. All the trees turned into gray spots of light and merged into Yixian's Sea of Consciousness, as if they were regurgitated. Like flowers falling into the soil, they nourished the soil below. Without a doubt, Yixian's true body's cultivation base and strength unknowingly rose a little. As for what realm he had reached now, it was still unknown. In the next moment, the energy that had flowed from outside Yixian's true body, and was refined by the treasure avatar, finally completely disappeared. Even the avatar that nurtured true body, no energy no longer flowed into Yixian's true body. The mysterious whirlpool formed by the devouring innate skill outside the treasure avatar disappeared in the blink of an eye. The treasure avatar that was sitting cross-legged in the void-killing array was completely revealed. In the surrounding void, a large number of wreckages of battleships and various resources were floating. However, at this moment, whether it was the wreckage of the battleships or the various resources, they had all become gray and dull. The energy and essence in them had been completely absorbed by the invisible devouring innate skill formed by the treasure avatar. The same was true for the starry sky masters who fell out of these collapsed fortresses and battleships. Even the 2 cosmic realm masters of the Federation of the Second Universe were unable to resist this terrifying and invisible devouring innate skill, when they had no way to escape. Like the other starry sky masters, they had all turned into withered corpses. The power of cultivation, vitality, and blood in their bodies had all been drained away and turned into resources that aided the growth of Yixian's true body, and the birth of the innate primordial spirit. However, although everything in the outside world had ended, Everything that was happening in Yixian's true body, inside the treasure avatar, was clearly still going on. Therefore, the primordial spirit of Yixian's true body, which had entered the treasure avatar's true body, was still paying attention. It was as if it was cultivating. This directly led to the treasure avatar's true body still sitting cross-legged in the void of the killing array with its eyes tightly closed. At the same time, in the sea of consciousness of Yixian's true body within the treasure avatar's true body, whoosh! The sea of consciousness, which represented Yixian's true body's cultivation and strength, was surging with waves. The sound of crashing waves reverberated endlessly, revealing a majestic and mighty aura. At this moment, as if they had sensed something or resonated with something, the few treasures and divine ability brands that were suspended above the sea of consciousness all released different and mysterious radiances at the same time. The small golden bow released a dazzling golden light. On it, the phantom of an ancient yaksha could be faintly seen, and a pair of demonic wings on its back flapped gently. The black gold dragon scale also released a dazzling golden light, and a giant phantom of a divine dragon with black gold scales suddenly appeared. It had the aura of the golden divine dragon, and the majesty of the primordial demon dragon candle dragon. A ray of light shot out from the void essence crystal and turned into the figure of the void ladle, which was faintly discernible. All of a sudden, a waterfall of pure grade 7 mind power gushed out of his mind source core. As it fell down, it disappeared into the void above his mind without stopping. In the center, the Thunder Emperor seal suddenly shone with a green-gold light. Countless green-colored thunderbolts densely exploded on the surface of the Thunder Seal, endlessly. Within the thunderbolts, there were even countless bolts of golden lightning that stretched out and spat out. Vaguely, there seemed to be 9 small green thunder origin beads rolling endlessly in the dense thunder mist rising from the Rai-D seal. In addition, the small desolate ancient inheritance tower suddenly released an endless gray chaotic aura. For a moment, countless phantoms of desolate ancient creatures rapidly appeared and disappeared around the tower. In less than half a breath, there were dozens of phantoms. They were all existences that had appeared on the 9th floor of the desolate ancient inheritance tower during the desolate ancient destruction battle. Moreover, every one of them was a supreme master of the desolation, including the Supreme Master of the Desolation who was suspected to be on the opposing side of the headless infant corpse formation. But things were not over yet. In the next moment, from the sea of cultivation below, endless waves of knowledge sea suddenly surged up like a tsunami. The entire vast sea of knowledge sea came to life, completely churning. Right in the middle, an enormous starry sky giant tortoise slowly emerged from the depths of his knowledge sea. Every piece of shell on the tortoise's back was branded with countless mysterious runes. This starry sky giant tortoise represented the incomplete version of the Dongshu technique that Yixian had cultivated. It had a mysterious connection with the Dongshu giant tortoise, so at this moment, the phantom of this supreme giant tortoise had appeared. For a moment in Yixian's sea of consciousness, all the desolate ancient inheritances and supreme treasures had appeared. However, this was not the end. Screech! An earth-shattering demonic roar suddenly tore the sky above the sea of consciousness. An incomparably huge black dragon phantom rushed in. On its neck there was clearly a small corpse lamp brand. Then a huge blood-red curved horn also rushed in. It was the Weeping Soul blood horn. Behind it, there was a faint shadow of a Weeping Soul blood ape, but it was extremely faint. Chapter 3189. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The infant corpse general at that moment, all the treasures and primordial inheritance that Yixian's original body had obtained entered his consciousness and manifested as inheritance phantoms. Like a gathering of wind and clouds, the entire consciousness bloomed with boundless brilliance. The aura was extremely fierce, and the primordial aura was so thick that it was almost tangible. Screech! Another vicious howl that caused the heavens and earth to tremble rang out. At the top of the sea of consciousness, a dim light burst out, revealing a ferocious infant corpse. Its head was actually held in his arms, and it had been tightly closed all this time. The headless infant corpse had arrived. Following the arrival of the infant corpse body, the originally clamorous sea of consciousness had completely quietened down. Even the surging waves of the sea of consciousness had quietened down, and there was no longer the slightest fluctuation. Regardless of whether it was the demonic dragon phantom, the primordial Yuxia phantom that exuded an incomparably sharp aura, or the giant void tortoise floating in the consciousness, all of them retracted their auras and quietly looked at the headless infant corpse that had appeared at the top of the consciousness. Even the Thunder Emperor seal and the Tower of Antiquity's inheritance, which occupied the central domain of the Sea of Consciousness together with the infant corpse, tacitly retreated to the edge of the central domain even though they were right above the infant corpse to begin with. They quietly spun around. The infant corpse had just appeared, and all living things had submitted. Even the primordial inheritance pagoda, and the Rai-D seal didn't dare show any disrespect, and took the initiative to retreat. At that moment, the innate primordial spirit that had just been born from the primordial spirit mutated fruit was still sitting cross-legged in a corner of the consciousness with its eyes closed. It was in the inner circle, forming a triangle with the primordial inheritance pagoda and the Rai-D seal. At the outer circle were the void essence crystal, the spirit source core, the black gold dragon scale, the small golden bow, and the bloodline inheritance phantoms that appeared behind them. Of course, there were also the weeping soul bloodhorn and the demonic dragon phantom that were branded with the corpse lantern tattoo, indicating that they had been refined and subdued by the headless infant corpse. All of these formed the outer circle of the consciousness outside the inner circle of the triangle. At the top of all these was the headless infant corpse. At that moment, the ferocious head in its arms suddenly opened its eyes. Two dim lights shot out from the headless infant corpse's eyes and rushed toward the weeping soul bloodhorn and the demonic dragon phantom that had been refined by the headless infant corpse. Screech! Roar! A dragon phantom pagoda roar sounded at the same time. The demonic dragon phantom dragon phantom dragon phantom dragon phantom. The weeping soul bloodhorn then turned phantom dragon phantom dragon phantom dragon phantom bloodhorn turned phantom dragon phantom corpse, and disappeared. The headless primordial corpse general was the headless infant corpse generals. Was the Yi was headless corpse general. Was head. After the headless infant corpse was awakened, its eyes immediately opened again. This time, two streaks of ghostly light shot out and landed on the void essence crystal suspended above the knowledge sea. Buzz! With a violent buzzing sound, the void ladle, which had 1 large and 9 small golden horns, turned into a streak of black light and entered the inner circle of innate nascent divinities as well. Then 2 ghostly lights shot out from the headless corpse lamp's bloody eyes. This time they rushed to the Tower of the Remote Antiquity, which was hanging in the inner circle of the Sea of Consciousness. This time the Tower of Desolation's legacy was slightly delayed for half a second, but in the end it did not resist at all. It turned into a gray ray of chaotic light and rushed into the innate Yuan Shun. From then on there were already a few treasures, skills and ancient phantoms that had entered his innate Yuan Shun. The Tower of Desolate Ancient Heritage, the revered ladle, the demon dragon, and the weeping soul bloodhorn. At this point, the selection of the headless corpse seemed to have come to an end. After his figure suddenly flashed, he directly disappeared from the top of Yixian's Sea of Consciousness, completely disappearing. In the next instant, the cultivation waves in his Sea of Consciousness began to gently surge again, and the huge void tortoise slowly sank into the depths of the Sea of Cultivation. The Rai-D seal, which had retreated to the edge of the inner window, moved again and hovered in the center of the Sea of Consciousness alone. Apart from the innate nascent divinities that were floating in the inner circle, there were 4 treasures and inheritance marks. They were the Spirit Source Core, the Void Essence Crystal, the Black Gold Dragon Scale, and the small golden bow that had been handed over to Yixian. Then as the headless corpse left, the waterfall of spirit power in the Spirit Source Core disappeared. The Void Essence Crystal, which had a strong aura, also returned to its original state. The faint shadow of the desolate ancient Yuxia on the skyfall bow disappeared as well. The shadow of the divine dragon covered in countless black gold scales, which represented the black gold dragon scales variant bloodline, also disappeared in an instant. The Sea of Consciousness of Yixian's Sea of Consciousness regained its tranquility once again. The Rai-D seal hovering in the center of the Sea of Consciousness also silently rotated slowly. Only the 3-inch-tall innate nascent divinity that was sitting cross-legged on the side opened its eyes at this moment. At the same time, Yixian's original nascent divinity, which was in the clone's treasure body, seemed to have sensed something and withdrew from this state of introspection. Previously, although his original nascent divinity consciousness could not directly enter his original physical body to see what was happening in his sea of consciousness, he could vaguely feel all kinds of throbbing in his original body's sea of consciousness. This made Yixian feel apprehensive as he tried to guess what was happening in there. But now, after feeling the throbbing calmness, the energy that was pouring in from the clone's treasure body also disappeared. Yixian's original nascent divinity immediately withdrew from this state of introspection and sat cross-legged in the middle of the void-killing array and opened his eyes. Xiu! With a wave of his hand, Yixian's original physical body, which was left in the clone's treasure body, was summoned out. It was still sitting cross-legged in the state of cultivation with its eyes closed tightly. Without any hesitation, Yixian's original nascent divinity rushed out of the clone's treasure body. As the clone's treasure body closed its eyes, the scene looked extremely strange from the outside. Two identical Yixian sat cross-legged in the void about 10 feet apart. Both of them had their eyes closed tightly, like a pair of twins who were cultivating. In the next moment, Yixian's original nascent divinity rushed directly into the head of the original physical body. Without any delay, it went straight to the original body's sea of consciousness. The moment it rushed into the sea of consciousness, Yixian's heart suddenly felt a sense of telepathy. He subconsciously looked at the corner of the sea of consciousness and just happened to meet the innate nascent divinity's eyes. In less than half an instant, Yixian's original nascent divinity had received a huge amount of information. Everything that happened in the original body's sea of consciousness appeared directly in his mind, which made Yixian extremely shocked. The original nascent divinity opened its mouth slightly. Obviously, it was shocked. Innate nascent divinity, was it born so quickly? Then so many strange things happened. The mysterious headless infant's corpse came to the sea of consciousness and started a battle? Chapter 3190. Benzingene Black Hole. Although the innate primordial spirit prepared for the devouring avatar had been successfully nurtured, he had yet to complete the fusion with the devouring avatar. He still needed to refine it. Therefore, after Yixian's primordial spirit recovered from the extreme shock, he immediately started a short communication with the innate primordial spirit. He asked the innate primordial spirit to go to the innate primordial spirit to refine the innate primordial spirit as soon as possible so that he could completely control the innate primordial spirit. At that time, Yixian's doppelganger, be it the treasure body or the primordial spirit, would have innate attributes and would be complete. Only the innate treasure body would have some flaws that needed to be repaired. With the fusion of the two, his future was destined to be limitless. At this moment he felt very mysterious. It was as if he had another version of himself. Although it was called communication, there was no need for words. Whatever Yixian's original body thought of, the innate primordial spirit would immediately know. This was truly multitasking. They were independent of each other. Yet there was an invisible line that connected the two soul cores, and it felt extremely profound. The innate Yuan Shan immediately left the spiritual sea of the original body and rushed out from the top of the original body's head. It entered the devouring treasure on the opposite side and began to refine and merge with it. Due to his familiarity with the process, there was clearly no suspense in the process. In fact, it was extremely fast. Yixian's primordial spirit was not worried at all. He had already put aside the matter on the other side and devoted himself to the study of his primordial spirit. Previously, when Yixian's primordial spirit left his body and entered the devouring treasure body, his primordial spirit threw his primordial spirit into the devouring treasure body for nourishment. His primordial spirit's primordial spirit was at the 6th great realm, the 7th level of the nebula realm. At this moment, his original primordial spirit had returned. Although it hadn't merged with his original body and was sitting in his sea of consciousness, it had already sensed the difference in his original body. Compared to before, it was clearly much stronger. On one hand, it was because it was being nurtured in the devouring treasured body. At the same time, it was because the devouring treasure body had used the devouring innate skill to absorb a large amount of energy, and a part of it was being's primordial spirit. Yixian could clearly feel that his primordial spirit was the primordial spirit. Primordial spirit's primordial spirit. With the primordial spirit, the primordial spirit. The primordial spirit's primordial void insight. Primordial spirit. Thinking of this, Yixian's heart skipped a beat. Was he going to experience another explosive increase in his cultivation? Previously, his original body was already at the 7th level of the nebula realm, which belonged to the late stage of this realm. Could it be that this time he was going to rush to the 7th level of the galaxy realm in one go? With this kind of exciting anticipation, Yixian's primordial spirit began to merge with his primordial spirit. Once the primordial spirit merged with his primordial spirit, it was equivalent to the primordial spirit of his primordial spirit returning. In this way, Yixian's primordial spirit, which had been sitting in the treasured body's primordial spirit, would bring various benefits such as baptism to his primordial spirit when the treasured body's primordial spirit skyrocketed. All these benefits would turn into substantial gains one after another. Once again, it would drive Yixian's primordial spirit to increase his primordial spirit's cultivation. In other words, Yixian's primordial spirit would have two opportunities to increase his primordial spirit's cultivation. One was the improvement of his primordial spirit's primordial spirit, and the other was the effect of the primordial spirit's return to his primordial spirit's primordial spirit. Under the influence of these two factors, it might not be as simple as just breaking through to primordial spirit's primordial spirit. It might even be possible to break through to primordial spirit's primordial spirit. Thinking of this, Yixian's breathing became heavier. The surprise was too great, and he couldn't stay calm. Very soon, the primordial spirit of the original body completed the integration and control of the original body's sea of consciousness. The original body's primordial spirit returned. In the next instant, the familiar sound of system notifications rang out in Yixian's mind. Although he was already mentally prepared, Yixian was still shocked. The notifications rang out one after another. Was this the effect of his inner body and primordial spirit merging together to form a cultivation base increase? It was simply too shocking. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Current realm. Nebula level 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Current realm. 9th order nebula peak. Ding! Congratulations, host. The familiar system notifications rang out one after another, all of them reminding him that his cultivation base had broken through and leveled up. There was almost no gap between them. As soon as the first notification rang out, the next notification immediately rang out. In the end, Yixian became numb. He felt that everything was too dreamy and unreal. Even in the mysterious starry sky, there shouldn't be anyone who could use such a terrifying method to break through their cultivation base. It was too shocking. As the system notifications rang out in his mind one after another, Yixian felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He was completely dumbfounded. Whether it was his primordial spirit or his physical body, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was as dumb as a wooden chicken. He didn't know how much time had passed, but because Yixian's consciousness had fallen into a state of confusion, he couldn't feel the passage of time at all. It wasn't until the last system prompt sounded, which represented a boundary between realms. It could be said that when the two extremely sensitive words were captured by his consciousness, he felt as if he had just woken up from a dream. His entire body trembled slightly, and he finally returned to his senses. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through. Current realm. Black hole level 1. This was the last system notification. After it rang out, Yixian's mind completely quieted down. The long-awaited peace made him feel as if he was in a dream again. Black hole level 1? He had actually broken through to the 8th major realm, the black hole level. From nebula level 7 to black hole level 1, this was a total of 12 minor realms, including an entire major realm which was the 7th major realm, the galaxy level. Yixian probably didn't stay in this major realm for more than a minute. If this matter were to spread, no one would believe it even if they were beaten to death. No matter how freakish or monstrous one was, it couldn't be to this extent, right? He had broken through the 7th major realm in less than a minute? These thoughts flashed through Yixian's mind. At first he was stunned and then overjoyed. Black hole level. He had finally broken through to the black hole level. As the 8th major realm in the starry sky, the black hole level could be said to be a widely recognized cultivation-based watershed. Before the black hole level, even the 7th major realm, the galaxy level 9, couldn't be considered a true starry sky master. Only by breaking through to the black hole level could one be considered a true starry sky master. And Yixian had finally reached this step. Moreover, he had done it in the blink of an eye. Thinking about it, it was simply amazing. Chapter 3191. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation reforged battle armor. At this point, Yixian's original body and doppelganger had both leaped into the 8th Great Realm, the Black Hole Realm. They could be considered true starry sky experts. Among them, the devouring doppelganger's cultivation had reached the 8th Great Realm, the great perfection of the rank 9 Black Hole Realm. His original body had entered this great realm, the rank 1 Black Hole Realm. However, in terms of overall combat strength, his original body, which had the headless infant's corpse and the Rai-D seal, was definitely more lethal than the devouring doppelganger. Even with the devouring doppelganger's terrifying devouring talent, the Tower of Antiquity's inheritance, the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn, the demonic dragon's shadow, and the Void Ladle, the devouring doppelganger still could not shake his original body's combat strength. The headless infant's corpse alone was enough to suppress everything. After finishing this round of cultivation advancement, Yixian calmed his excitement and quickly opened his eyes. At this moment, he saw his devouring doppelganger, who was also sitting cross-legged in the void of the Great Killing Formation, opening its eyes slightly and meeting his gaze. It was obvious that during the period of time that his original body's cultivation had increased, the innate primordial spirit had already completed a perfect fusion with the innate treasure body. Yixian's first clone could be considered to have completely mastered it. This was not an ordinary doppelganger. Not only was this doppelganger's body an innate treasure body with a terrifying devouring talent, even the primordial spirit that had entered the doppelganger was complete, and also belonged to the innate attribute. Even Yixian could not imagine how a complete primordial spirit of this level would develop after merging with the innate treasure body. He was full of anticipation. However, that was a matter for the future. Right now, there were still problems that needed to be solved. First, there was the system's title exploration mission. Second, there was the problem of escaping from the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates in the cultivation camp. Of course, the easiest and most direct way for Yixian to get out of here was to complete the system title quest. Once the exploration mission was completed, Yixian could leave immediately. The 6th palace of the 10 ultimates belonged to the human clan's cultivation camp. After all, this was still Universe 3. Yixian had already imprinted a set of interstellar coordinates in the Death Star vortex between the two camps in Universe 3. As long as this mission was completed, he could activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability at any time and leave directly. He instantly appeared in the Death Star vortex from the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates. In addition, with the completion of the exploration mission, Yixian's system title would be upgraded from Level 3 Interstellar Explorer to Level 4 Interstellar Pathfinder. Interstellar explorers would have the ability to jump between adjacent universes. Of course, there were two prerequisites. First, the two universes had to be connected by a natural wormhole, so they were considered to be adjacent universes. The second was that Yixian had to imprint a set of coordinates in the universe plane of the target beforehand. The black hole of life in the Devil Star field in Universe 1 fulfilled both of these prerequisites. Before Universe 1 and Universe 3, there was a natural wormhole in the depths of the Graveyard Star field that connected them. They were indeed two adjacent universes. Yixian had also successfully imprinted a set of universal coordinates in Universe 1, which was inside the black hole of life. In other words, as long as this exploration mission was completed, and his system title was upgraded to level for Interstellar Pathfinder, Yixian would have more than one destination to choose from when he performed a coordinate jump between universes. Apart from the Death Star vortex between the two major forces in Universe 3, he could even perform an ultimate jump between universes directly from the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates of the cultivation camp to the black hole of life in Universe 1. Unfortunately, no matter how many options there were prerequisites. If he did not complete the system title quest this time, everything was just empty talk. Although there was nothing he could do about this, Yixian was actually looking forward to it. Even if he did not mention the system title quest, his interest in the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates was definitely not small. It was rare for him to come here, so he had to gain something. Of course, this kind of inheritance was absolutely important to a sect. Although the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates was only one of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces in the human cultivation camp, the fact that the sixth palace of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces had been able to stand tall for such a long time, and always be ranked among the 10 ultimate celestial palaces in the human cultivation camp spoke volumes. His foundation was definitely not shallow. The so-called mysterious inheritance of the sixth palace must be extraordinary even if one were to think with their heels. It just so happened that whether it was Huaidongzi Tianquanzi, or the palace master of the sixth palace Tianquanzi, Yixian did not have a good impression of them. In fact, these guys were all scheming against him as soon as they met, including Tianquanzi's ugly daughter. In Yixian's opinion, it was the same. Under such circumstances, if there was a chance to obtain the inheritance of the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates and then refine it, Yixian would definitely be willing to do it. Even if there was no system title quest this time, he would still be willing to do it without the slightest bit of psychological pressure. However, not feeling pressure was one thing, but being able to do it was another. The biggest problem in front of him was that until now, Yixian was still completely confused about what the so-called inheritance of the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates was. He had no idea at all what the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates inheritance was. However, 1 month later, no, it was already 25 days later. 5 days had passed since Yixian entered this killing formation of the void. According to his deduction, that old bastard Tianquanzi would definitely make a big fuss about this so-called marriage alliance. Perhaps the news had already spread. This was an overt scheme. The other party planned to tie the immortal dynasty of the human race's science and technology faction to the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates worship. Even if it was only on the surface, it would be fine. After all, Prince Xian's current status was no small matter. If the marriage became a reality, what was done could not be undone. No matter how angry the immortal dynasty was, they could only hold their noses and swallow it. This concerned the face of the royal family. Some things on the table could not be ignored. In short, Yixian was clearly a valuable treasure in Tianquanzi's eyes. As long as Yixian was trapped in the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates, he had a way to squeeze out all of Yixian's value bit by bit. Yixian originally did not fear him. It did not matter even if they fell out. With the headless infant corpse around, who would be afraid of who? However, the system title quest that he still had no clue about had become a binding spell over Yixian's head, binding him tightly. He could not even take a single step out of the great protective formation of the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates. How could Yixian turn the situation around? Chapter 3192. Translator. Nyobo Studio Editor. Nyobo Studio. Indestructible glass armor. Clenching his fist tightly, Yixian's eyes flashed with a bright light. For this, even if we have to directly shed all pretense of cordiality, we won't hesitate. However, before that, we still have to make some preparations and try our best to increase our ability to protect ourselves. After all, we can't leave the sect protecting formation. This restriction is too much of a headache. Muttering to himself, Yixian waved his hand and took out the indestructible glass armor and the purple mecha. He was ready to fuse them for the 6th time. Yixian's 3 basic treasures were now all Starry Sky epic grade treasures. Among them, his personal battleship, the Dongshu shuttle, had been fused 6 times, the demonic Bloodstar Tear Sword had been fused 5 times, and the indestructible glass armor had also been fused 5 times. Yixian had always been extremely cautious about the subsequent fusion of these 3 basic treasures. After all, regardless of whether they'd successfully fused 5 or 6 times, there was at least one thing that was the same, and that was that their quality was already at the Starry Sky epic rank. One more step and they would be Starry Sky epic grade treasures. Starry Sky epic grade treasures were not to be trifled with. They were man-made. Whether it was a technological treasure from the technological faction, a treasure from the cultivator faction, or a treasure from the other Federation races, as long as it was man-made, there was basically no one that could reach Starry Sky epic grade. Yixian only knew of one, which was the life fortress left behind by the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo. In fact, he had not seen many Starry Sky epic grade treasures that were born naturally. The Rai-D seal was one of them. Therefore, Yixian did not have the slightest confidence that he would personally upgrade these 3 basic treasures that had followed him since he entered the Starry Sky environment to Starry Sky epic grade. He was still too weak now, and he had too few suitable resources at hand. If he became stronger in the future and had more treasures or materials of the same type that he could choose to fuse with, it might be possible. Therefore, ever since these 3 basic treasures had been fused 5 or 6 times and all of them had been raised to the epic rank of Starry Sky, Yixian no longer had any thoughts of fusing with them. Haste makes waste. It was fine as long as it was enough for now. After all, the next step would be to obtain a Starry Sky Supreme Treasure, which was no small matter. It was better to have nothing than to have something substandard. But now, facing such a helpless situation on the one hand, there was an 80% to 90% chance that they would fall out with the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates. On the other hand, they were limited by the requirements of the system's title mission and could not leave. They could only stay within the range of the 6th Palace's Great Protection Formation. Under such circumstances, Yixian had to do his best to raise his defense to the maximum. And the armor was his last layer of protection. If this was before Yixian had obtained this purple combat armor, he might not have even thought of gritting his teeth and giving it a try. The key was that in the Death Star Vortex, that Genesis Realm expert of the Heaven's Legacy race had appeared in this purple combat armor. The effect was simply too stunning. In the face of the invisible tearing force of the Devourer treasured body, even the Starry Sky Fortress with a diameter of 100,000 meters collapsed instantly. Even Yixian's Dongshu shuttle, which was so far away, almost could not withstand it. However, this purple combat armor was not damaged at all, which was enough to show its quality. If venerated Void Ladle had not used its space bloodline divine ability to kill the expert of the Heaven's Legacy race inside the purple combat armor, this guy might not have been able to deal with it so easily. This level of combat armor, not to mention its attack power, was enough for Yixian to try fusing it with the indestructible glass armor again in terms of its sturdiness. Even if he could not upgrade the current Starry Sky Epic grade to the coveted Starry Sky Supreme Treasure grade this time, as long as the fusion was successful, the indestructible glass armor's defensive properties would be greatly improved. There was no doubt about it. And this was the safeguard Yixian needed the most at the moment. Thoughts flew in Yixian's mind. After considering everything thoroughly, the last trace of hesitation in his heart disappeared in an instant. At this moment he had made up his mind. No matter what, he had to fuse the indestructible glass armor for the 6th time. He did not want to upgrade the grade. He only wanted the fusion to be successful. Fortunately, the fusion system had never disappointed him in this aspect. It had completed a total of 16 fusions for the 3 basic treasures, and all of them were successful. Thinking of this, the last bit of hesitation in Yixian's heart disappeared. He should have confidence in the Devourer system. With this thought in mind, he immediately ordered the Devourer system in his body to activate the supplementary fusion system immediately. At the same time, he directly took out the indestructible glass armor and the purple combat armor that was as tall as a small hill from the undying world in his body, and threw them to the Devourer system. The next moment, the familiar sound of the system notification rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. A treasure that can be fused has been discovered. Indestructible glass armor. Starry Sky Epic grade completed 5 fusions. Purple Chong combat armor. Starry Sky Epic grade, quality perfect. Do you want to fuse it immediately? Yixian's eyes lit up in an instant. Purple Chong combat armor? The name was quite good, revealing an iron-blooded aura. In addition, this combat armor produced by the Tianji clan was also of the Starry Sky Epic grade, which surprised even Yixian. After all, this combat armor was a purely man-made treasure. Moreover, it was not a refining treasure in the category of cultivators, but a technological heavy armor produced by the Tianji clan. Before this, Yixian's estimation of its grade was only of the Starry Sky Epic grade. He did not expect it to be a grade higher. It must be because the various materials used to forge this combat armor were extremely rare. The higher-ups of the Tianji clan must have spent a lot of effort to forge this purple Chong combat armor. Not to mention other things, just the fact that it was of the Starry Sky Epic grade and the quality was perfect meant that this purple Chong combat armor was absolutely qualified to be fused with Yixian's indestructible glass armor. These were 2 rare Starry Sky Epic grade treasures, and they belonged to the same category. Once they were successfully fused, there might be a surprise. Thinking of this, Yixian's breathing could not help but quicken. He immediately ordered the system to fuse immediately. At the same time, he took out a large amount of star core origin from the undying world in his body. To ensure the success of the fusion this time, he even threw in a level 9 colored star core. With such a big investment, the final result was obviously not going to be too big of a surprise. After waiting anxiously for 3 whole days, just as Yixian was about to lose his patience, the familiar system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The fusion is successful. Treasure obtained. Indestructible glass armor. Grade. Quasi-starry sky treasure. Rarity perfect. Indestructible glass armor? Its grade is actually a quasi-starry sky treasure? Chapter 3193. Translator. Nayerbo Studio Editor. Nayerbo Studio Life Fortress. Before this, Yixian's battle armor had been called the Indestructible Glass Armor, after the 5th successful fusion. But now, after adding the Purple Chong battle armor, the Tianji race's technological treasure of the same grade, and successfully completing the 6th fusion, the name of the battle armor had changed slightly. The difference of one word had changed from the previous Indestructible Glass Armor to the current Indestructible Glass Armor. Armor and armor, although the meaning was roughly the same, if the latter was understood as the armor of a battle armor, then the meaning was completely different. Before this, it was merely a defensive treasure armor, but now, after being called armor, the battle armor of a battle armor, this treasure armor not only had defensive capabilities but also offensive capabilities. After all, the Purple Chong battle armor used for the fusion was originally a battle armor that could shoot small death ray cannons. These attributes had obviously been inherited by Yixian's indestructible glass armor, causing it to be reborn. This could be seen from the fact that its grade had been upgraded from the Epic Star grade to the current Quasi-Star grade. In fact, even without considering this point, just looking at the appearance of this indestructible glass armor was enough to analyze its huge changes in attribute increase. The indestructible glass armor before was just a mighty battle armor. But now, after fusing with the Tianji race's technological treasure, the indestructible glass armor had clearly become a strange existence that was somewhere between a battle armor and a battle armor. Its entire body was purple, and its shape basically followed the bold streamlined style of the indestructible glass armor, but its size had increased by a large margin. Although it was not as terrifying as the Purple Chong battle armor's original height of 10 zhang, at this moment, when it stood inside Yixian's body, it was still a colossal object that was 30 zhang tall. In other words, it was nearly 10 meters tall. Normal battle armors, including the Purple Chong battle armor, had access cabins that could be opened from the outside. Yixian had done this back then. After opening the cabins, he had taken out the corpse of the Tianji race executive who had been killed inside. This meant that the original Purple Chong battle armor could be lost. However, the indestructible glass armor that had successfully completed the 6th system fusion did not have this problem. Although its 6th fusion was a treasure in the category of technology with almost all of the technological elements in it, the indestructible glass armor that had completed the fusion was still a magic treasure, not a technological treasure, even though it was of the element attribute. It didn't have an entrance to the cabin, and it couldn't be opened from the outside. It was a transcendent artifact, and it had already been refined by Yixian. Yixian could activate it with just a thought and directly equip it outside his body. Indestructible glass armor. After calming down, Yixian suddenly shouted. With a thought, the indestructible glass armor in his body instantly turned into a purple light and rushed out, enveloping Yixian's body in less than half an instant. A mecha battle body that was 30 feet tall with purple light flowing all over its body suddenly appeared with a mighty aura. At this time, Yixian was in the inner cabin of the indestructible glass armor. Its space was not more, not less, and was perfectly compatible with his body, making him feel like he was controlling his own arm without any burdensome inconvenience. He couldn't test the defensive ability at this time, but since the elements of the battle armor had been integrated, the new offensive ability of this indestructible glass armor could be tested. In this regard, Yixian was quite looking forward to it. Subconsciously, Yixian raised his right arm and directly blasted out with a thought. Buzz! A low and violent sound of space trembling rang out. The front half of his huge right arm was instantly surrounded by a black antimatter energy light ball, with a diameter of about 1 meter. Without waiting for Yixian to react, as he suddenly clenched his right fist, The energy light ball of the death ray cannon that enveloped his entire right forearm had already blasted out with a buzzing sound. In the blink of an eye, it crossed the endless void and directly wiped out a small planet in the distance, not leaving a single hair behind. This was clearly a miniature version of the death ray cannon of the Void Fortress. The death ray cannon of the Void Fortress had a diameter of 20,000 meters, but the death ray cannon blasted out by Yi Xian's arms had a diameter of 1 meter. Although the overall power was too much smaller, the advantage was that it was incomparable, and the charging time was almost negligible. It was one of the trump cards that was hard to come by. Previously, the Purple Chong battle armor had also used this move, but the diameter of the death ray cannon blasted out was only about 1 foot. Now it could reach 1 meter, presumably because it had merged with the indestructible glass armor and improved its quality. Ding warning! Warning! The indestructible glass armor's energy index decreased. Current index: 16%. Recommending charging. Just as Yi Xian was pleasantly surprised, the familiar voice of the devouring system suddenly rang out in his mind without warning. He was stunned for a moment, then understood. He immediately shook his head and smiled bitterly. With a thought, he retrieved a large amount of star core origin from his undying world and tossed it to the system, allowing it to charge the indestructible glass armor. It seemed that although this miniature death ray cannon was useful, its consumption was extraordinarily large. It was definitely a money-burning item. If possible, he would have to use it less in the future. With a thought, Yi Xian stored the indestructible glass armor in his undying world. After a moment of thought, he waved his hand and summoned the Dongshu shuttle. Originally, the Dongshu shuttle had a large number of demonic slaves, soldier ladles, and mosquito beasts, but now it was empty. Before the expedition to the Death Stellar Vortex, Yi Xian had moved Gui Hai Dao and the rest of the demonic slaves and soldier ladles to the Black Mosquito. The Black Mosquito, Black Wind, and Thunderbolt Fort were all left behind in the Death Stellar Vortex. Yi Xian didn't have a single bastion with a diameter of 10,000 meters. Considering the various situations that he might encounter in the future, under certain circumstances, just a small private battleship might not be enough to deal with them. Thus, after pondering for a moment, Yi Xian decided to take advantage of this opportunity to make use of the Life Fortress, the Dragon Field. After putting away the Dongshu shuttle, Yi Xian waved his hand and summoned the Wild Dragon Fortress that he'd been keeping in his undying world all this time. When he first obtained this Life Fortress, it was only a small fortress with a diameter of 5,000 meters. But now, ever since he obtained the World Bug's growth energy from Yi Xian, the World Bug that formed the entire fortress could be said to have grown rapidly. At this moment, when he took out the star field, what appeared before his eyes was actually a giant fortress with a diameter of 20,000 meters. Although there was still a gap between them and a small stronghold with a diameter of 50,000 meters, Yi Xian was already extremely satisfied with the speed at which the entire world's insects were able to grow from a diameter of 5,000 meters to a size of 20,000 meters in such a short period of time. From the outside, the Wild Dragon Fortress didn't look very different from any other fortress. But in essence it was completely different. Chapter 3194. Translator. Nyobo Studio Editor. Nyobo Studio Immortal Purple Spiritual Root. After checking for a while and confirming that all the attributes of the Starfield Life Giant Castle were in their best condition, Yi Xian's heart slightly relaxed. With a wave of his hand, he once again stored it into his body. Then, he fell into a short period of contemplation. Now that his doppelgangers were formed and they were both in the 8th stage of the Black Hole Realm, should he use his original body or the devouring doppelganger to get out of this killing void formation and face everything that came after? On the surface, the devouring doppelganger's cultivation was slightly higher, and had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Black Hole Realm. However, in terms of overall battle strength, the devouring doppelganger was obviously inferior to the original body that was protected by the headless infant corpse. Moreover, the devouring doppelganger had just advanced to a new stage and needed to stabilize it. Even though it was the same for the main body, and the breakthrough this time was even greater than that of the devouring avatar, reaching 12 minor levels, this kind of improvement was achieved through the accumulation of the main body's physical body in recent times and the baptism of the main body's soul. There was no such problem in stabilizing the cultivation base at all. After considering this, Yi Xian finally made a decision. He waved his hand and stored the devouring doppelganger into his original body. Then, his figure flashed and he was already far away in the blink of an eye. This void-killing array was an independent small space that was like a blessed land. It was similar to the desolate ancient cage that was connected to the forbidden valley of the demon emperor star. The experts from the sixth palace that were guarding the nodes of the stars in this enormous killing array and controlling the killing array to kill their enemies had all left after Yixian's arrival. They had also sealed the entrance and exit. Otherwise, Yixian would not have directly taken out his original body from the devouring doppelganger after solving everything. If Tian Qianzi found out, there would be some trouble. At this moment, everything in the killing void formation had been purged. According to Tian Qianzi's words, Yixian could leave as soon as he got close to the void passage. Whoosh! With a flash of brilliance, as if a transmission formation had been activated, Yixian disappeared in an instant. When he reappeared, he was already at the peak of the mountain where the ancestral land of the sixth palace of 10 ultimates was located. It was located in the north, but it was still within the range of the sixth palace's protective formation. As far as the eye could see, there were palaces and pavilions in sight. This was the core ancestral land of the sixth palace of the 10 ultimates. Although it was located at the peak, the buildings were continuous. With a casual glance, the buildings in the 3 directions in front of him were at least 100 miles away. Even on the north side of the peak behind him, the pavilions that he could see were 30 to 40 miles away. The edges were submerged in a dense fog, and he couldn't see the end. Although Yixian had been granted a certain level of authority and could walk freely in this area, there were still some areas that he couldn't set foot in. As he spread out his divine sense, he casually swept through the area and sensed at least 7 or 8 areas with a strong sense of danger. Even though the entire peak was shrouded in the sect-protecting formation of the sixth palace of 10 absolutes, these 7 or 8 places were all protected by independent restrictions. With the authority that Yixian had obtained, he would definitely not be able to set foot in them. Although he wanted to explore, he finally gave up after pondering for a while. Now the only goal he had to search for in this group of palaces was the inheritance of the sixth palace of the 10 absolutes. Before starting the operation, he must have accurate information. If he ran around like a headless fly, he would only alert the enemy. Right, demon spirit pupil. Thinking about it, Yixian's mind suddenly flashed a light, and his eyes lit up. I almost forgot about it. Previously, in the ancient cage connected to the forbidden valley of the Devil Emperor Star, Yixian accidentally saw the strange scene in the depths of the corpse pool, with the help of the demon spirit pupil. Then, he had the subsequent good fortune of obtaining a large number of multiple pupil sense crystals. Along the way, he used the weak innate chaotic power contained in the endless corpse liquid to temper his body with the Golden Divine Dragon Clan's body tempering technique, to officially activate the Divine Dragon bloodline. Now, in order to find the mysterious inheritance of the sixth palace of 10 absolutes, the demon spirit pupil's origin tracing should also have a miraculous effect. At least, he should be able to see more clearly the 7 or 8 places protected by the second layer of independent restrictions. It was very likely that he would find the real hiding place of the mysterious inheritance of the sixth palace. Thinking of this, Yixian no longer hesitated and immediately activated the demon spirit pupil, that was like an invisible vertical eye deep in his glabella. Closing his eyes slightly, an invisible gray light shot out from the center of his glabella, carrying a mysterious and indescribable aura. Like an invisible searchlight, it swept into the distance. The origin tracing was activated in an instant. After a round of examination, the result disappointed Yixian greatly. These 7 or 8 places protected by the second layer of independent restrictions, although each had its own mysteries according to his analysis, they should not be the place where the mysterious inheritance of the sixth palace of 10 absolutes was enshrined. However, even though this inspection was fruitless, Yixian keenly discovered a strange situation. The spirit energy that filled the air at the peak of the giant mountain that was enveloped by the sect protection formation seemed to have some sort of inherent law, and all of it gathered towards a single location. It was very obscure. If Yixian hadn't activated the origin tracing, such a slow flow of spiritual aura, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to detect it at all. What surprised him even more was that the spiritual aura of the entire peak gathered in the direction of the small harem courtyard where he had arrived before. To be precise, it was the purple bamboo forest on the edge of the small courtyard. At that time Yixian fled here in a hurry and was caught off guard. He even bumped into a purple giant bamboo as thick as his waist. At that time he felt that this purple bamboo forest was a little unusual, but he was uneasy and didn't think much about it. Now it seemed that this place was clearly strange, and there must be a secret. Yixian's heart was moved, and he examined again. The origin tracing power of the demon soul pupil was fully activated. Gradually his sight passed through the bamboo forest and strangely went deep into the ground. He caught a piece of purple bamboo root that was only the length of a palm and the thickness of 3 fingers. Further down there was a dark shadow as thick as ink. It seemed to have spread beyond the edge of the entire peak. Moreover, this black shadow that was as thick as ink was not only boundless, it was also buried deep under the giant peak. Its essence was actually something that even the power of the demon soul eye's ability to see through, causing Yixian to be greatly surprised. While he was in a daze, the familiar system prompt sounded again in Yixian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have discovered the inheritance treasure of the 6th palace of 10 absolutes. Immortal purple spiritual root. Attribute: innate spiritual root. Grade: starry sky treasure. Do you want to collect it immediately? Jie? Immortal purple spiritual root? Innate spiritual root? A piece of bamboo? Was this the mysterious inheritance treasure of the 6th palace of 10 absolutes? It was actually buried so simply in the depths of a purple bamboo forest? Chapter 3195. A single stone raises 1,000 ripples. Yixian was pleasantly surprised, but he didn't lose his head because of this. He immediately withdrew the demon soul pupil's incorporeal probing ability, and silently leaped into the air. He leisurely flew towards the purple bamboo forest in the distance. Although the system had given him a prompt on whether or not he should immediately collect it, indicating that he could basically successfully collect it now, due to the distance and the fact that this was the core ancestral land of the 6th absolute palace, Yixian really did not dare to take the risk. In addition, the enormous black shadow below the dark purple spirit root caused him to feel rather uneasy. It was best not to act rashly before he had thoroughly investigated its origins. After all, there was only one chance. If he failed, it would be hopeless to try again. While he was deep in thought, a majestic pressure suddenly descended from the sky like a heavy waterfall. It unceremoniously enveloped Yixian's body, and immediately seeped into his body. His expression changed. Before Yixian could react, the corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest suddenly heated up. Then, the terrifying pressure that was about to seep into his body seemed to have been startled and quickly retreated without any gains. Huh! It can even resist the probing of my divine sense. Could it be that this devouring treasured body has other mysteries? In the next moment, a soft gasp of surprise rang out from the east. Tianqianzi stepped out of the void with a doubtful expression on his face. His eyes flickered as he studied Yixian from head to toe. It's been a short 7 days and you're progressing quite well. However, after devouring so much energy, you've only advanced by a small level? Do you think I will believe you? You are quite good at hiding your cultivation level. It seems that I have misunderstood you. The power that blocked my divine sense was just a secret technique that you have mastered. It has nothing to do with the devouring treasure body. After saying this, seeing Yixian's gloomy and extremely unfriendly face, Tianqianzi immediately chuckled. Now you and I are grasshoppers on the same rope. I don't want to say anything else, but you are a smart person. I think you won't make a mistake. Otherwise, I'm afraid those Federation clans that you devoured as cultivation resources will not let you go easily. I need a place full of spirit energy to stabilize my cultivation level. I won't accompany you. Yixian pretended to be angry. His eyes flashed as he replied in a cold voice. Then he turned around and walked towards the purple bamboo forest. Tianqianzi editor. Tenish translation. Haha. It's just to stabilize your cultivation level. I will personally arrange a spirit gathering array for you. Don't forget that you and I are not outsiders. I don't have the fortune to enjoy a spirit gathering array personally arranged by a universe master. It would be bad if the spirit gathering array turned into a spirit absorbing array. Yixian didn't even look back. He didn't slow down and responded with indignation. Then, he flew away with a cold snort. Don't worry. The purple bamboo forest where I stayed before is not bad. At least it's safe. Humph. As soon as he finished speaking, his back had already disappeared. He plunged into the rare purple bamboo forest. It should be just a coincidence. Even if it isn't, this kid won't be able to make any waves. Although the purple bamboo forest is an extremely important place, there is after all protection deep underground. It's fine. Tian Qianzi's eyes narrowed slightly. He hesitated for a moment, but in the end he was relieved. He didn't think too much about it. While muttering to himself, he stepped into the void and disappeared. It had been 10 days since the incident in the Death Star region, leaving aside the Tianji clan from the first universe. During these 10 days, the human clan of the third universe was in an uproar. Even the situation of the entire myriad Luo Federation was turbulent. This time, the various clans of the Federation had gained a lot in the Death Star region. All kinds of rare minerals and devouring origin crystals in the Death Star vortex had gushed out like a geyser. All the fleets present had more or less gained something, far more than what they had gained in the past 100 years. But in the end, an unexpected accident had wiped out almost all the fleets. Except for some starry sky fortresses and small fortresses that had escaped, the other thousands of large and small battleships and fortresses had either disappeared by teleportation or were forced to escape into the Death Star vortex. This included Prince Xian of the Eternal Dynasty, who had just been sent to the Death Star region. It could be said to be a heavy loss. It was definitely a big event. After that, some of the surviving experts of the various clans of the Federation questioned why the Tenju Celestial Palace was stationed in Black Heaven City in the Death Eastern region. They said that this matter must be related to Black Heaven City, and demanded an explanation. But Huaidongzi flatly denied it and even made a countercharge, blaming Prince Xian's victorious legion for the death of the young palace master of the 6th palace of the Tenju Celestial Palace, Tian Qianzi. Then, some of the top experts of the various clans of the Federation who had heard the news entered the Death Star vortex together. Finally, they received bad news. All the battleships and fortresses that had rushed into the Death Star vortex to avoid the calamity, including several starry sky fortresses and all the experts of the starry sky inside, were all annihilated. Something ominous seemed to have happened in the Death Star vortex. All the battleships had collapsed. The endless resources and wreckage of the battleships, including the corpses of all the experts of the starry sky, had all withered and withered, their energy completely drained. Unfortunately, there was no trace to indicate that all this was related to Black Heaven City. But even so, the higher-ups of the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe, who had heard the news, still united together to put pressure on Black Heaven City, and demanded an explanation from the Tenju Celestial Palace. In particular, several extremely powerful clans of the Federation of the Second Universe, such as the Wood Spirit clan and the Inji clan, had lost one or two of their top experts of the 14th realm, the Cosmic Light realm, in the Death Star field. The devouring source crystals and a large number of rare minerals that they had originally obtained were all in vain. They had not really obtained them at all. Naturally, they were extremely angry. These top experts of the Federation of the Second Universe gathered in the Death Star field. While threatening Black Heaven City, they also submitted an application for arbitration to the headquarters of the Federation. With a two-pronged approach, they swore not to give up, covering the entire vast starry sky of the third universe with a layer of dark clouds. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Under such circumstances, the Immortal Dynasty, which had remained silent because of the small loss of Sulao City's fleet, seemed to have shown signs of expressing their stance on this matter. The different voices within the Tenju Celestial Palace had not stopped either. Under the dual pressure from both inside and outside, the 6th palace of the Tenju Celestial Palace could be said to be under heavy pressure. At this time, taking advantage of the fact that the Immortal Dynasty had not officially expressed their stance, and the different voices within the Tenju Celestial Palace had not formed a united front, the 6th palace master, Tian Qianzi, suddenly threw a heavy bomb. 20 days later, the Immortal Dynasty's Prince Xian would marry Tian Qianzi's beloved daughter, Zhao Lingyang, in the ancestral land of the 6th palace. He sincerely invited all friendly forces and allies to attend the ceremony. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, and the entire third universe instantly exploded. The immortal dynasty, which had originally wanted to express their stance, once again fell silent. The different voices within the Tenju celestial palace also disappeared. After all, the marriage between the sixth palace and the immortal dynasty was already the general trend of the human clan. It was just that the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe could not stir up any waves without solid evidence. Chapter 3196. Translator. Nyobo Studio Editor. Nyobo Studio Grand Wedding Ceremony. After Tian Qianzi announced the wedding of his beloved daughter to Prince Xian, the situation immediately reversed. Although the various races of the Federation from the Second Universe still insisted on investigating the truth, at least the dissenting voices within the 10 ultimate celestial palaces and the everlasting dynasty disappeared. This alone was enough to dissolve the heavy pressure that the sixth palace of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces was under. In the blink of an eye, the situation in Universe 3 had reversed. Originally, all the experts in the starry sky were discussing the unexpected changes in the Death Star vortex. But now the hottest topic had become Prince Xian's wedding ceremony. Although Prince Xian had been sent to the Death Star Zone, he was, after all, a direct descendant of the royal family, and his reputation was extraordinary. Suddenly announcing his marriage without the permission of the royal family elders was a crime of disobedience. In addition, the Elder Cabinet had already made it clear that he was not allowed to step out of the Death Star Zone or return to the everlasting star of the imperial capital. Now, not only had he left the Death Star Zone, but he had also run to the cultivation camp Star Zone. Even if he had encountered an accident in the Death Star vortex, such as a spatial crack, he still had to give a clear explanation to the Elder Cabinet of the imperial capital. Therefore, even if the royal family did not approve of the marriage, they still issued an edict in the end. The royal family's Elder Cabinet, Long Ziwen, was ordered to represent the royal family and go to the sixth palace of the 10 ultimate celestial palaces. As soon as this edict was issued, the 5 princes' manners on the everlasting star of the imperial capital immediately laughed in schadenfreude. Old 18th, let's see how you deal with this. Patriarch Ziwen is clearly condemning you. I'm afraid he's going to make a scene at the wedding ceremony. Ha ha ha. It's a pity that I can't go and see for myself. It must be very interesting. This kid is really courting death. He's been sent to the Death Star Zone, but he still doesn't stop. As soon as he arrived, he offended Patriarch Ziwen. Then, he didn't care about the face of the imperial capital and did such a thing. He must be tired of living. If that's the case, I'm afraid that Prince Xian's legend will be completely destroyed. He will become a negative example. This is the result of being arrogant. In addition, when the news of the marriage reached the heavenly underworld star of the heavenly underworld empire, the master of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Ziying, and the others immediately roared furiously in the backyard of the Xianyuan family. Little bastard, you really aren't a good person. How long has it been? He's actually doing it again. What a playboy. Long Xian, I'm not done with you. Ah! Sigh, this brother-in-law of mine doesn't have it easy either. This is the trouble of being a celebrity. Just a small matter like the blowing of leaves in the wind actually caused such an uproar. Other than him, there's no one else. At the same time, Huai Dongzi led the troops of Black Firmament City and withdrew from the Death Star Zone. The fleets and experts of the other forces and races that had gathered in this star zone also withdrew. This was because the Death Star vortex, which was supposed to be the source of the devouring source crystal, was already empty. It was basically impossible to find any more devouring source crystals in the Death Star Zone. In other words, this important resource, whose purpose had not been disclosed for the time being, was considered extinct in the Death Star Zone. The originally bustling Death Star Zone quieted down in the blink of an eye. However, Prince Xian's Triumph City was still the same as before. The strange thing was that although Naples wanted to lead his fleet to the cultivation camp to pick up Yixian after the news of the marriage from the sixth palace of 10 ultimates came, this matter was directly stopped by the wretched Mosquito Butcher. The reason was not given at all. Since Mosquito Butcher's cultivation strength was exposed, he was now the guardian of Triumph City. If he did not agree, no matter how much Naples tried, it was useless. In the end, he could only leave the matter unsettled. Yixian did not know about all this at first. However, since he entered the purple bamboo forest, some experts from the sixth palace of 10 ultimates would come every other day. They would walk around the edge of the bamboo forest and observe the situation inside. Occasionally, some of them would talk about the recent situation outside. Yixian listened a few times and roughly grasped the situation. For the past few days, Yixian seemed to be sitting cross-legged in the purple bamboo forest, seemingly cultivating and consolidating his cultivation. However, in fact, he had been secretly investigating the immortal purple spirit root, deep underground, as well as the huge black shadow in the area below. Although he had not been able to find out the details of the huge black shadow, if it was just to collect the immortal purple spirit root, he had more than 80% confidence. Just as he was about to make a move, Yixian suddenly changed his mind. Since this so-called wedding banquet was so lively, with guests from all over the place, he might as well make a big fuss and trick that old ghost Tian Qianzi. Otherwise, it would be difficult to get rid of the resentment in his heart. After making the decision, Yixian quietly took out his devouring doppelganger while no one was paying attention. After concealing all the aura with the perfect vibration secret technique, he ordered it to quietly go underground. However, he did not go too deep to avoid alerting the enemy. He always felt that the huge mysterious black shadow deep underground was a little strange, and a feeling of uneasiness lingered in his heart. Time passed in a flash. In the blink of an eye, the wedding date was approaching. 3 days ago, a large number of disciples in the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates had already begun to busy themselves with decorating the entire 6th Palace Peak's ancestral land with a festive atmosphere. As far as the eye could see, there was a grand bright red wedding dress. 2 days before the wedding date, Zhao Lingyang had already ended her seclusion this time. With a light veil covering her face, she came to the purple forest bamboo where Yixian cultivated under the protection of more than 10 maids behind her. She softly called out to her handsome brother. Her tone clearly revealed a sense of uncontrollable excitement and joy, and even her voice was slightly trembling. Yixian was so scared that he shrank his neck. Not only did he not dare to make a sound, but he also retreated further into the depths of the bamboo forest. The ugly ghost was wearing a veil. Half of her body was hugging the lute, and half of her face was covered. The shocking effect of her appearance must be even more extraordinary. The white hairs on his back faintly stood up. In the end, after the group of maids called out to no avail, they turned around and left while giggling. Perhaps it was because they were preparing for the wedding 2 days later, but from this day on, the group of maids never entered the small courtyard again. This gave Yixian some peace and quiet. The next night, Tian Qianzi sent someone to deliver a set of bright red wedding clothes and left a message. Tomorrow is the wedding ceremony. At that time, guests from all directions will arrive. The bridegroom must arrive early to welcome the guests. After that, the disciples of the palace will come to welcome them. Yixian sneered. He left behind the bright red wedding clothes and did not say anything else. At night, the guests of the other 9 celestial palaces arrived one after another. Among them, there was even a palace master who had a close personal relationship with Tian Qianzi. The rest were all vice palace masters who came as representatives and were properly arranged by Tian Qianzi. As for Elder Long Ziwen of the Immortal Dynasty of the Science and Technology faction, as well as the top experts from various Federation clans of the Second Universe, presumably, they would only arrive at the wedding ceremony the next day. Chapter 3197. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Goddamned Hob. The next morning, Yixian got up and left the purple bamboo forest. As for the devouring doppelganger, it stayed behind and hid all of its aura, lying dormant under the bamboo forest. He didn't change his red wedding robe at all, and it was directly turned into powder. After leaving the bamboo forest, he casually strolled in the surrounding secluded areas, as if the lively scene on the peak of the giant mountain had nothing to do with him. At this time, the inside and outside of the main hall of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates, which was located in the central area of the giant mountain peak, was already bustling with noise and excitement. The large square outside the hall was filled with people. Although there weren't many people in the hall, they were all high-level leaders of various forces and clans. The lineup was quite luxurious. Tian Qianzi was full of smiles as he sat in the seat of honor in the middle of the main hall. The row on the left was filled with guests from the other 9 palaces, who were at least at the level of Deputy Palace Master. The row on the right was from various forces and clans outside the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace. Among them the imperial family's elder, Long Ziwen, who represented the Immortal Dynasty, sat close to Tian Qianzi. Below him were the high-level representatives of the Second Universe's Federation, such as the Inji clan and the Wood Spirit clan. There were more than 10 of them. This result didn't include the many accompanying experts standing behind them. Otherwise there would be more people. All of them had a straight face and looked quite unfriendly. Even Long Ziwen, who belonged to the same human clan as the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace, had a dark expression. He was waiting for Yi Xian to appear so that he could interrogate him on the spot. The other experts of the Second Universe's Federation also had the same thought. Yi Xian was the only survivor among all the experts who entered the death and death spiral. They had to ask Yi Xian face to face regarding the secrets and inside information. However, the latter had yet to appear. Even if they were angry, they could only force themselves to hold it in. Otherwise, without solid evidence, they couldn't find any clues. It would be rude to disturb the situation, and it would be unreasonable. Brother Tian Qianzi, Long Xian is the main character today. Why hasn't he appeared yet? Isn't this a little neglectful of the guests? As if he was getting impatient from waiting, a high-ranking member of the Oxhead race snorted and went straight to the point, asking about Prince Xian. Tian Qianzi subconsciously furrowed his brows. He had already sent people to search for him. They should have found him by now, but for some reason, he still hadn't shown himself. Just at this moment Yi Xian, who was dressed in a white robe, slowly walked in from the main entrance of the 6th palace as if he was strolling idly. He was dressed in plain white clothes, and it was impossible to tell that he was the main character of today's wedding banquet. His expression was also extremely indifferent, without a trace of joy. Tian Qianzi furrowed his brows once again. The anger in his heart had already started to boil. This brat seemed to be a thorn in his side. He needed to be taught a lesson. Deliberately not wearing a festive red robe, this was clearly going against him, wanting to embarrass him. 18th brother, how dare you? Without waiting for Tian Qianzi to speak, Long Ziwen, who was sitting to his right, glared at him and suddenly scolded. As a direct descendant of the immortal royal family, who allowed you to privately form a marriage alliance with others? Do you still have any respect for the dorm elder pavilion? Humph, you were just sent to the Death Star zone, and you immediately left the place of your own accord. Are you trying to betray the royal family? This interrogation was extremely harsh. The moment he opened his mouth, it was the crime of betrayal. Long Ziwen's attack at this moment was not only to embarrass Tian Qianzi, but also because of his personal grudge with Yi Xian. The dozen or so high-ranking members of the Federation of the Second Universe looked at each other. They were not in a hurry and just watched coldly. The high-ranking members of the Celestial Palace of the Cultivation Camp on the left were like Tian Qianzi. Their faces darkened. They were all from the human race, and Long Ziwen had come on behalf of the immortal royal family. His attack at this moment was clearly the royal family's intention. This was not giving them any face. Among them, Murongju, the master of the 7th palace of the 10 Ultimates, who was on good terms with Tian Qianzi, harumphed coldly. Unfortunately, before he could reply coldly, Yi Xian, who'd already stepped into the main hall, curled his lips and choked. He rolled his eyes and glared at Long Ziwen. You old bastard, you really can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth. Which eye of yours saw me privately forming a marriage alliance with others? And who told you that this prince deliberately left the Death Star field? Has your brain been eaten by a rock in a latrine pit? That day, so many people saw me helplessly hide in the Death Star vortex, and then appear in the 6th palace of the 10 Ultimates. Can't you see the trick behind this? Do you really think that I want to come to this wretched place? If I didn't accidentally fall into a trap while running for my life, how could I have been teleported here? To think that you are an elder of the imperial family. When you saw the juniors of the imperial family being detained and imprisoned by others, you didn't even think about rescuing them. Instead, you scolded your own people first, calling you cheap and praising you. Hua! Without waiting for Yi Xian to finish speaking, the hall was already in an uproar and completely exploded. The meaning of his words was already very obvious. The so-called marriage alliance was simply forced, and it was not his intention at all. More importantly, These words also revealed the reason why Yixian appeared in the sixth palace of the 10 Ultimates. He was actually teleported directly from the Death Star vortex. However, within the Death Star vortex, the upper echelons of the Federation of the Second Universe had already carefully investigated it and did not see the so-called teleportation array at all. From the looks of it, it was clearly a one-time one-way teleportation array. Such a teleportation array had inexplicably appeared in the Death Star vortex, and the destination of the teleportation was the sixth palace of the 10 Ultimates. Even if this was not irrefutable evidence, it could at least be listed as a major point of suspicion. The upper echelons of the Federation of the Second Universe immediately perked up. They had finally found conclusive evidence. For a time the auras in these people's bodies surged, and their eyes shone with a bright light. They all turned their heads and looked at Tianqianzi, who was sitting at the top of the main hall. As for the latter at this moment, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. He opened his mouth wide in shock as he stared blankly at Yixian, who had an indifferent expression on his face. His entire mind was in a complete mess. This brat, was he not afraid of death? He actually dared to reveal the truth in public? Could it be that he had forgotten that he was the one who personally cleaned up the killing void array to silence them? What are you staring at? You can't be dumbfounded, right? This prince hasn't finished speaking yet. Turning his head to look at Tianqianzi, Yixian curled his lips again. He raised his hand and pointed at Tianqianzi, saying, "This old bastard is not a good person." He wanted to use this prince to relieve the pressure, but he was worried that this prince would not like his ugly daughter. In the end, he played dirty and threw this prince directly into the void-killing array on the north side of the peak. They destroyed most of the thousands of battleships, fortresses, and strongholds inside, but they deliberately left a few small fries for this prince to clean up. Saying that it was a sign of allegiance, did they really think this prince would be scared? Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the originally noisy main hall instantly exploded. This time, apart from Tianqianzi and the upper echelons of the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace, even the upper echelons of the various races of the Federation on the right side of the main hall, including Long Ziwen, looked at Yixian differently. There was a strong sense of strangeness. Chapter 3198. Translator. Nayerbo Studio Editor. Nayerbo Studio, how infuriating. As Yixian threw out one bomb after another, the entire sixth palace's main hall was in an uproar. Everything happened too suddenly. Not to mention Tianqianzi and the other higher-ups of the Celestial Palace, even the higher-ups from the various clans of the Federation of the Second Universe, as well as the Imperial Elder Long Ziwen, who represented the Eternal Dynasty, were completely at a loss. Their minds were in chaos, and for a moment, they did not know how to react. At this moment, Zhao Lingyang, who was dressed in red and had a red veil covering her face, walked in from the side of the main hall under the protection of more than a dozen personal maids. Just as she stepped into the hall, she happened to hear Yixian's words. Therefore, as her body shook violently, Zhao Lingyang immediately stopped in her tracks. She was stunned for a moment or so, then she covered her face and sobbed, turned around and ran away. Miss, wait. This is too infuriating. This guy actually called you an ugly ghost. Could it be that he's blind? This is too disappointing. Prince Xian, you actually dared to bully Sister Lingyang. Little Huan will never like you again. More than a dozen maids stamped their feet. Some of them directly chased after her, while others turned around and glared fiercely at Yixian. After leaving behind some words, they turned around and left. Long Xian, you've gone too far. You're killing me. Before Yixian could react, Tianqianzi, who was sitting at the head of the main hall, suddenly stood up in shock. His face was ashen, and his eyes were bursting with an undisguised strong killing intent. As he roared, he waved his hand, and the huge sixth palace's main hall strangely disappeared in an instant. The surrounding environment had completely changed. Although they were still in the central territory at the peak of the giant mountain, there was a continuous rumbling of thunder above their heads. Thunderclouds rolled and a murderous aura rose. The great protective array of the sixth palace was fully activated, and everyone in the main hall was enveloped by the power of the great array. Almost at the same time, Tianqianzi, who had stood up in shock, and the other 9 upper echelons of the heavenly palace suddenly withdrew. Their figures hid within the sect protecting array of the sixth palace, appearing and disappearing within the lingering mist of the array, making it difficult to see clearly. In the distance, the disciples of the sixth palace who were in charge of different affairs also shot out. They were naturally very familiar with the great protective formation of their own sect. In the blink of an eye, more than half of them had disappeared. In the blink of an eye, only the higher-ups of the Federation of the Second Universe, who were originally sitting on the right side of the main hall of the sixth palace, and the accompanying experts were left outside the hall. There were hundreds of experts in total, including Long Ziwen and Yi Xian. Caught off guard, they were all trapped in the great protective array of the sixth palace. This was clearly the rhythm of silencing them on the spot after they were exposed. Although it was difficult to clean up the aftermath, it was better than having the truth exposed on the spot. If that was the case, the sixth palace of the 10 Ultimates would become the target of public criticism in the entire Wanluo Federation. No, they had to include the overlord of the first universe, the Tianji clan. In this way, there would be no place for them in the 3 universes. Even the entire 10 Ultimates' heavenly palace would be implicated and would be affected. Because of this, when Tian Qianzi suddenly made up his mind to take such a risk, although the 9 upper echelons from the other heavenly palaces were shocked and even unwilling, none of them really objected. This was a matter of great importance, and they could not be considerate. As the huge main hall of the sixth palace disappeared in an instant, the roar of thunder resounded in the sky, and an invisible pressure poured down. The accompanying experts of the higher-ups of the various races of the Federation, who were originally outside the main hall, had already gathered behind Long Ziwen and the other top experts. Only Yi Xian stood alone on the other side of the Peak Ouyang domain, as if he was unwilling to be associated with them. He stood alone and proudly opposite them. There was no surprise or joy on his face, and he was calm and indifferent. Unexpectedly, there was a kind of peerless and independent supreme aura that made people look askance. It was also at this time that the group of cosmic light realm experts, including Long Ziwen, after their faces darkened, the cultivation in their bodies instantly surged, and they had already raised their voices and reprimanded sternly. Tian Qianzi, is your sixth palace going to betray and become an enemy of the entire Federation? In my opinion, I'm afraid it's not just the sixth palace, right? I'm afraid that the entire Tenju celestial palaces has the same intention. Are the 2 camps of the human clan finally going to split? From now on, the Federation will have one more enemy, the human clan's camp of cultivators? I advise you not to make a mistake. In order to cover up your mistakes, you didn't hesitate to drag the huge sixth palace, and even the entire Tenju celestial palaces down with you. Tian Qianzi, have you thought it through? Do you really have the strength to kill us all in one fell swoop? Fortunately, the Yingji clan and the Wood Spirit clan sent 2 supreme experts of the universe realm. Otherwise, wouldn't we really have to die here today? Afterward, they can make up whatever they want. In the face of the unexpected change in front of them, although the higher-ups of the various races of the Federation from the second universe were furious, they did not panic. Following the sound of mockery and ridicule, a tall, white-bearded old man in a silver robe and a middle-aged strong man with green hair and a beard under his cheeks stepped forward with a sneer and walked to the front of the crowd. These 2 experts were the core high-level members of the Yingji clan and the Wood Spirit clan. They both had the terrifying cultivation of the 15th realm, the universe realm. Like Tian Qianzi, they were supreme experts of the universe realm. Existences of this level could not be completely wiped out by the sect-protecting formation of the sixth palace of the Tenju celestial palaces. Even if they were severely injured, they could still escape with injuries. With the 2 of them present, it was clearly unrealistic for Tian Qianzi to think of killing them to silence them. He might have done so out of impulse. Now that he was reminded by these words, he probably regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. This was clearly a bad move, and it was extremely bad. Sure enough, after a short silence, in the depths of the sixth palace's sect-protecting formation in the distance, the gloomy-faced Tian Qianzi quickly appeared and stepped out. Behind him were 9 people, who were the high-level members of the other 9 palaces. Their faces were even uglier than Tian Qianzi's. Those who did not know better would think that they had just eaten a dead baby. They were full of bad luck and resentment. Fellow friends, you have misunderstood. You are all guests from afar. How can the sixth palace be negligent? As for the matter of silencing them, it is even more nonsense. It is purely a misunderstanding. After cupping his hands, Tian Qianzi forced out a smile that was even uglier than crying. After saying that, he suddenly changed the topic, and a cold light burst out from his eyes as he glared at Yi Xian, who was standing in front of the various experts. The reason why I activated the sect protecting formation was because I was worried that this thief would escape. Humph, this person harbored evil intentions, and kept saying that he was looking up to my beloved daughter, saying that he was willing to marry into the 6th palace. Who would have thought that he would turn his back on me in public today? And even said some things that were not true, clearly wanting to disrupt the harmony between the various races of the Federation. His heart is to be killed, and he must be taken down today. Chapter 3199. Just destroy the formation and blow it up. Tian Qianzi, no matter how wrong Long Xian is, he is still a direct descendant of my eternal dynasty. How can we allow you to bully the weak and capture him as you please? Without waiting for Tian Qianzi's explosive shout to finish, the face of the elder Long Ziwen, who represented the immortal dynasty, had already sunk as he retorted in a stern voice. Although he had a personal grudge with Yi Xian, he still had to protect the face of the royal family of the eternal dynasty under such circumstances, even if it was just for show. What are you saying, fellow Taoist Ziwen? Long Xian harbored evil intentions, framed me, and wanted to bring chaos to the 6th palace. How can I not do anything about it? At worst, we won't hurt him. We'll just hand him over to the Federation's Overwatch Council for a public trial. Besides that, this exalted one is an almighty figure of the universe. How can I personally deal with such a junior? Tian Qianzi seemed to have seen through Long Ziwen's perfunctory intentions and smiled faintly. He pointed to a blue-robed young man behind him and said, "This battle will be fought by Gu Daozi. He is also a new junior and his cultivation is also at the Black Hole realm. This shouldn't be a problem, right?" This? Long Ziwen frowned and seemed to be lost in thought. However, Yi Xian could tell at a glance that this was obviously a pretense. It was obvious that he was going with the flow, and didn't want to interfere in this matter anymore. He immediately snorted coldly but did not point it out. Instead, he curled his lips and revealed a look of disdain. Anyone could see what he meant. Long Ziwen's old face was slightly hot, but he pretended not to see it. Seeing that he didn't say anything else, the upper echelons of the various clans from the second universe secretly sneered. They walked out from the crowd and stood in front of the two supreme beings of the universe. The silver-robed old man from the Yingji clan snorted lightly. He ignored Tian Qianzi and turned to look at Yi Xian. "Child of the Long family, since your temper is to my liking, if you can tell me everything that happened in the Death Star vortex in detail, and provide me with some clues, I will guarantee your safety. Even if there is a dispute, I can guarantee that I will hand you over to the Federation's Overwatch Council for investigation and public trial. I will never let you fall into the hands of evil people." "I should thank you, Senior. However, I'm afraid that the 6th Palace of the 10 Absolutes won't be able to keep me here. You don't have to worry about it." After cupping his hands, Yi Xian still had a carefree expression and didn't care in the slightest. He actually directly refused the good intentions of this great figure from the Yingji clan. When he saw the great figure frown when he heard this, he immediately continued. "As for everything within the Death Stellar Vortex, I've indeed seen and heard it, so I'll naturally speak frankly. The truth cannot be hidden forever. All the battleships that hid in the Death Vortex of stars, including the powerful warriors in the universe, have indeed died. Only I and Tian Qianzi's devouring clone are left. The Death Stellar Vortex of stars nurtured a large crystal egg. Its entire body was the devouring origin crystal. After we entered, perhaps because Tian Qianzi's primordial spirit had already entered the egg, the giant egg immediately exploded. A crystal body appeared, opened its eyes, and used its devouring ability to tear apart all the battleships on the spot. All the experts who fell out of the battleships were sucked dry. And the reason why I was left behind, as you can see, was because Tian Qianzi had prepared an overt scheme to resolve the crisis. After all, in order to nurture his devouring clone, the entire vast star region had turned into a land of death. It was truly a great disturbance. He was afraid that this matter would blow up, so I escaped with my life. I was captured by the devouring clone, stepped into the one-way transmission formation, and returned to the sixth palace. Oh, that's right, he still has a backup plan. The appearance of the devouring doppelganger, this old guy actually changed it to look like this junior. Obviously, he is preparing to blame this junior when this matter is exposed. This is something that I have to explain in advance. There were lies in these words. As long as Yi Xian's devouring clone was not captured, no one would know the truth. But it was clear that everyone was inclined to believe Yi Xian's words. Even the higher-ups of the other 9 palaces behind Tianqianzi frowned and looked displeased. They were obviously blaming Tianqianzi for hiding something from them. The devouring clone was clearly in his hands, but he said that Long Xian had taken it away. I see. What a big deal. He paid the price of the destruction of an entire star region just to nurture a clone of yours. Tianqianzi, aren't you afraid of angering the public? There have been rumors in the outside world that Tianqianzi's status in the 6th palace is very high, far higher than his status in the Shao palace. It is suspected that this is a clone of Tianqianzi, and it seems that it has been confirmed. The primordial spirit in this clone was prepared by him for the devouring clone. That's right. No wonder Tianqianzi did not hesitate to self-destruct that day. It turns out that the body was already something that could be given up. Later on, the primordial spirit did indeed rush into the Death Star vortex. Even the child of the Long family could come to the 6th palace through the teleportation formation. How could Tianqianzi not know? Why did he not appear today? With the means of Tianqianzi, what is it to reconstruct a body for the Shao palace? It is obvious that the primordial spirit has already entered the devouring clone. Quickly hand it over. As these words came out from the higher-ups of the various races in the Federation of the Second Universe, Yi Xian's words were completely confirmed. It was reasonable and reasonable. Even if Tianqianzi had 100 mouths, he would not be able to defend himself. Little brat, you are slandering me. What are you waiting for? If you don't do something, I will kill you on the spot. You are killing me. Yi Xian's trick really angered Tianqianzi. Even the higher-ups of the 9 palaces next to him were suspicious. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood on the spot. He immediately roared. The last roar was obviously directed at the blue-robed young man. The latter's body trembled, and without hesitation, he raised his hand and rushed out, heading straight for Yi Xian. Whoosh! The power of the perfect level 9 black hole surged out of the blue-robed young man's body like a giant waterfall. It instantly turned into a giant hand that was about 100 feet long. It covered the sky and the earth and slammed down on Yi Xian. Rumble! At the same time, the sound of thunder came again from the top of the giant mountain. The great protective array of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates actually responded at this moment, and released an invisible pressure that pressed down on Yi Xian. Seeing this scene, the higher-ups of the various races in the Federation of the 10 Ultimates immediately cried out softly. How can a mere Black Hole Realm Junior of the 6 palaces have such means? He can actually summon the Great Protective Array to assist him? Only the Deputy Palace Master can have such authority. Too shameless, Tianqianzi. Do you dare say that this blue-robed young man is not another one of your clones? How can a perfect level 9 black hole use such a method against a level 1 black hole? How shameless! Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly understood. No wonder Tianqianzi dared to send a black hole realm cultivator to deal with him. How could he not know that he had killed an origin realm cultivator before? After all this time he was waiting here. Chapter 3200. One arrow collapses the heavens. Break the formation? Just blow it up with one arrow? Hearing these words, the surrounding experts were all stunned, their expressions becoming strange. The broken formation Yi Xian was talking about was the ancestral land Great Protective Formation of the 6th Absolute Palace. It was probably not much weaker than the Star Defensive Formation of the Immortal Royal Capital's Immortal Star. Yet, here he was saying that he could break it with one arrow? This was absolutely impossible. No one took it seriously. Some of the experts had already curled their lips when they came to their senses. Some of them even sneered sarcastically. At the same time, the front end of Yi Xian's raised left arm suddenly blazed with brilliance. A giant golden bow in the form of energy appeared without warning. Yi Xian held the bow in his hand. The shape of the giant bow was simple and ferocious. The bow's body was clearly the body of two humanoid creatures. Yixian held their connected feet in his hand. What connected the energy bowstrings were the two humanoid spirits' gaping mouths. Wang. Following the appearance of the giant golden bow, a golden light flashed in the middle of the bowstring. A dazzling golden energy arrow quickly condensed. As the arrow was drawn and released, an extremely sharp and invisible intent instantly burst out, causing one's scalp to go numb and giving birth to an inexplicably strong sense of oppression. The arrow was still on the bowstring, but it already showed an unstoppable momentum. This is a divine ability. What a sharp arrow intent. Seems to be able to cut through everything. It has a terrifying pressure that can reach the heavens. What kind of divine ability is this? This energy arrow seems to contain an incomparably majestic force. It has the aura of cultivation, the power of blood and qi, and even a faint vitality. Heavens, is Longxian crazy? Although the power of this divine ability is impressive, the price is too high. After shooting this arrow, will he still be able to stand steadily? All around, many experts spoke out in surprise. Some cried out in alarm while others whispered. When Yixian heard this, his mind was not shaken in the slightest. This arrow had indeed absorbed a large amount of cultivation energy from his body, and even a little bit of his life force had been injected into it. However, the current Yixian was far from what he used to be. In a short period of time after experiencing two large increases in cultivation, his foundation was already extremely strong. Although he was still unable to display the strongest power of the divine ability of the heaven-falling bow, he could completely control the amount of energy he consumed when shooting the arrow. He did not use his full strength for this arrow. He poured about 80% of his cultivation power, the same amount of spiritual power, and a little bit of his physical qi, and even weaker vitality. The arrow shot seemed to have a miraculous effect, as if it was a part of flesh and blood, as if it was an arm, as if it was a finger's finger. Swish! As Yixian released the 3 fingers on his right hand, the energy arrow that was already fully drawn instantly whistled through the air, causing an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air. As if it had teleported, it directly arrived in the sky above and pierced into the palm of the giant palm of cultivation. Boom! Without any suspense, the huge hand of cultivation suddenly exploded. The blue-robed young man suspected to be Tian Qianzi's clone opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. His face immediately became as pale as paper, tottering on the verge of collapse. Under the backlash, he had been heavily injured, losing all of his battle prowess. But this was far from over. As the blue-robed young man's giant palm exploded, the golden energy arrow that pierced through the palm streaked through the air like the fastest meteor. Its sharpness did not diminish in the slightest, and it instantly plunged into the surging thunderclouds even higher up in the sky. Immediately after, a series of even more violent explosions rang out, resounding endlessly, and the entire giant peak seemed to shake a few times. The layer of rolling thunderclouds in the sky that was condensed from the supreme array power of the sect protecting great formation of the 6th Palace of 10 Absolutes was completely penetrated, and a hole with a diameter of about 10,000 feet appeared, as if a gap had collapsed in the sky. A single arrow had collapsed the sky. The scene shocked everyone. Even Tian Qianzi, the silver-robed old man from the Federation of the Second Universe, and the green-haired man, opened their mouths reflexively and slightly raised their heads to look at the sky. Shock was written all over their faces. When this arrow was shot out, they could clearly feel the change in Yixian's cultivation. The originally abundant cultivation energy instantly disappeared by 80 to 90%, but even so, he was only in existence that had just entered the 8th level of the Starry Sky realm, and was only at the 1st level of the Black Hole realm. Even if his physical strength and cultivation were to be completely exhausted, it would still be impossible for him to possess such terrifying power. Even a supreme almighty of the universe realm would need to use his full strength to break the sect-protecting array of the 6th Absolute Palace. What a weird technique. Not only is it able to instantly condense and compress one's cultivation base into an arrow for a killing blow, but it also has an invisible amplification effect, greatly increasing the power of the arrow. This is a desperate attack that far surpasses one's cultivation base, and it already has the qualifications to be a trump card. That's right. It's indeed shocking. The attack of a black hole state cultivator has an effect close to that of a universe state cultivator. Its power is at least hundreds of times stronger. It's too shocking. The silver-robed old man and the green-haired man exclaimed in shock. There was even envy in their eyes. The power of the arrow was truly amazing. If they could master it, not only would they be invincible in the same level, but they would also be able to kill the 16th level experts of the star state, who had surpassed the universe state. As expected of the younger generation of the dynasty, you do have some skills. Unfortunately, although this technique is amazing and terrifying, it's like a broken boat. Once the arrow is shot, you won't be able to continue the battle. In the distance, Tian Qianzi was still in the thick fog of the protective formation at the edge of the mountain peak. His figure was faintly visible, and there was also a hint of greed in his eyes. He seemed to have made a decision as he spoke. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly attacked. How dare you destroy my protective formation? I won't let you go today. I must suppress you. Boom! Thunder rumbled, but Tian Qianzi didn't move. He only slightly raised his hand and formed a seal in the air, causing a 3,000-meter-long claw to appear out of thin air. It enveloped Yixian's body like a cage and quickly closed. He clearly wanted to take advantage of the fact that the silver-robed old man and the green-haired man were unprepared to capture Yixian at lightning speed. Aside from the great hatred in his heart, the main reason was probably because he had his eyes on Yixian's heaven-falling bow divine ability. He wanted to interrogate the silver-robed old man and the green-haired man before they could make a decision. Don't you think your table manners are too ugly? In order to get this prince's fallen sky bow, you don't even care about the face of the universe state. Yixian sneered. He was not afraid at all. As he spoke, his eyes turned cold and his voice became sharp. Since even the universe state doesn't care about face, what else do I have to worry about? You only have yourself to blame for everything. Don't blame me later. The great calamity of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates today is all because of you. As soon as he said this, there were exclamations all around. What was going on? Did he have more powerful means? Chapter 3201. Translator. Transin Editor. Transin Wither Purple Bamboo Forest. 100 meters underground. Just as Yixian took out the fallen sky bow and shocked everyone with his arrow, the devouring avatar, who had been hiding under the bamboo forest, also took action at the same time. His figure quickly descended, approaching the immortal purple spirit root that was 1,000 meters below. This action was also very important. Once he successfully obtained the immortal purple spirit root and quickly refined it, Yixian's system title exploration mission would be completed instantly. At that time, even if his original body was in trouble in the peak central territory, he could activate the universe coordinate jump ability at any time. Just this alone would make him invincible. The distance of 1,000 meters was passed in the blink of an eye. The devouring avatar, who was diving quickly, suddenly stopped. About 10 meters to the right, a purple root that was half a palm long and 2 fingers thick came into sight. To be named after the immortal, this thing was obviously extraordinary. The purple gold brilliance was restrained, and the surface of the spirit root was covered with mottled lines, exuding a thick and ancient aura. After a slight hesitation, the devouring avatar suddenly made a move. The devouring talent was fully activated, and an invisible force wrapped around the immortal purple spirit root and pulled it closer in an instant. Rumble! Almost at the same time, deep in the ground under his feet, a dull roar suddenly came, and the surrounding soil and rocks gently shook. It felt as if there was a terrifying giant beast that had been sleeping for thousands of years under the ground, and at this moment it was suddenly disturbed. The giant beast turned over, and the earth was turned upside down. What was even worse was that with this huge roar coming from the depths below, the immortal purple spiritual root that was wrapped by the avatar with an invisible devouring force and was about to be absorbed into the avatar's body to start refining suddenly became incomparably heavy at this moment. It seemed to be connected with the entire giant peak, and it was difficult to move for a while. It couldn't be absorbed into the body. The expression of the avatar suddenly changed, and his heart sank. He gritted his teeth and was about to make a move again, using all his strength to forcibly absorb the immortal purple spirit root. From between his eyebrows, a small exquisite tower of about 3 inches suddenly appeared. protruding out like a vertical eye, embedded in the middle of the avatar's eyebrows. It was the Tower of Desolation that was moved into the avatar's body by the headless baby corpse. For some reason at this moment, it appeared on its own initiative and began to show its power. Hua! The sound of a waterfall suddenly rang out, and a gray chaotic fog poured out from the Tower of Desolation. Like a mini river, it quickly flowed and fell on the immortal purple spiritual root, in front of the devouring treasured body. Without waiting for the devouring treasure body to come back to its senses, the gray chaotic fog had already wrapped around the immortal purple spiritual root. In an instant, it retreated into the Tower of Desolation and disappeared in the blink of an eye. After that, the small pagoda disappeared from the space between the clone's eyebrows and went back into his body. Screech! Rumble! At the same time, in the depths of the ground below, there was another roar. It was far louder than before, and there was even a sharp cry like a phoenix. The surrounding soil and rocks shook even more violently. The giant beast did not just turn over, but seemed to want to break out of the ground and rush up. What was even worse was that with the sound of the phoenix's screech, the surrounding soil and rocks were also affected by some kind of force, becoming extremely tight. In an instant it gave the avatar a feeling of being trapped in a sticky swamp, and it was unable to quickly escape. In addition, there were countless thick and thin purple roots spreading out from all directions. They should be the roots of the countless purple bamboos in the purple bamboo forest on the ground above. They were not visible before, but now they suddenly appeared together as if they had a life of their own. They intertwined together to form a large net, surrounding him from all directions. This was clearly the rhythm of not being able to escape even if he had wings. The complexion of the avatar changed again. He hesitated for less than half a second, but then he clenched his teeth and made a decision. He activated his devouring innate skill again, and an invisible devouring force burst out of his body. This time there was no specific target. In the blink of an eye, a vortex black hole with a diameter of 10 feet appeared around his body, enveloping the avatar. His body disappeared as he hid in the vortex black hole. The next moment, some of the soil and rocks closest to the vortex black hole quietly loosened, and the mysterious force on them was swallowed up, so they were no longer like a sticky swamp that bound creatures. Whistling from the upper right, the first dozens of purple bamboo roots that approached from the upper right also suddenly stopped at this moment without any suspense. The originally extremely rich purple in the roots quickly dimmed, and the energy was swallowed up, invisibly sinking into the vortex black hole formed by the devouring talent. They withered in an instant. Moreover, this strange momentum of defeat was still rapidly spreading outwards, and the range of its influence was gradually increasing. Screech! Screech! Rumble! In the depths of the ground below, the angry roar like the cry of a phoenix came again, 2 times in a row. All the soil and rocks were no longer just shaking, but began to undulate like waves in the sea. There were waves and there were waves. There was no doubt that the entire giant peak was affected, and it shook easily. If the underground was so turbulent, the ground above must have already been shaking. With such a big movement, this was definitely not a giant beast turning over. The endless huge shadow in the depths of the ground should be struggling with all its might, and it was about to completely recover. At that time it would break out of the ground, and its real body would soar into the sky and descend. The avatar who hid in the vortex black hole seemed to feel the danger. Although its figure did not appear, it urged the vortex black hole formed by the devouring talent. While it was swallowing the energy in the soil, rocks, and purple bamboo roots, it slowly but continuously floated up. The aura from below was getting stronger and stronger, and it was too terrifying. It could not stay here any longer. On the ground in the central area of the peak, just as the immortal purple spiritual root was successfully absorbed by the chaotic gray fog from the Tower of Antiquity and refined in an instant, Yixian heard the familiar sound of a system notification in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the immortal purple spiritual root. Grade: Starry Sky Treasure. Quality: Innate Spiritual Root. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully refining the immortal purple spiritual root. System title: Exploration task completed. Current title: Interstellar Trailblazer. Interstellar Trailblazer. This title has a halo effect. On the basis of the original title of the first 3 levels, it adds a primary plane coordinate jump ability. Primary plane coordinate jump. The system ability to perform a coordinate jump between different universe planes, ignoring the barriers of the universe planes, and directly jump to the destination. The primary level is limited to the adjacent universe planes connected by the universe wormholes. Ding! The system explanation is complete. Do you want to perform the coordinate jump immediately? Did I succeed? Yixian was instantly energized. In such a short time, not only did he obtain a section of the innate spiritual root, which was a starry sky treasure, but he also obtained the coordinate jump ability to cross the universe planes. Chapter 3202. Seal Demon Subduing Leader. What happened? There seems to be movement underground and it doesn't seem to be small. Damn it, it's actually the purple bamboo forest? Stinking brat, what did you do? This sovereign has an extremely bad feeling, as if something big is about to happen. Following the sound of the system beep in Yixian's mind, the first rumbling sound came from the depths of the ground. The surrounding experts even felt the ground beneath their feet slightly shake. After being stunned for a moment, they couldn't help but cry out in alarm. As for the palace master of the 6th palace, Tian Qianzi, his expression suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, his eyes were about to split open as he stared at Yixian and roared. At the same time, the 3,000-meter-long claw print condensed to the extreme, turning into a claw-shaped cage, trapping Yixian in a space of about 10 feet, and quickly shot towards Tian Qianzi. You're quite fast. Tian Qianzi, do you think this sovereign is blind? Either we keep him here or we fight. Within one breath, it's up to you. Swish! Swish! Seeing that Yixian had already been captured and was currently flying towards Tian Qianzi from within the claw imprint cage, the silver-robed elder and the green-haired man seemed to have finally made their decision. At the same time, they let out a fierce shout, and a boundless and mighty force surged out from their bodies, causing the surrounding space to vibrate and resonate, causing a muffled thunderous sound to ring out. This was clearly the rhythm of a battle that could happen at any time. If Tian Qianzi did not remove the claw print cage within one breath, these 2 supreme experts from the Federation of the Second Universe would not hesitate to attack with all their might. Once a battle of this level began, it would be very difficult to end it. At this moment, like Tian Qianzi, the other upper echelons of the 9 palaces who were hidden in the fog of the sect protecting formation had a hint of hesitation on their faces. Unfortunately, in the end, they still chose to remain silent. This kind of silence represented their support. They were also tempted by Yixian's heaven-falling bow ability. 10 extreme heavenly palaces. Do you want to start a war with the imperial dynasty? How can you take away the direct bloodline of my dynasty as you please? Stop immediately and leave old 18 behind. Otherwise we will fight. We are all humans. Once the 2 strongest factions turn against each other, the consequences will be severe. You have to consider it carefully. At this moment, the Imperial Court's elder, Long Ziwen, who had already given up on supporting Yixian, suddenly changed his mind. His cultivation surged as he sternly reprimanded. This matter was started by all of you. The Imperial Court will not be responsible for any consequences. How interesting. In the blink of an eye, this prince has become a hot commodity that everyone is fighting over? What a bunch of shameless bastards. Within the claw print cage, Yixian stood proudly with his hands behind his back, and he muttered softly as if he was muttering to himself. A wisp of disdain and ridicule appeared on his face, and he actually sighed in the end. Alas, what a pity. All of you are bound to be disappointed. This prince seems to not have reached the point where I can be bullied by others. Lightning Emperor Seal. Rise. Yixian suddenly shouted the last sentence. Then, as if in response, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted from within his body. Boom! Accompanied by the roar of thunder, an azure gold light whizzed out from between his eyebrows and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had already turned into an ancient fist-sized seal that hung about a foot above Yixian's head. Endless azure gold light burst out from the seal and condensed behind Yixian. The light burst out, and it actually evolved into a strange scene that illuminated half of the sky. The aura of this scene was simple and unadorned, and it revealed a dense and desolate aura. It was like a distant expanse of the starry sky. Hazy green mist and golden radiance suffused the sky, and at the deepest depths of it, an enormous golden lotus was blooming extremely brilliantly. It emanated boundless golden light, and it seemed as if it was nurtured by the heavens and the earth and was born from space. It was extremely enormous, and even the stars seemed extremely weak and tiny before it. On the lotus stem of the golden lotus, there was clearly a lotus seed. It was a mysterious azure-green color, and its shape was actually like a seal. Its entire body was entwined with golden lightning, extending and retracting endlessly. It was exactly the same as the thing hanging above Yixian's head. Seeing this strange scene, the divine souls of the surrounding experts shook violently, and the sound of cold air rose and fell one after another. No matter how imaginative he was, he would never have imagined that Yixian actually held such an extraordinary lightning emperor seal in his hands. It seemed to have been nurtured from a giant golden lotus with an aura that almost covered the sky. Was this the rhythm of defying the heavens? It was absolutely a natural object, absolutely a starry sky treasure. Rumble. Boom. The strange phenomenon behind Yixian was still, but there was always the rumbling of thunder, shocking everyone's minds. Amidst the rumbling thunder, countless tiny golden lightning bolts gradually surrounded the lotus-like golden lightning seal on the lotus canopy, expanding and expanding without end. Around the entire golden lotus, countless green lightning bolts continued to explode, becoming denser and denser. In the end, they turned into countless gigantic golden lightning bolts that destroyed countless stars, and in the end, all of them surged into the golden lightning seal on the lotus stem. Swish! Rumble. At this moment, a weak and sharp sound of something tearing through the air suddenly rang out, accompanied by the sound of endless thunder exploding, giving off the feeling of surging thunder in the heavens. Immediately after, the entire strange phenomenon exploded with a brilliant light and instantly collapsed, transforming into a blazing golden light that rapidly spread out like a tide. The degree of heat was so intense that even the supreme experts of the universe realm, such as Tian Qianzi, the silver-robed elder, and the green-haired man, couldn't look straight at it. They subconsciously narrowed their eyes and turned their heads to the side. When they turned their heads again, the golden light formed by the explosion of the strange phenomenon behind Yixian had completely spread out. Like melting snow under the scorching sun, it silently and without any suspense, directly destroyed the claw print cage that imprisoned Yixian, merged into the void and disappeared. The claw print cage dissipated, as if there was a backlash. Tian Qianzi's figure clearly swayed twice, and his expression was extremely ugly. His face was ashen, and even the corner of his mouth had a faint trace of blood. A sharp light shot out from his eyes. At this moment, Tian Qianzi clearly had the intention to kill. You should be proud of yourself for being able to break free from the divine ability of a supreme being of the universe. Unfortunately, although the power of this lightning stamp is passable, it is still lacking if you want to shake me. It's a little disappointing, but it's only a so-so. Poochie. You old thing, do you think that's the end of it? Just now, I was just trying to create an atmosphere to show my solemnity. The main character is still hanging above this prince's head, so it's obvious that he hasn't activated it yet. Okay? But there's one thing you're right about. A dignified supreme expert of the universe being injured just by creating an atmosphere. It's truly disappointing. Shaking his head and sighing, Yixian rolled his eyes, then raised his hand and pointed at Tian Qianzi, who was so angry that he was about to vomit blood, and suddenly shouted, "Golden lightning repels evil, green lightning slays demon leader. My seal shall suppress this fiend. Quickly kill him." Swish. Chapter 3203. Translator. Nyoibo Studio Editor. Nyoibo Studio Ferocious. Back then, when Yixian's cultivation was only at the 4th realm, the planet realm, he had already used a Thunder Origin Pearl to successfully kill a Heavenly Legacy clan upper echelon who was at the 9th realm, the Origin realm. Now, he was a powerful existence at the 8th stage of the Black Hole realm. His control over the Thunder Emperor treasure seal had improved greatly, and was far from what it used to be. Because of this, when he used the Rai-D seal this time, the strange phenomenon of the Thunder Emperor treasure seal appeared behind him. Even Yixian was surprised by this, but it just so happened to help him dissolve the claw imprint cage. Could be considered a small surprise. Otherwise, if he wanted to escape from the claw imprint cage, he would have to spend some effort and methods. At this moment, as Yixian suddenly made his move after escaping, a weak ray of light instantly shot out from the azure gold Thunder Emperor seal that was spinning endlessly above his head. Its speed was so fast that even the supreme expert of the universe, Tian Qianzi, was unable to react in time. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of him. This faint light was a Thunder Origin Pearl. Previously, in the Starry Sky Thunder Tomb in the first universe, Yixian had condensed a total of 10 Thunder Origin Pearls. He had used one to kill the high-level Tianji clan member Shan Bo, and this was the second one. There were only 8 left in the Thunder Emperor treasure seal. Although the Thunder Origin Pearl looked unremarkable, and was only the size of a thumb, in fact, every Thunder Origin Pearl was formed from countless blue Thunder Origin Pearls that were compressed by the power of the Rai-D seal to the extreme. Its power was extremely terrifying. When it had just been condensed, it had been able to instantly kill an Origin Realm upper echelon member of the Heaven's Legacy race. Now, it had been nurtured in the Rai-D seal for such a long time. In addition, Yixian's cultivation had skyrocketed to the Black Hole Realm. After he used the treasure seal, the power of the treasure seal was far greater than before. This part of the treasure seal's power was imperceptibly applied to the Thunder Origin Pearl, causing its power to increase again. With the combination of the two, the power of the second Thunder Origin Pearl that Yixian had blasted out was far more powerful than the first one. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. Rumble. Kacha? At this moment, as the thunder source bead blasted out, the void along the way was torn apart, leaving behind a thin black line. Endless thunder and lightning descended, densely packed, causing people to feel numb all over. The vast Hu Central Territory was instantly enveloped by a formless thunderous emperor's might. It was so terrifying that even the pressure of the 6th palace of the 10 ultimates was weakened or even completely covered. All the experts in the surroundings were shocked at this moment. Their hair stood on end, and the hairs on their backs stood on end. This is impossible. As the target of the Thunder Origin bead, Tian Qianzi felt it the most intensely. He felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast. It enveloped his body and mind, causing him to break out in cold sweat. He cried out in shock. It had been a long time since he had this feeling. The young man in front of him, who was only at rank 1 Black Hole Realm, was originally like an ant in his eyes. However, the young man had repeatedly taken out powerful treasures. Now the young man had actually made him feel a sense of crisis that threatened his life. Shame. Anger. This was simply a disgrace to him. A Black Hole Realm ant was actually clamoring to suppress a universe master. Moreover, it really made his hair stand on end. No matter what, he couldn't accept this. He was about to go crazy. If I don't kill you today, I swear I'm not human anymore. The shame and anger that he had never felt made Tian Qianzi completely furious. After roaring furiously, he looked up to the sky and howled crazily. However, he quickly retreated. Although the green gold light, which was full of terrifying thunderous emperor's might, could not kill him on the spot, if he took it head-on, he would lose a layer of skin even if he did not die. It was reasonable for him to be lightly injured, but it was also possible for him to be severely injured. How could a mighty figure of the universe be injured by a Black Hole Realm ant? Although it was also humiliating to avoid the attack, at least it was better than bleeding in public. That would be the real end of his life, and he would be left with an eternal mark of shame. At this moment, Tian Qianzi had already made up his mind to kill. While retreating quickly, he planned in his heart that after this attack, he would immediately counterattack with all his strength. He did not even want to use the magical bow and arrow. He only wanted to kill his enemy and avenge his humiliation. Boom! Just as his shoulder shook and his body was about to move, the green gold light, which had already shot close to him, suddenly exploded without warning. The terrifying explosion shook the entire giant mountain, and it shook violently. The rolling mist formed by the power of the great protective array in the sky was instantly dispersed and completely collapsed. Some of the weaker powerhouses directly vomited blood, and their faces were as pale as paper. They were on the verge of collapsing. Some of them were the disciples of the 6th palace who had retreated earlier, and some of the followers who had gathered behind the silver-robed old man and the green-haired man. Tian Qianzi, who was closest to the source of this terrifying explosion, was even more shocked, and his qi and blood were a little unstable. Everything was too sudden and he was caught off guard. Who would have thought that this inconspicuous and weak light would explode before it even touched his body? It was too sinister. Hua! At the same time as the explosion, the originally weak green-gold light, after exploding, instantly poured out a large amount of thunder and lightning, as if a river of thunder and lightning had suddenly appeared in the sky. The amount was so large that it had turned into a tide, and it spread out with a loud bang, drowning the roaring Tianqianzi in the first moment. The entire lightning river covered a radius of several miles. In addition to Tianqianzi, the other 9 heavenly palace higher-ups from the other 9 palaces were also affected. Although they were at the edge of the lightning river, they were caught off guard and were also drowned. Boom! Gotcha! Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Everything happened too suddenly. Retreat quickly. Oh! The green-gold lightning river churned endlessly as countless bolts of azure lightning exploded. The dense golden lightning weaved into a fine net that enveloped the area. Amidst the endless thunder and lightning, the upper echelons of the 9 palaces all cried out in alarm and anger. Tianqianzi's voice also rang out, but there were no more substantive words. It was as if he was venting his anger, and this was clearly the rhythm of him being angered to the point of madness. In the distance, the hundreds of experts from the various great powers who had gathered together were completely stunned. The situation was too strange. Prince Xian, who was only at the Black Hole realm, had actually taken care of all the upper echelons of the 10 great heavenly palaces by himself. Among the 10 of them, Tianqianzi and the palace master of the other palace were all supreme beings of the 15th great realm, while the other 8 were all supreme beings of the vice palace master level. Their cultivations were all at the 14th great realm, the cosmic light realm. They were caught off guard and were actually wiped out. Too sullen. It was simply savage. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the gazes of the experts towards Yixian changed again. This time, even the silver-robed old man and the green-haired man seemed to have some fear in their eyes. Chapter 3204. Undead Dark Phoenix. The great thunderbolt river appeared abruptly. It came quickly and left even faster. Amidst the endless thunder and lightning, everything was completely annihilated in less than 3 breaths. The area within a radius of a few miles regained its tranquility. Only the cracks in the void that looked like black lines silently showed the terrifying catastrophe that had happened here a few moments ago. The void was blasted apart, and the earth was charred black. In addition, 10 battered and exhausted figures appeared. The 10 higher-ups of the Celestial Palace were all existences above the cosmic light realm, and 2 of them were universe masters. Obviously, it was impossible for them to be killed so easily, even if they were caught off guard. The 9 people who were at the edge of the Great Thunderbolt River did not even suffer too serious a blow. The extent of the impact was limited. At most it was slightly more serious than a superficial wound. As for Qian Kunci, who happened to be at the center of the Great Thunderbolt River territory, and was immediately submerged by the endless waves of thunder and lightning, he only had blood at the corner of his mouth and his injuries were slightly more serious. He did not even lose his combat strength. The supreme pressure of a universe master was even more fierce. This was the result of anger. However, even though the 10 of them were unharmed, their current appearances were truly unbearable to look at. They were in too sorry a state. Their clothes were tattered, and their heads and faces were charred black. Qian Kunci, who was located in the Thunder Great River Center region and had been caught head-on, had all of his hair blown off. His bald head was just like his face, completely black. Only his pair of eyes that were glaring furiously were as red as blood. At a sudden glance, he looked like a braised egg that had come to life. There was even white smoke coming out of his mouth and nose from time to time. It was obvious that this guy had been struck by lightning. A dignified universe master, the palace master of the 6th palace of the 10 absolutes, had been tormented into such a miserable state today. This was more hateful than killing him. At this moment Qian Kunci was about to explode with anger. The only thought in his mind was to kill. His eyes were like a ferocious beast that had just been released from its cage. Fierce light flashed, and it was about to choose a person to devour. As expected of a universe almighty, Yixian couldn't help but sigh as he shook his head and sighed. Sigh, his head was blasted into a soy egg, but he's completely fine. He didn't even lose a single limb. He's really freaking resistant. Pooh! Hearing this, Tianqianzi opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. It had nothing to do with his previous injuries. It was completely due to anger. What did he mean by really resistant to beatings? This brat's mouth was too despicable. What did a dignified, almighty figure of the universe become in his mouth? Was it a human flesh machine that was specifically designed to be abused by others? Today you will definitely die. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Tianqianzi gritted his teeth and was about to attack to vent his anger. This kind of thunder pearl is very difficult to condense. Every time you use one, there will be one less. I don't believe that you have the ability to condense a large amount of thunder pearls. Do you dare to use another one? He was indeed a universe almighty, a terrifying existence who could remain unscathed even after his head was blasted into a soy egg. After being struck once, he actually knew the ins and outs of the thunder pearl. From his words, it was obvious that he was certain that Yixian didn't have any more thunder pearls. He was no longer afraid. I'm sorry to disappoint you again this time. Yixian couldn't help but laugh. With a thought, he activated the Rai-D seal that was suspended above his head again. With a whoosh, another ray of greenish-gold light shot out. I don't have many thunder pearls with me. I only have about 70 or 80 thunder pearls, less than 100. It's a little too little, but it's barely enough to plow your 6th palace's ancestral land. What? He really has more? This kid is going to defy the heavens. Such terrifying thunder pearls. If he really has more than 100 of them, who would dare to provoke him? If he keeps blasting them one after another, I'm afraid even a universe almighty would be exhausted to death by him in the end. Rumble. Seeing another ray of greenish-gold light shoot out, Tianqianzi, who was on the opposite side, was stunned. The expressions of the 9 people behind him changed slightly. They frowned and quickly retreated without hesitation, as if they were avoiding the god of plague. On the side of the experts from various races from the second universe, there was a large number of gasps and exclamations. At this time, the ground under the feet of the experts suddenly shook again. This time it was even more intense than before. The entire mountain peak was shaken, and a terrifying roar came clearly from the depths of the earth. It was accompanied by a fierce roar that sounded like the cry of a phoenix. It was as if an ancient fierce beast had been awakened from its slumber deep underground, and was about to break out of the ground. Hearing this angry cry of a phoenix, the expressions of the 9 celestial palace higher-ups, who had just retreated, changed drastically. It was as if they had a premonition that something bad was about to happen. They exclaimed in horror. This is a phoenix cry? Not good, the dark phoenix has been awakened. Tianqianzi, what the hell did you do? The 6th palace is finished. The inheritance is no longer safe. There must be a problem with the immortal purple spirit root. Otherwise, why would the dark phoenix wake up early? Something big is going to happen. Tianqianzi, hurry up and take this kid down. The saint beast of the 6th palace has gone berserk. We need to work together to pacify it. Rumble. Gotcha. Hua. Without waiting for the 9 people to finish speaking, the second thunder origin bead had already exploded. Without any suspense, a river of thunder suddenly surged out and covered Tianqianzi, who was still in a daze, completely drowning him. At the same time, the shaking of the entire mountain peak became even more serious. Rocks rolled down one after another, and accompanied by the sound of explosions, a terrifying crack rapidly extended from the distance. Such a towering mountain peak was actually torn apart by a terrifying force from the depths of the earth. This was the rhythm of splitting one into 2. Swish! As the earth shook, a black light soared into the sky from the depths of the terrifying crack in the distance. It was clearly a vortex that was like a black hole. As soon as it came out, it disappeared into the air. The devouring avatar stepped out with a solemn expression, glanced at the chaos here, and without hesitation, turned around and fled into the distance. Screech! This time it was incomparably clear and real. The sound seemed to have some sort of mystical power that actually pierced through gold and cracked stone. When it entered his ears, even Yixian's soul couldn't help but tremble slightly. If it wasn't for the corpse lamp tattoo on his left chest suddenly burning and instantly dissolving, just this phoenix cry's ruthless howl would have caused his primordial spirit to be minimally injured. Along with this terrifying roar that shook the heavens, A black claw-like object suddenly stretched out from the terrifying fissure that was rapidly spreading in the distance. Every claw was over 100 feet thick, and it was incomparably terrifying. It was like the ghost claw of the Emperor of the Underworld that came from the 9 hells. It stretched straight into the sky and slapped towards the devouring avatar that was fleeing into the distance. F***CK. A single claw is like a towering tree dozens of feet thick. How terrifying is this beast's body? Even the legendary rock is only like this, right? It can cover 90,000 miles with a flap of its wings. Chapter 3205. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation both ran away in less than 3 breaths of time. The lightning river that appeared after the second thunder origin bead exploded disappeared, and Tianqianzi's figure was revealed. This time his head seemed to be even darker, shining with a black light that shone brightly like a black watermelon. At first glance, this was clearly the sign of a braised egg that had successfully transcended the tribulation and was about to be born. The radiance was too dazzling. Unfortunately, although the braised egg's head had turned into a spirit, Tianqianzi was still the same. He was still unharmed, and his legend of resisting powerful existences had not been destroyed. Yixian sighed in his heart. It seemed that the Thunder Origin Pearl alone was not enough to shake the supreme Qianquan realm expert. Perhaps in the future, when Yixian's cultivation level increased, and he could unleash the full power of the Rai-D seal, it would have such an effect. As for now, since the Thunder Origin Pearl was ineffective, the only method left was the headless infant corpse. This was Yixian's true trump card, and he did not want to reveal it too early. Coincidentally, the devouring doppelganger had escaped far away. Although there was a terrifying undead dark phoenix chasing after it, the latter's main body had yet to appear. No matter how long its claws could reach, there was a limit. It would not be able to catch up for a while. Besides, with the desolate ancient inheritance tower, Yixian was not worried about the safety of the devouring doppelganger. He had already dug a hole beforehand. Although the devouring doppelganger looked exactly the same as him, most of the experts on the mountain peak thought that it was Tianqianzi's doppelganger. There was no way to explain the yellow mud falling into one's pants. Yixian had already thought of retreating. It was time to escape. The commotion was too big, and the Thunder Origin Pearl could not truly deter the experts. In order to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, it was better to leave this place as soon as possible. As for the devouring doppelganger, it was better to leave it in the cultivation camp. He could use Tianqianzi's name to devour energy and cause chaos. After all, there was already someone to take the blame. When he thought of this, Yixian took advantage of the fact that Tianqianzi was in a state of shock and could not react for a moment. He turned his head and grinned. The almighty Qianquan really knows how to play. While my original body is up there enduring the lightning strikes, transcending the tribulation as if I'm taking a bath, my doppelganger isn't idling around either. He's down there playing with the big bird he's rearing. He's not afraid even if his nest is torn down, as expected of an almighty. Yixian waved his hand and said, "Bye-bye, bro. That black bird looks fierce. I'm not as tough as you, so I won't get involved. You guys take your time." Before he could finish speaking, Yixian had already issued a command to the system without hesitation. He immediately activated the universal coordinate jump function and jumped to the target's death spiral. The next moment, a faint light flashed, and his figure disappeared completely. In the eyes of the surrounding experts, it was as if he had teleported away. Although this was a little unexpected, the suppressive effect of the great protective array of the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates was basically non-existent. The great protective array had collapsed and lost its power. Even an existence of the black hole realm could teleport away. Therefore, Yixian left very calmly and was not afraid of revealing anything. "Who? You want to run?" Tianqianzi spat out another mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely ferocious. Before Yixian left, he did not forget to put a black pot on his head. This was too infuriating. In addition, when the devouring doppelganger appeared, he completely understood that the immortal purple spirit root must have been stolen. Otherwise, why would the dark phoenix be so angry? That damned guy. I didn't pay attention for a moment, and he actually provoked such a huge disaster. The entire sixth palace was almost turned upside down, and even the undying dark phoenix was exposed. This was a huge crisis that could no longer be resolved. With a cold snort, Tian Qianzi fully expanded his spirit sense and instantly covered a radius of 10,000 miles, searching for Yixian's figure. Even if an ant of the black hole realm could teleport, it would not be able to teleport 10,000 miles away. At most, it would be around 1,000 miles. Tian Qianzi was very sure of this. Unfortunately, the result was extremely strange. Not only was there no trace of Yixian's original body, but even the devouring doppelganger that had stolen the immortal purple spirit root and infuriated the dark phoenix had completely disappeared. Tian Qianzi could not catch a trace of it. Rumble! Boom! Tian Qianzi almost spat out blood again. Everything that had happened today was too sullen. The sixth palace was turned upside down. The immortal spiritual root was stolen, and the undead dark phoenix was exposed. After such a heavy loss, he still had to take the blame for someone else. As a mighty figure of the universe, even if he was carrying a head of a braised egg on his shoulder, he should not be so cowardly. At this moment, he was extremely unwilling and had started to doubt his life. As Tian Qianzi's roar continued, the entire mountain started to tremble violently again. Thunderous rumbles came from the depths of the ground. The terrifying fissure finally spread to the front. 2/3 of the mountain was cut open, forming a huge chasm. The sixth palace of the 10 absolutes was completely destroyed, and the ancestral ground had crumbled. Screech! Amidst the rumbling noises, the undead dark phoenix's furious roar soared into the sky from the depths of the heavenly chasm. Then the giant mountain collapsed completely. All the experts were horrified, and they quickly rushed into the sky, fleeing as far as they could. Some of the weaker disciples of the sixth palace had their souls torn apart by the phoenix's roar. Their Yuan Shan was destroyed, and blood spurted out from their 7 orifices as they fell into the depths of the heavenly chasm. At the same time, a huge black shadow that almost covered the sky rose from the natural chasm. It was indeed a dark phoenix. Its entire body was pitch black, and its body was surrounded by black dark fire. It spanned hundreds of miles. With a flap of its wings, it turned into a stream of black light that tore apart the void. It actually disappeared into the horizon in less than half a breath's time. What a terrifying aura! What is the origin of this dark phoenix? Something big is going to happen. A terrifying existence that surpasses the universe has appeared. Once it is angry, it will split the sky. The entire Federation will be affected. This matter is too sudden, and the consequences are unimaginable. We must immediately return to the clan and prepare for the upheaval. We have poked a hole in the sky and provoked a terrifying dark phoenix that surpasses the universe. Tian Qianzi, you must explain this matter. The Federation will soon hold the Tenju Celestial Palace accountable. In the midst of the shock, the silver-robed elder, the green-haired man, and the other high-level members of the Federation of the Second Universe exclaimed. There were even warnings and reprimands. After they finished speaking, they all turned around and left. Even the imperial family elder Long Ziwen, who represented the Eternal Dynasty and was also from the human camp, did not stay. With a cold look in his eyes, he glanced at Tian Qianzi and left in a huff. Facing all this, the eyes of the sixth palace master, Tian Qianzi, flickered incessantly. He suppressed the anger in his heart and did not say anything. On the side, the 9 high-level members and powerful figures from the other celestial palaces looked at each other with furrowed brows. In the end, the 5th palace master, who had a good relationship with Tian Qianzi, sighed faintly and turned to look at Tian Qianzi. The 6th palace has been destroyed, the spiritual root of inheritance is lost, and the dark phoenix of the ancestral land has fled in anger. This place is worthless. There is no reason to stay. Chapter 3206. Enraged demonic dust. Tian Qianzi and the other 9 upper echelons of the celestial palaces left in a hurry. The loss of the immortal purple spirit root was one thing, but the key was that the exposure of the undying dark phoenix was a matter of great importance. The consequences were hard to predict, and it had already affected some kind of arrangement of the entire Tenju celestial palaces. For this reason, Tian Qianzi even put aside his monstrous resentment towards Yixian for the time being. As for the messy 6th palace of Tenju Heavenly Palace, there were 3 deputy palace masters to clean up the mess. Besides, he still had countless doppelgangers here, so it was enough to clean up the mess. With the departure of Tian Qianzi and the other high-level figures of the Heavenly Palace, the area around the giant peak where the sixth palace was located fell into a complete silence. The experts of the sixth palace who had retreated because of the collapse of the giant peak all returned one after another. All of them looked extremely sad, and their eyes seemed to be spitting fire. Everything in front of them was too messy and shocking. The entire giant peak had completely collapsed, and a deep chasm-like crack ran through the entire giant peak from west to east. The ancestral land of the sixth palace was completely destroyed. Even if a supreme existence who had surpassed the supreme being of heaven and earth used a heaven-defying divine ability, it would not be able to recover from such a degree of collapse. The sixth palace of Tenju Heavenly Palace controlled an extremely vast star area in the third galaxy occupied by the human clan. There were many disciples in the palace. Not to mention the outsiders, there were hundreds of thousands of disciples of the sixth palace stationed in and around the ancestral land all year round. This was only the number of official disciples, and some of the outer disciples were even more. The entire sixth palace was definitely a behemoth, and the giant peak where the ancestral land of the sixth palace was located was the spiritual symbol of this behemoth. But now this spiritual symbol had completely collapsed. The calamity had come so suddenly that the disciples of the sixth palace who had gathered around the giant peak were still in disbelief. Their angry expressions were more or less filled with confusion and bewilderment. On the peak of a mountain not far away, 7 or 8 female figures stood there silently, gazing into the distance. Their gazes all fell on the giant peak of the sixth palace's ancestral ground that had completely collapsed. The woman in the lead had a graceful figure. She wore festive red makeup, and her face was covered with a layer of red light gauze. At this moment, she was standing at the edge of a dangerous cliff at the peak of the mountain, allowing the mountain breeze to caress her body and flutter the corners of her clothes. She actually emitted an otherworldly bearing that caused others to be dazzled, and she seemed like an immortal lotus on the precipice, peerless and independent. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, lifting up a corner of the woman's red veil. Immediately, a beautiful and flawless face was revealed. However, there were tears on her face, and her eyes were filled with grief and confusion. This woman was none other than Zhao Lingyang, who had covered her face and left from the main hall of the sixth palace. The 7 people standing behind her were her maidservants. Originally, there were 13 of them, but as the unforeseen events continued to happen, they were caught off guard. When the master and servant group hurriedly left the ancestral ground of the 10th and 6th palaces, several maidservants unexpectedly perished. To the current Zhao Lingyang, the unforeseen events that happened in a short period of time had completely overturned everything she had before. The home that she had grown up in was gone. Half of her close friends and sisters had also suddenly perished. Even her father, Tian Qianzi, who had doted on her since she was young, did not know if he could return safely after going to Tianju Palace to apologize, or when he would return. Compared to this heartache, the grief of being humiliated and ignored by Prince Xian was really nothing. At this moment, all the grief and indignation in Zhao Lingyang's heart had unknowingly transformed into bitter hatred that was engraved in her heart. It was even to the extent that the light muttering from her mouth seemed as if it came from the 9th level of hell, and it revealed a ghastly coldness that caused one's mind to tremble. Is this my heart tempering in the mortal world? Immortal mortal world? Haha. If the so-called Great Tao of Immortals actually requires the pain of the mortal world to cultivate one's Tao heart, then I don't want it. Although the Great Tao of Immortals has its Tao, it is definitely not a lonely mountain path. The mortal world is too painful, and the Great Tao does not know the way. From today onwards, I Zhao Lingyang will no longer have any sorrow or pain. From now on, I will abandon this mortal world and the immortal path without hesitation. From now on, I will no longer fall into the demonic path. Long Xian, there will finally be a day when I will kill you and offer your head to Emo-chan. Along with the soft muttering coming out of her mouth, the aura emitted from Zhao Lingyang's body also rapidly changed. In just a short minute, that fresh, otherworldly, and unparalleled arrogance and tranquility completely disappeared, transforming into a bone-chilling coldness, callousness, ruthlessness, and boundless resentment that wreaked havoc, and killing intent that soared to the heavens. Boom! Screech! Like a sudden clap of thunder, the cultivation power in Zhao Lingyang's body crazily surged at this moment. Her cultivation, which was originally at the origin 7th stage, actually increased explosively, directly crossing a large realm and stepping into the Grotto Heaven 7th stage. She raised her head and let out a shrill howl, overflowing with hatred and resentment. Even her long black hair seemed to have been assimilated by some kind of mysterious power. As it danced wildly in the mountain wind, it was actually dyed with frost at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than 3 breaths, the black hair on her head had completely turned into snow-white silver hair. At this moment, Zhao Lingyang had completely transformed. From her body to her divine soul, nothing was left behind. The proud daughter of the heavens had fallen to the demonic path in anger. "Miss, what's wrong with you? Oh my God, your hair. What exactly happened? Lingyang, you look so scary now. Can we not be like this? It's too scary." As Zhao Lingyang raised her head and let out a shrill howl, the black hair on her head was instantly dyed with white frost. The few maidservants who had witnessed all this with their own eyes were already scared out of their wits. As they pleaded softly, they subconsciously retreated slowly. Even their bodies were trembling. At this moment, Zhao Lingyang suddenly became incomparably unfamiliar in their eyes, causing them to be fearful and not dare to approach her at all. "Even you are going to abandon me and leave?" Zhao Lingyang suddenly turned around. Her head of silver hair fluttered in the wind, and the veil on her face had long since been lost, flying away with the wind. What entered into the field of vision of the maidservants was a face that was savage to the extreme. It was peerlessly beautiful and evil, and it was faintly discernible while being enveloped by a layer of faint black qi. Moreover, its gaze was even like 2 sharp blades, and its invisible oppressive gaze actually revealed a strand of coldness that caused one's heart to tremble and suffused with killing intent. "Since you're not willing to accompany me in the demonic path, then I'll send you on your way. Go on your way first." Boom! An explosion shook the heavens, and a dense black qi that was vast and boundless yet cold to the extreme suddenly surged out from Zhao Lingyang's body without any warning. It did not stop at all, and in less than half a breath, it had already arrived with a loud bang, completely enveloping the few maidservants who were retreating in shock not far away. Screech! Just as the figures of the maidservants were submerged and disappeared in the blink of an eye in this shocking demonic qi, a familiar phoenix cry suddenly came from somewhere in the void in the extreme northeast of the mountain peak. Chapter 3207. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Return. In the central domain of the third universe on the east side of the Death Star field in the crevice between the 2 human factions, in the deepest part of the Death Star vortex, where a shocking change had occurred and caused a huge commotion, a ray of light suddenly appeared without warning and disappeared in a flash. Whoosh! As the almost imperceptible sound of something breaking through the air entered Yixian's ears, a familiar system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations! The universe coordinate jump is complete. In the next moment, a feeling of weakness that he hadn't felt in a long time surged over like a tide, completely occupying Yixian's entire body and mind. The side effects of using the heaven-falling bow's divine ability finally arrived after completing this coordinate jump. Yixian's current cultivation was far from what it was in the past. When he used the heaven-falling bow this time, he had only used less than 90% of his cultivation power to condense the energy arrows into the giant bow. Such a strong sense of weakness should not have come. It was all because Yixian had immediately performed the universal coordinate jump after using the heaven-falling bow this time before he could recover from his condition. After all, he had crossed the distance of more than half of the universe in a matter of seconds. During the entire process, whether it was his body or his divine sense, the pressure he had to endure could not be ignored. It seems that my cultivation is still too weak. If I perform this kind of coordinate jump next time when I'm seriously injured and about to die, won't I faint on the spot after completing it? After checking the condition of his body, Yixian shook his head and laughed bitterly. Then he waved his hand and took out a large amount of star core origin from the undying world in his body. He threw all of them to the devouring system, and immediately ordered the system to absorb the star core origin at full speed. After doing all this, he sat down cross-legged and suspended in the void in the deepest part of the Death Star vortex. He closed his eyes and entered a state of cultivation, absorbing the star core origin with all his strength to refine it and recover his condition. Half a day later, Yi Xian opened his eyes, and there was a gleam in his eyes. After sparing no expense and throwing out a large amount of star core origin to absorb, he had completely recovered in less than a day, and his combat strength had reached its peak. Unfortunately, the expected system notification did not appear. After waiting quietly for about 10 seconds, Yi Xian smiled bitterly again and shook his head with a self-deprecating sigh. In order to recover as soon as possible, he took out the star core origin from his undying world and fed it to the devouring system. Not only was there a huge amount of them, the grade was also shocking. There were a total of 3 Class 9 colored star cores. According to his estimations, the simultaneous use of 3 9th grade 9 colored pills would not only allow him to quickly recover, but would also allow him to make another breakthrough in his cultivation base. He was the only one who dared to think of such a thing. The key was that he had been pleasantly surprised too often in the past. He had almost gotten used to it. As a result, he was unexpectedly unable to make a breakthrough in his cultivation, causing him to faintly feel a sense of loss in his heart. Could it be that after entering the black hole realm, even the effects of Class 9 colored star core origin have been greatly weakened? Thinking of this possibility, Yi Xian felt even more uneasy. If this was really the case, it would be a big problem for him to increase his cultivation base in the future. Although he had a lot of cultivation resources in his hands and had many types, in terms of energy grade, other than the 107 nine-eyed golden crystals that he had obtained from the primordial cage, which he had always kept and did not dare to use casually, there was no other type that could surpass the Class 9 colored star core origin. In fact, although the Class 9 nine-eyed golden crystals were not inferior to the Class 9 colored star core origin in terms of energy grade, and even surpassed it by quite a bit, the attributes of these two cultivation resources were different. The star core origin was a general-purpose cultivation resource. Whether it was the human race, the various races of the Federation of the Second Universe, or even the demonkin and the mech race, all of them could smoothly absorb the energy from the star core origin. After absorbing it into their bodies, all they had to do was refine it. As for the speed of absorption, that was another problem that had nothing to do with the star core origin. However, the Class 9 nine-eyed golden crystals were completely different. This kind of cultivation resource only had an excellent effect on increasing and strengthening one's mental strength. Its effect on the cultivation base and divine sense of the human race was basically zero. It was completely negligible. This also applied to all other grades of multi-eyed sense crystals, and even ordinary demonic sense star crystals. Therefore, even though the 107 nine-eyed golden crystals in Yi Xian's possession were of better quality, it was impossible to use them to replace the Class 9 colored star core origin, and absorb them at critical moments in the future to break through the bottleneck of the cultivation base and make a quick breakthrough. Moreover, there were only 107 nine-eyed golden crystals in total. When the mental strength source core evolved in the future, Yi Xian would have to rely on them, so he did not dare to squander them easily. It shouldn't be because my cultivation base has reached the black hole realm. Otherwise, why would those whose cultivation base is far beyond the black hole realm be so eager to obtain the Class 9 colored star core origin? Could it be because I've already used a few of them before? My physical cultivation base and divine sense have an obvious resistance to this kind of top-grade star core origin energy. Because of this, the breakthrough effect of the Class 9 colored star core origin energy has been greatly weakened. As Yi Xian muttered to himself, his mind worked quickly as he quickly analyzed the various possible factors that could have caused this unexpected situation. Gradually, he came up with an answer. Although this was only a guess at the moment, it made his heart sink to the bottom of the valley in an instant. It had not been easy for him to enter the ranks of the black hole realm experts. He had been looking forward to continuing to work hard and rushing to the Grotto Heaven realm, the Void realm, and all the way to the Universe realm in the shortest time possible. But now, it seemed that if he did not solve this problem and find a cultivation resource that could replace the Class 9 colored star core origin, or at least the energy level of the star core origin, the speed of his cultivation base improvement would come to a halt. It would be difficult for him to make rapid leaps and bounds like before. Fortunately, I've obtained a large amount of devouring origin. Although the devouring origin has been reduced to a system currency after entering the big space environment, and I can no longer refine and integrate it to improve my bloodline and cultivation base by directly absorbing its energy. But the devouring origin is obviously extraordinary. Even in the big space environment, the top forces, including the Heavenly Legacy clan and the various races of the Federation, are still scrambling for it. This alone shows its value. At the thought of this, Yi Xian's spirits were suddenly lifted. His originally depressed mood instantly rose again, and he even became a little excited. All the top forces of the three universes, including the Celestials' Legacy clan, were in desperate need of devouring source crystals, but none of them had leaked any information about the specific uses of this rare resource. This was far too abnormal and bizarre. Could it be that the devouring origin crystal has other uses? They don't even know about the devouring system and haven't mastered it? Chapter 3208. Gold Squandering Cave. After all his efforts, Yi Xian was greatly disappointed. The data in the devouring system's internal database regarding the source of devouring had not changed at all. Everything that could be learned was the same as before. Even after Yi Xian provided various clues and asked the system to make an evaluation and analysis, there was no particularly constructive new discovery. All his efforts were in vain. It seems that my thinking is still a little too simple. Since the major forces of the three universes are so keen on devouring source crystals, they must know some unknown secret. It's a pity that the information has been sealed so tightly that not a single bit of it has leaked out. In the end, Yi Xian could only helplessly give up for the time being. He shook his head and sighed. It's a pity that the Tower of Antiquity has been transferred to the devouring clone. Otherwise, Tianquanzi, as the remnant soul of the sixth palace master of the 10 ultimates, would most likely know some inside information. But now it's hard to count on him. Tianquanzi's remnant soul had been directly thrown into the 9th floor of the Tower of Antiquity through the devouring system. Even if it was still lingering at death's door and had not fallen, there was no way to summon it in a short time. Then Yi Xian thought of Uncle Kong and Old Devil Mosquito Butcher. He was still not very clear about Uncle Kong's identity. The latter had always avoided this question, but according to Yi Xian's estimation, even if he was not a high-ranking member of the imperial family of the Immortal Dynasty, he must have an unusual relationship with such an existence. He might know a little about the secret of devouring the source crystal. After returning to Planet Triumph, he could definitely contact the Immortal Star and give it a try. As for Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, needless to say, this old man was at least on par with the 6th palace master of the 10 ultimates, Tianquanzi. Back then, he had roared and forced the 6th palace master, Huai Dongzi, to retreat thousands of miles away. It could be said that his ferocity was monstrous. Since then, the old man had become even more mysterious to Yi Xian than the Mad Mosquito Emperor. Yang Kai hadn't had the time to investigate this matter before, but now that everything in the 6th Palace of 10 Absolutes had come to an end and Yi Xian's true body had returned to the Death Star field, after arriving on Planet Victorious Return, he would definitely investigate this matter as soon as possible. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai could ask Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher about the secrets of devouring source crystals. After calming down, Yi Xian entered the exchange shop to check. Yi Xian's harvest from the previous incident in the Death Star vortex could be said to be extremely astonishing. He'd obtained more than 56,000 origin devouring crystals, and the other hundreds of rare minerals were nearly 10 million. The other rare minerals were not cultivation resources. Most of them were important elements and materials needed for refining and technological manufacturing. Yi Xian planned to hand them over to Naples after returning to Planet Victorious Return. The development of Victorious Return and the entire fleet needed to be accelerated, so these mineral resources were urgently needed. As for the 56,000 Source Devour crystals, Yi Xian planned to keep some of them and use the rest to exchange. After the Devour system was upgraded to Starry Sky rank, all the products in the exchange shop had been completely updated. There were some things that even Yi Xian was envious of, but unfortunately, he didn't have the ability to exchange for them. Now the opportunity had finally come. He even hoped to see if he could find the urgently needed cultivation resources in the exchange shop that could be used to replace the level 99 colored Star Core origin, and had better energy quality. With this kind of expectation, Yi Xian plunged into the exchange shop and browsed excitedly. In the exchange shop that came with the system, the host could exchange for all kinds of things such as divine weapons, elixirs, martial arts, treasures, puppets, and so on. Before stepping into the starry sky, Yixian had used the devouring origin to level up the system and obtain some powerful bloodlines, such as the Sword God bloodline, the War God bloodline, the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, and so on. Every bloodline had different abilities, but unfortunately, after entering the vast starry sky, all of these bloodlines were cleared by the system. At the same time, the exchange shop had also been updated, providing a large number of universe-level bloodlines that could be exchanged. However, although there were countless races in the universe, most of them had bloodlines that were not up to standard. The system had given him a Source Devour crystal, but Yixian had never used it. A single Source Devour crystal could only be exchanged for the most common bloodlines and treasures in the exchange shop. Now, Yixian had a lot of Source Devour crystals, but because he had the Supreme Primordial Golden Divine Dragon bloodline and the mutated evolution of the Demonic Dragon attribute, it was as if he had two Supreme Primordial bloodlines at the same time. Therefore, he was not interested in the universe-level bloodlines that could be provided in the exchange shop. Some of the universe-level bloodlines were quite good, such as the Immemorial Thunder Dragon bloodline, the Heavenly Demon Fire Phoenix bloodline, the Giant-Tailed Celestial Fox bloodline, the Golden Flame Godly Eagle bloodline, the Feathered Winged Rock bloodline, the Sky-Swallowing Colored Python, the Vajra Chief Wolf, and so on. If he were to exchange for them, he would need at least hundreds of Source Devour crystals, and at most thousands of Source Devour crystals. Yixian had been envious of them before, but now his vision was completely different. In addition, the exchange shop also had a large number of cultivation methods, divine weapons, magic treasures, and even battle suits, battleships, fortresses, and so on. Yixian carefully reviewed them one by one, and soon found a problem that made him not know whether to laugh or cry. Of the large number of treasures and resources that could be exchanged, nearly half of them were things that Yixian did not need, or he already had something similar in his hands. After all, he had first taken away all the resources that the Demonkin Scout Corps had collected in the graveyard of the meteorite for decades, then ransacked the Demonkin Star area, and extorted a lot of treasures from more than 10,000 Federation elites in the Myriad prison. His collection was already extremely rich and varied. Because of this, in the blink of an eye, only half of the items and treasures that Yixian still had exchange value were left in the system shop. Of course, even half of the items was still a huge number. The problem was that among the half of the top-level resources, 80% of them were things that Yixian did not have the right to exchange for. He did not even have the qualifications to check their specific attributes. Except for an obscure product name, everything else was displayed with question marks, including the number of Source Devour crystals required to exchange for them. Obviously, these top-level resources were not available for the time being, and some conditions had not been met yet. Although the remaining 20% did not have this problem, the exchange threshold was frighteningly high. Thousands of source crystals were required to exchange for them, and there was no one with less than 1,000 source crystals. Instead, there was a dazzling array of items that cost tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands of source crystals. Seeing this, Yixian's back was dripping with cold sweat. He suddenly felt like an ordinary person shopping in a high-end luxury store. It was too scary. He originally thought that he should be quite rich, but after carefully looking around, he suddenly found that he had tens of thousands of source crystals in his hands. After all, he was still not out of poverty. Chapter 3209. Translator. Nayarbo Studio Editor. Nayarbo Studio Calamity Dragon Pill. After circling around, Yixian was disappointed in the end. He had hoped that he could temporarily replace the 9-colored Star Core origin, but he could not find a better cultivation resource in terms of energy quality. Perhaps in the small half of the items whose exchange price was still a question mark, there would be some among the items that were not normally released. But the result was the same. Even if that was the case, it was meaningless now. Yixian did not even have the qualifications to exchange for it. Disappointed, he had no choice but to put this matter to the back of his mind for the time being. He continued to browse the other items and gradually understood what he should do. From the moment he first entered the starry sky environment until now, when he finally stepped into the black hole realm and became a true starry sky powerhouse, Yixian's path could be said to be extremely difficult. If it wasn't for his heaven-defying luck, he probably would have died countless times already. What was embarrassing was that Yi Xian had to rely on external forces to resolve the various dangers he encountered during the process, such as the weeping soul bloodhorn and the headless infant corpse. Although these external forces were indispensable for Starry Sky Masters and were part of their overall strength, it was inevitable that they would rely on them at the beginning when their cultivation was too weak. Otherwise, they would die young before they could grow up. But now it was different. Entering the Black Hole realm meant that he had officially entered the ranks of the true Starry Sky Masters. The future path of growth would be even more difficult. Being a Universe Master was only the starting line of a higher level. When the time came, it would even involve the comprehension and control of the universe's starry sky principles. From now on, Yi Xian had to rely on his own strength step by step to become truly strong through the trials of life and death. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to go further on the starry sky path. He decided to improve his combat strength as much as possible and make preparations for this. In terms of cultivation strength, he could only improve step by step. He already had the best bloodline, cultivation methods, and magical powers, so he did not need them for the time being. However, there was still room for improvement in the three basic treasures of a Starry Sky Master: the armor, the combat weapon, and the warship. At the very least, he had to upgrade all of them to quasi-Starry Sky treasures. In addition to the indestructible glass armor, there were still two more treasures that needed to be upgraded. They were the Dongshu shuttle and the Devil Bloodstar Tier's sword. These two treasures were both at the epic star grade. The Dongshu shuttle had undergone 6 fusions, while the Devil Bloodstar Tier's sword had undergone 5 fusions. Very quickly, Yi Xian found 2 exchange items from the exchange shop. They were the items that were most suitable for fusing with them and increasing their grade. Other than that, he also exchanged for 2 extremely rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He planned to use them to improve his bloodline and abilities. There were 4 items in total, but they consumed 90% of Yi Xian's 50,000 devouring origin crystals. In the blink of an eye, there were only a few thousand crystals left. Although it was a little painful, Yi Xian gritted his teeth and submitted the exchange request. The next moment, the familiar sound of a system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The exchange is successful. 4 treasures have been selected. The total amount of devouring origin crystals required is 50,800 crystals. The system has automatically completed the exchange. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched as he subconsciously probed his body. As expected, there weren't many devouring origin crystals left in his undying world, so they should have been directly consumed by the system. After all, the exchange items provided by the system store couldn't appear out of thin air. Bloodlines, divine abilities, cultivation techniques, and the like could be stored in the system as data. However, Yi Xian had exchanged for heavenly materials and earthly treasures and rare minerals. They were all physical objects. The system had digested the devouring origin crystals and used a mysterious method that Yi Xian could not understand to transform the energy. It created the 4 treasures that Yi Xian had exchanged for. Such a method was too shocking. After entering the starry sky environment, this was the first time that Yi Xian had exchanged for treasures from the system shop. For a moment he was filled with emotions. At the same time, the system notification in his mind did not stop. It continued to ring out, briefly introducing the 4 treasures that Yi Xian had exchanged for. Ding! Congratulations to the hosts for obtaining a treasure. Great 5 Elements Annihilation Disc Array. Offensive treasure, Solidifying Disc Array. It can transform energy into 5 types of annihilating lightning. It can be divided or combined. Can affect the whole body. If divided, it can penetrate the Earth's crust and destroy mountains. If combined, it can destroy an area and fall into the void. Grade: Starry Sky Epic Grade. Quality: Flawless Perfect. Ding! Congratulations to the hosts for obtaining a treasure. Withered Demon Blade. Replica. It is said that before the heavens and earth were separated, there was a great demon that lost its memory. The evil in its heart was no longer there. It hid in the depths of the void and was in chaos all day long. One day the evil completely recovered. The great demon was born and turned into a withered blade. It shone with a black light and killed countless living things. The souls of the dead were destroyed. It was the Withered Demon Blade. Grade: Starry Sky Epic Grade. Quality: Flawless Replica. Ding! Congratulations to the hosts for obtaining a treasure. Avicii Origin Crystal. Energy Crystal. Condensed from the endless Avicii 9 underworlds. Grade. Starry Sky Epic Grade. Quality. Pure and flawless. Ding! Congratulations to the hosts for obtaining a treasure. Calamity Dragon Pill. Refined according to the ancient recipe, it is necessary for a great flood dragon to transform into a dragon. Grade. Starry Sky Epic Grade. Quality. Excellent grade with slight flaws. Ding! Congratulations to the hosts for obtaining a treasure. Please check and confirm. As soon as the last notification sounded, Yixian felt a slight tremor in his body. In the blink of an eye, 4 different top-grade treasures appeared in his body. They were the items that the system had given him. A crystal the size of an egg, dark and shiny. This Avicii Origin Crystal was condensed from the endless Avicii 9 underworlds. He wondered if it could increase the power of the fallen sky bow. After all, it was the bloodline ability of the ancient Wuxia. The aura of the latter was similar to this Avicii Origin Crystal. There should be hope. A golden elixir shaped like a dragon's eye. This elixir was specially prepared by Yixian for the black gold dragon scale in his Sea of Consciousness. Since it was a special elixir for the flood dragon to transform into a dragon, it should have some effect on Yixian's devil dragon bloodline. He might as well give it a try. As for the Great 5 Elements Annihilation Formation Disc, it was only the size of a palm. It looked like a compass, but its surface was engraved with countless obscure runes. It had a strong ancient aura, and there was also a faint sense of endless sharpness. Yixian planned to use this formation disc to perform the 7th system fusion with the Dongshu shuttle. If there were no accidents, once the fusion was successful, the Dongshu shuttle's attack power would be greatly improved. After the previous 6 fusions, the shuttle was already relatively perfect. The speed formation, defense formation, and concealment formation were all present. There was also the use of space folding technology in the shuttle. In addition, the short-distance space jump and long-distance wormhole jump ability had been perfected. The only shortcoming was the main cannon of the shuttle. After all, the shuttle was less than 500 meters long. No matter how big the caliber of the star-obliterating cannon was, it could only reach 200 meters at most. It couldn't even blow up a giant fortress with a diameter of 10,000 meters. After getting used to the terrifying power of the 20,000-meter death ray cannon in the space fortress, Yixian couldn't stand the power of the star-obliterating cannon in the Dongshu shuttle. Chapter 3210. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Withered Demon Blood Blade. The last treasure to be exchanged was called the Withered Demon Blade. Just the name of this blade was already amazing. Previously, when Yixian browsed through this type of magic treasure in the system exchange shop, he was immediately attracted by it, and quickly confirmed that he would exchange for this blade. Unfortunately, it was just a replica, which made him feel rather regretful. Even so, its grade was still at the Epic Star grade. Its appearance was eye-catching, pitch black, and the shape of the blade was extremely ferocious and domineering. Although it did not leak any aura, it imperceptibly gave off a domineering aura. It could be said to be overflowing with demonic intent. This blade was prepared by Yixian for the Devil Bloodstar Tier's sword. The two were one sword and one saber. He wondered what form they would take after the successful fusion. In fact, Yixian preferred the Withered Demon Blade. Although the sword was strong, the saber was more domineering. He was more inclined towards the latter, and was already looking forward to it. Just as Yixian was excitedly playing with the 4 treasures to be exchanged, the system notification sounded in his mind again. 2 consecutive notifications asked Yixian if he would like to activate the supplementary system immediately and begin the fusion. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered treasures that can be fused. Devil Bloodstar Tier Sword, Withered Demon Blade. Will you fuse them immediately? Ding! Congratulations to the host. Discovered treasures that can be fused. Dongshu Shuttle, Great 5 Elements Annihilation Formation Disc. Will you fuse them immediately? Yixian did not hesitate and immediately gave an affirmative reply. Moreover, he wanted to fuse them together. After making the decision, he waved his hand and stored the Withered Demon Blade and Great 5 Elements Annihilation Formation Disc into his body again. At the same time, he handed the Dongshu Shuttle and Devil Bloodstar Tier sword to the Devouring System. including a large pile of star core source that he had just taken out from the undying world to use for the fusion. There were originally 1,000 mosquito beasts, 1,000 soldier ladles, and 1,000 demon slaves led by Gue Hai Dao in the Dongshu shuttle. If the system was to fuse, all life forms in the shuttle would have to evacuate in advance. However, there was no need to consider this problem now. When Yixian started his preparations outside of the Death Star vortex, he had already sent out all the forces in the Dongshu shuttle. Once all the preparations, the system notification sounded. Congratulations to the host. Fused. Devil Bloodstar Tears Sword. Progress 1. Ding! Congratulations to host. The 7th fusion of the Dongshu shuttle has begun. Progress 1. Yixian heaved a long sigh of relief, but his heartstrings were inexplicably tight. From the beginning to the end, although he had fused his weapons, armor and battleships many times, he had never failed. So far he had succeeded 6 times in a row, and the Dongshu shuttle had succeeded 7 times in a row. However, the further they progressed, the greater the chances of failure. Similarly, the further they progressed, the greater the losses to Yixian would be. Worried about the gains and losses, he could not help but feel a little anxious at this moment. However, the more successful the fusion was, the more time it would take to continue the fusion. This was really a torment. This fusion of the battleship and the battleship would take at least 6 or 7 days to produce a result, which really made people speechless. Not long after, Yixian finally calmed down and no longer worried about the result of the fusion. He threw this matter to the back of his mind and took out some weeping soul beasts. Since he was bored, he could cultivate his spiritual power to pass the time. After sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, Yixian entered a state of cultivation. Soon he forgot about everything and let time pass. He was neither surprised nor happy. After a few days, Yixian finally exited from the state of cultivation. As soon as he opened his eyes, the notification of the devouring system sounded in his mind. The fusion of the battleship and the battleship had finally been completed. Congratulations to the host. Devil Bloodstar Tears Sword has been successfully fused for the 6th time. Treasure obtained. Withered Demon Bloodblade. Grade. Quasi-Starry Sky Absolute Treasure. Quality. Flawless Perfect. Congratulations to the host. Dongshu shuttle has been successfully fused for the 7th time. Grade. Quasi-Starry Sky Absolute Treasure. Quality. Flawless Perfect. As expected, the fusion of the 2 treasures was carried out at the same time, and the result was still a success. There were no accidents, which made Yixian relax. What surprised him was that after the 2 treasures successfully completed the fusion, their grades were both upgraded to Quasi-Starry Sky Absolute Treasure, which surprised him. At this point, Yixian's 3 most basic Starry Sky Absolute Treasures, the battle armor and the battleship, had all reached Quasi-Starry Sky Absolute Treasure. If news of this spread out and was known by others, it would probably cause an earthquake. This kind of man-made treasure was not comparable to those natural treasures like the Rai D seal. Basically, Quasi-Starry Sky Absolute Treasure was the peak. Except for the life fortress of the human race's technological pioneer, Xingbo, Yixian had never heard of a second man-made Starry Sky Absolute Treasure. After completing the 7th fusion, the name of the Dongshu shuttle did not change, but the runes engraved on the surface of the shuttle were more complex. They were so densely packed that if one looked at them carefully, they would make one dizzy. This should be the result of the Grand 5 Elements Annihilation Array Disk being completely integrated into the shuttle, turning into an array pattern that covered the entire shuttle. As for the extent of the increase in the Dongshu shuttle's attack power and the specific power of this array after it was activated, Yixian did not investigate it for the time being. When he had time later, he would find a suitable space to activate this array and blast it a few times to find out. After waving his hand and storing the Dongshu shuttle into his body, he turned his gaze to the withered demon Bloodblade. Yixian did not like the name of the Devil Bloodstar Tears Sword to begin with, but the withered demon Bloodblade sounded much more pleasing to his ears. More importantly, after completing this fusion, the form of this combat weapon had clearly undergone an earth-shattering change. Previously it was a sword, but now it was a saber. Moreover, it was a completely black and glossy, covered in fine blood runes, and its form was incomparably ferocious and domineering. Could be said to be perfect. Yi Xian's eyes burned fiercely as he fiddled with it for a long time with fanaticism. However, he could not find a single flaw in it. He was too satisfied. Only when his emotions calmed down again did he suddenly remember the sword spirit that was born in the Devil Blood Star Tier's sword. After this fusion, the Star Tier sword had completely changed, turning into a heaven-shaking demonic blade. Could the original sword spirit have been erased because of this? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart skipped a beat. He hurriedly injected his consciousness into the demonic blade to investigate, but the result was a false alarm. The demonic blood of the sword spirit was still there, but its aura had changed. Amidst the familiar bloodthirsty demonic aura, there was clearly a very mysterious demonic aura, which was even more astonishing. However, it had fallen into a deep slumber, as if some kind of change was brewing. This is clearly the effect of the withered demon bloodblade's demonic aura, causing the sword spirit to transform and evolve. This is simply a pleasant surprise. After pondering for a moment, Yi Xian quickly understood and became even more delighted. After this transformation, the demonic blood of the sword spirit would only become stronger. When this transformation was superimposed on the withered demon bloodblade, the most direct effect was that the demonic aura of the blade would become even stronger. Yi Xian was very much looking forward to it. He could not wait to immediately feel the supreme demonic aura of this peerless demonic blade. The words sword spirit and demonic blood are not very appropriate, but blade spirit sounds really awkward. Chapter 32:11. The crisis of the remaining chapters: battle weapons, battle armor and battleships. When these three most basic Starry Sky personal treasures were upgraded to quasi-Starry Sky grade, Yi Xian's battle prowess instantly soared by a large margin. But that was not the end of it. The Avicii Origin Crystal and the Calamity Dragon Pill were still not used. If nothing unexpected happened, these two items should be able to enhance both Yi Xian's Fallen Sky Bow and the power of the Demon Dragon's bloodline, greatly increasing his combat strength. In addition, with the help of the three combat armors, Yi Xian's overall combat strength would definitely be reborn. It would be incomparable to his current strength. However, considering that it had already taken him several days to fuse with the weapon, plus the time he had spent in the 6th Palace of Shijue, it had already been half a month. Yi Xian was really worried that something would happen in Triumph City, so after pondering for a while, he immediately dispelled the idea of continuing to stay here and use up the Avicii Crystal and Calamity Dragon transforming pill in one go. I can only put this matter aside for the time being and return to Planet Victorious Return first. Once the situation stabilizes, I'll deal with it again. After making his decision, Yi Xian immediately kept the withered demon blood blade into his undying world. With a wave of his hand, he summoned the Dongshu shuttle and stepped into it. Very quickly, he turned into a streak of purple light and flew off in search of the exit. Half a day later, he finally found the void passage to leave the Death Star vortex. Yi Xian was relieved. Without hesitation, the Dongshu shuttle's speed increased sharply. In the blink of an eye, it turned into an almost undetectable ray of light and rushed out of the Death Star vortex, heading straight for Planet Triumph. Although only 10 days had passed, the changes in the Death Star field were as if the sky and earth had been turned upside down. It was completely different now. For thousands of years, the entire Death Star field was practically filled with experts from various races. It appeared to be extraordinarily bustling, like a starfield-grade void mine. Although the conditions were harsh, the people were quite prosperous. But now, with the disappearance of the source of source crystals, this dilapidated Death Star field instantly lost its original attraction and value, so almost all the Starry Sky Masters who had been lurking here had evacuated. Even the Tenju Heavenly Palaces and the Immortal Dynasty's majestic bases in this star field, Black Sky City and Old Sioux City, were the same. Black Sky City was originally a city-shaped magical weapon, so it was very convenient to take it and leave. As for Old Sioux City, what should be torn down was torn down, and what should be abandoned was abandoned. It no longer had its former grandeur, and was in ruins. Only Yi Xian's Triumph City was still rooted here. Not only was there not a single soul to be seen in this vast expanse of stars, it was even to the extent that even the boundless space and countless stars of various sizes had completely withered and died, and it revealed a shocking feeling of loneliness and desolation. Yi Xian drove the Dongshu shuttle at an extremely fast speed and streaked across the void. Along the way, he didn't see even half a figure of a starry sky master. Even though he was mentally prepared, this kind of boundless desolation still shocked him slightly. The uneasiness in his heart gradually grew stronger, and he was afraid that his triumphant return would be like this. Everyone had already left. With continuous leaps and bounds, Yixian used less than a day to rush from the eastern death region to the Triumph City in the western star field. The familiar majestic city was reflected in his line of sight. Clearly, it was still holding the defensive light shield and had not been abandoned. Yixian heaved a sigh of relief. He was finally relieved. With the thought, the Dongshu shuttle turned into a purple light and plunged into the surface of the giant planet. Soon he arrived in front of Triumph City. Then he took a step forward and waved his hand to store the Dongshu shuttle in the undying world within his body. His figure flashed, and he had already passed through the defensive light shield and entered the majestic city. Everything in the majestic city was as usual, in good order, and there were no changes. With old devil mosquito butcher here, no one dared to lightly offend the heaven's might of heaven and earth. Of course, Yixian was an exception. Now he was already infamous. Many starry sky masters' expressions changed when they talked about him, and they didn't dare to provoke him anymore. Even some of the more powerful forces and races had developed fear. This time, the sixth palace of 10 ultimates had been tormented miserably. Even the heaven and earth mighty expert's head had been blasted into a glossy black braised egg. It was really too cruel and too terrifying. Even the experts in Triumph City were scared out of their wits. At this moment, seeing Yixian suddenly return, their expressions changed one after another. Although they weren't alarmed, the expressions on their faces were incomparably strange. Yixian was confused, and after a moment of realization, he was immediately embarrassed. Naples Ingtai Gue Hai Dao Li Wan, and the others quickly rushed over after hearing the news. Old devil mosquito butcher was still the same as before. When he saw Yixian, he grinned and scowled as he jogged over. Yixian immediately felt a strong wretched aura rushing towards him, and he immediately frowned. A grand heaven and earth mighty expert, yet he didn't have the dignity of a master at all. He was so filthy that he could compete with a pimp. This old thing's wretchedness was definitely incurable. It had long since seeped into his bones. From this it could be seen that he wasn't pretending before. It was his nature. Yixian's expression was strange, but he felt a little better. At least on this point the old guy wasn't deliberately deceiving him. As for concealing his cultivation, that was even less of a problem. There were countless experts in the vast starry sky. How many of them didn't do this? After being surrounded by his subordinates and exchanging pleasantries, Yixian found an opportunity and quickly dispersed the others, leaving behind only old ghost mosquito butcher. There were too many questions in his heart, so he didn't have the mood to consider anything else. He only wanted to immediately resolve his doubts. Unfortunately, the old guy was really hard to deal with. As soon as he heard Yixian ask about his identity and origin, as well as his purpose and scheme for deigning himself to be Yixian's servant, old devil mosquito butcher immediately began to play Tai Chi, evading the topic. In short, he didn't say anything serious. After talking for a long time, Yixian still didn't get any useful information. The doubts in his mind were still there, and there was no progress. In the end, he helplessly stopped. This was a heaven and earth mighty expert. If he didn't say anything, who would dare to force him to answer? Before, it didn't matter if he didn't know the identity of the other party. Now that he knew, if Yixian still considered himself the master and scolded him, he would be asking for humiliation. However, he didn't give up. There would be plenty of opportunities to beat around the bush. One day he would find out all the truth. After putting this matter aside, he immediately asked about the secret of the devouring source crystal, and confessed that he needed a cultivation resource to replace the level 9 9-colored planetary core origin. The effect of the 9-colored planetary core origin when breaking through the bottleneck seemed to be almost useless to him. He had encountered this problem when he had just entered the black hole realm. Obviously, it was quite serious. He still had a long way to go. I don't know much about the devouring source crystal, but I think it must have some special use. You have to inquire about this from the everlasting dynasty. Ordinary people don't know much about it. As for the fact that the effect of the level 9 9-colored planetary core origin gradually weakens after entering the black hole realm, It's even more impossible. I've never heard of it. Before Yixian could finish his words, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher immediately took over the topic. He looked at Yixian, who was staring at him like an idiot, and shook his head and sighed. There must be something wrong with you or your cultivation method. Yixian's mind exploded. It was as if he had been enlightened and instantly came to a realization. Chapter 32:12. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Another path of evolution. Yixian had obtained the Dongshu scripture from the official auction house of the Heavenly River planet, using a high-grade star core. It was known as a top-notch starry sky treasure level technique, and its value was immeasurable. Unfortunately, it only had the cultivation method for the first 8 realms, and it was severely damaged. Otherwise, it would not have fallen into the hands of Yixian. The original owner would not have put it up for auction, and the other experts who participated in the auction would not have missed it easily. They would have fought endlessly for it. Before Yixian started cultivating this technique, he had actually thought about it carefully before he finally decided on it. At that time, the black hole realm was too far away for him, and he could not touch it in a short time. He could have cultivated this technique while searching for the cultivation method for the 8th realm and beyond. He had the devouring system as his foundation, so he was quite confident. Unfortunately, the world was unpredictable. In less than half a year, his cultivation realm had soared to the level 1 black hole, but he had long forgotten about looking for the follow-up cultivation method, so he had never looked for it at all. It was only today that he suddenly realized that a crisis had quietly befallen him without him noticing. Now that the path of cultivation had been cut off, Yixian's cultivation would stop at the level 1 black hole realm before he found the next cultivation method, and it would be difficult for him to advance any further. This technique was known as a starry sky treasure level technique, and its value was immeasurable. The sea of stars was vast and boundless, so it was not realistic to want to find the next cultivation method in a short time. Although Yixian did have some clues, and if he wanted to, he could find the person who had entrusted him with the technique from the official database of the Heavenly River planet. However, it was meaningless. If there was any hope of finding the next cultivation method, the other party would never give up the first half of the incomplete technique. In addition, the Tower of Desolation's inheritance and the Headless Infant Corpse originally had hopes of gathering the complete Void Dimension art. The former had an extraordinary origin. Most of the bloodline secrets and supernatural abilities of the Desolate Era's creatures had been passed down in the tower. Even if it wasn't complete, all of the inheritances were weaker versions. If the tower really had the inheritance records of the Dongshu scripture, it would not only contain the cultivation method for the first 8 realms, no matter how incomplete it was. At least it would allow Yixian to have no worries in the short term. The Headless Infant Corpse was the same. Its origins were far too astonishing. It could command all existences on its side during the War of the Ancients, including Supreme Master Huang. If the Dongshu giant tortoise had participated in that battle, it would be of great use to Yixian even if the Headless Corpse only knew bits and pieces of information regarding the whereabouts of its inheritance. It could guide him in the right direction, and it would be much easier for him to find it. Unfortunately, all of this was just wishful thinking. Yixian was basically certain that both the Tower of Desolation's inheritance and the Headless Infant Corpse were completely unaware of the Dongshu giant tortoise's cultivation method inheritance. This was because the Dongshu giant tortoise had never appeared in the ancient battle that Yixian had seen in the inheritance. Even though it should be a supreme being from the same faction as the Headless Infant Corpse, Golden Divine Dragon, and other existences, it was just too mysterious. Back then it didn't participate in the battle, so there was a high chance that it was still alive, not dying yet. Even if the Dongshu skill, which represented its bloodline inheritance, had appeared, it couldn't have appeared before or after the ancient battle. There had to be more to it. If Yixian tried to find it from the Tower of Desolation's inheritance and the Headless Infant Corpse, it would be in vain. There are thousands of paths to cultivation. Although there are differences in power and speed of advancement, in the end, all paths lead to the same destination. Since the path of this skill has been cut off, why don't we change to another path and take another path of evolution? We can cultivate while looking for the remaining parts of this skill. Why should we worry about it? Seeing Yixian frowning and worrying, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher rolled his eyes again. Obviously, he didn't take this matter to heart. He said in an extremely relaxed tone. For example, the gene cultivation fluid popular in the human race's science and technology camp is a good choice. The biggest drawback of this path is that high-grade gene cultivation fluid is hard to come by, and its value is too high. It's not a problem for you at all. What's there to hesitate about? Yixian was stunned. At first he was a little tempted, but then he reacted immediately. He glared at old devil mosquito butcher and said, "Can you not come up with so many lousy ideas? It's enough that the path ahead is cut off once. How can I make the same mistake twice? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey?" Yixian had some understanding of the evolution path of using gene cultivation fluid to break the shackles of the human body's potential and break through the bottleneck to improve one's realm. This evolution method was efficient and direct. If the gene cultivation fluid was effective, one could immediately break through the bottleneck and enter the next minor realm. Even if it failed, one could at most try a few more times. The level 1 gene cultivation fluid was suitable for the first major realm, the core realm. The level 2 gene cultivation fluid could only be used after one entered the meteor realm. Otherwise, one could not bear it and would face the danger of exploding. The gene cultivation fluid used by black hole realm experts was level 8. The level 9 gene cultivation fluid corresponded to the 9th major realm, the origin realm. In other words, if Yixian decided to take this path of evolution, he could at least enter the 10th major realm, the grotto heaven realm, because he could get his hands on the level 9 gene cultivation fluid at any time. But that was all. After entering the grotto heaven realm, he would still face the dilemma of having his path cut off. The level 9 gene cultivation fluid was the highest level available in the everlasting dynasty. Yixian had never heard of the so-called level 10 gene cultivation fluid. Even if you end up in the grotto heaven realm, it's still better than being stuck in the black hole realm, right? The difference between two major realms is like heaven and earth. Mosquito Butcher did not agree with Yixian's point of view. He shook his head and said, "This evolution path of using gene cultivation fluid to break the shackles of the human body is completely different from the cultivation method you practice. They do not conflict with each other. No matter how far you go, as long as you can find the next cultivation method of the Dongshu formula, you can continue to practice it at any time. It will not affect you. Besides, don't think that this path is destined to stop at the grotto heaven realm. This saying is outdated because the level 10 gene cultivation fluid has been successfully developed. Just a few days ago, the entire dynasty was shocked because the family that developed the level 10 gene cultivation fluid revealed even more shocking news. The bottleneck of the development of the gene cultivation fluid that had been stagnant for many years has been broken, and a milestone has been achieved. Perhaps one day in the near future, level 11, or even higher gene cultivation fluids will be released one after another. This evolution path that has been stagnant for many years can finally take a big step forward again." "What? There is such a thing? I have only been away for a few days, and even the level 10 gene cultivation fluid has been developed?" The news was so shocking that Yixian almost could not believe it. However, Mosquito Butcher would not joke about such a thing. Besides, he could find out the truth after checking it later, so he believed it immediately. He immediately asked, "Besides, has the news been confirmed? Is the family that claims to have developed the level 10 gene cultivation fluid reliable? How dare they say that they will be able to develop the level 11 gene cultivation fluid of higher quality soon? Don't they feel that they are just trying to impress the crowd?" Chapter 32:13. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation Opportunity and Turbulence. It's that powerful? Yixian was shocked. The level 9 liquid could allow a black hole to enter the origin, while the level 10 liquid could allow the origin to enter the grotto heaven. That was true in theory, but it might not be effective in the first try. Even in the early stages, the Starry Sky experts who used the gene cultivation liquid to break through the bottleneck of a major realm often had to try many times before they succeeded, let alone in the later stages. But now, this newly developed level 10 liquid had helped that Starry Sky expert break through on the spot. This was definitely not a coincidence. It seemed that this family was telling the truth. They had indeed made great progress in the research of the gene cultivation liquid, setting a new milestone. The path of technological enhancement in the human camp had ushered in a new opportunity. It was about to shine brightly. Cultivation power, physical power, and spiritual power. These were 3 different kinds of power, all of which would eventually reach the pinnacle. Yi Xian had originally cultivated 3 paths at the same time. In the past, he mainly cultivated the hollow dimension technique, while his physical power and spiritual power were only supplementary. Now, he was only temporarily adjusting the direction of his focus. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's heart calmed down and he quickly made a decision. He had the primordial divine dragon's bloodline to temper his body, and with the help of the gene fluid to break through the shackles of the human body, he would definitely improve at a godly speed on this path of body cultivation. Now that the latter part of the hollow dimension technique is missing, the path of cultivation is cut off. Before we find the next part of the technique, we can only go on the path of body cultivation to break the shackles of the physical body. However, the gene cultivation liquid after level 9 has been monopolized. This situation is too passive. Our lifeline is in the hands of others, and we will be restricted in the later stages. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. The gene cultivation liquid must be in our own hands. If others can make it, why can't we? You want to develop the gene cultivation liquid yourself? The wretched mosquito slayer nodded. This idea is feasible. And now that the opportunity has presented itself, we can't miss it. In the human camp of science and technology, there are many families that develop the gene cultivation liquid. Each of them has different secret techniques. If we can combine the secret techniques of each family, we will most likely have a greater breakthrough. Unfortunately, the human race has always been like this. Be it inheritance or secret techniques, they have never shared them. The concept of the big families is too deep-rooted. But this time is different. The success of the level 10 liquid is like a bomb that has touched the nerves of all the families. The family that developed the level 10 gene cultivation liquid is the name of Tuoba Art. And they obviously want to use this opportunity to obtain some secret techniques from other families to create the gene cultivation liquid in the later stages. Therefore, after the release of the level 10 gene fluid, the Tuoba family has issued a call for all the top families in the 3 empires to gather on the Heaven Warring Planet to discuss. At this point, Mosquito Slayer narrowed his triangular eyes and grinned at Yi Xian. The Xianyuan family of the Heavenly Underworld Planet is one of the families that received the invitation. If you are going to the Heavenly Underworld Planet, you better keep a low profile when you meet the Xianyuan family. I heard that a few days ago, there were angry roars from the Xianyuan family from time to time. The chosen wealthy son-in-law has been womanizing again and again. Every time he makes such a big scene, he is simply unscrupulous. This matter has become a laughingstock in the Heavenly Underworld Planet. Old man Xianyuan is furious. Hearing this, Yi Xian suddenly had a headache. This must be caused by the news of his marriage with the ugly woman in the 6th palace of the 10 Absolutes. Previously, there was the disturbance of concubine Mei ordering him to quickly return to the dynasty to complete the marriage. Not long after, there was another. It was inevitable that the Xianyuan family would be laughed at. Although it was all a misunderstanding and Yi Xian was innocent, he was not without responsibility. When he first visited the Xianyuan family, it was just a normal visit, but he gave them a level 9 9-color gene cultivation liquid. Who would have thought more about it? Therefore, this misunderstanding was getting bigger and bigger, bringing confusion to the Xianyuan family. Yi Xian felt a little guilty. No matter what, I must go to the Heavenly Underworld Planet. Haven't I been sent away? Well, it's fine if I don't use the title of prince. It's just a change of identity. It's no big deal. After the follow-up itinerary was set, Yi Xian quickly asked about the current situation of the human race in the 3rd universe. Whether it was the change in the Death Star field or the disturbance in the 6th palace of the 10 Absolutes before he returned, it was no small matter. You still have the nerve to ask this. The entire Wanluo Federation is about to collapse because of you. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher rolled his eyes at the mention of this matter, and then explained everything clearly. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. In short, the situation was too chaotic, and it was more serious than he had imagined. First of all, the various races of the Federation in the 2nd universe had launched an attack at the same time. They had suffered heavy losses this time. Only a few starry fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters had escaped from the fleet stationed in the Death Star field, and almost all of them had been wiped out. Now it was basically certain that the formation of the Death Star field was caused by the sixth palace of the 10 Absolutes, Tianqianzi, in order to nurture a clone. Even if the 10 Absolutes Celestial Palace kept denying it, the various races of the Federation in the second universe did not buy it at all. They put pressure on the Wanluo Federation headquarters and demanded severe punishment. Otherwise, they would not give up and would withdraw from the Federation. They even claimed that they would not rule out the possibility of war with the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace. In fact, in addition to the various races of the Federation in the second universe, the crisis and pressure that the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace faced included the Tianji clan in the first universe, as well as the Immortal Dynasty in the human race's science and technology camp in the third universe. The Tianji clan had also suffered heavy losses this time. Although there was no movement at the moment, they were definitely brewing some kind of big move. The internal strife in the Federation this time was a rare opportunity. If the various races of the Federation in the second universe and the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace really fought, the Tianji clan would most likely take advantage of the situation to invade. The dynasty was obviously very angry. In the face of the revolt of the various races of the Federation in the second universe, the Immortal Dynasty, which was also part of the human race's formation palace, had actually remained silent. Putting aside the fact that Tianqianzi had forced the dynasty's direct bloodline Prince Long Xian into a marriage alliance, and wanted to borrow the dynasty's power to resist the various races of the Federation in the second universe and resolve the crisis, just the truth of the formation of the Death Star field and the accidental exposure of the undead Dark Phoenix was enough to make the dynasty dissatisfied. The third universe was shared by the human race. Because of his own selfish desires, Tianqianzi had actually destroyed such a vast star field. It was really hard for people to accept. And the exposure of the undead Dark Phoenix undoubtedly proved that the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace definitely had some kind of shocking arrangement. This was not an ordinary starry sky beast, but an existence that only existed in some ancient legends. It was evil and ferocious, like the desolate evil dragon and other ancient life forms. It represented calamity and destruction, and was extremely inauspicious. But it was hidden deep within the ancestral land of the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace, which was shocking. And this was only the sixth palace of the 10 Absolute Celestial Palace. What about the other 9 celestial palaces? Did they also have a similar ancient existence hidden in the snow? What did they want to do? Chapter 32:14. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. It was terrifying to think about it. In short, Tianqianzi is in deep trouble because of you this time. His efforts were in vain, and the destruction of the sixth palace's ancestral land is a small matter. The key is that you have implicated the entire Tenju Celestial Palace. Apart from the external crisis from the Everlasting Dynasty and the Second Universe Federation, the Tenju Celestial Palace is already in chaos internally. At this point, the expression on Old Devil Mosquito Butcher's face became more and more strange. That devoured treasured body should have been refined into a doppelganger by you, right? Although Tianqianzi strongly denied it and insisted that the doppelganger was yours, he was framed as a scapegoat. But no one believes this kind of talk. Even Tianju Palace asked him to personally capture the person. Obviously, they also have some doubts. However, after the devouring doppelganger escaped that day, there was no trace of it. Even Feng Duanfing was the same, completely disappearing. It is said that Tianqianzi has been like crazy in recent days, mobilizing all the experts of the sixth palace and doing their best to search. He is going crazy. Oh, by the way, your wife seems to have disappeared too. On that day, the undead Dark Phoenix's pursuit failed and returned to the collapsed sixth palace's ancestral land. Someone saw her being taken away by a black light that emitted a strong dark aura. Since then, she has disappeared with the undead Dark Phoenix. It is said that when the Braised Egg Spirit heard about this, he vomited blood on the spot. Braised Egg Spirit. Yixian was stunned for a moment. The image of Tianqianzi's bright head that had been blasted into a black sparrow by the Thunder Origin Pearl immediately surfaced in his mind. He immediately felt awkward and rubbed his nose, too embarrassed to say anything else. Isn't it just a braised egg spirit? I didn't expect you to have such a method. Simply amazing. The mighty Qiankuan of the 15th realm couldn't recover. I guess he will be like this in the future. Until now, he still has an oily black head. Old Devil Mosquito Butcher laughed even more wretchedly. That scene must be very enchanting. It's a pity that I didn't see it with my own eyes. Sigh, a braised egg spirit running around like crazy crying. Just thinking about it makes me drunk. It's a rare sight. Cough. Couldn't recover? Could it be that he was struck so badly that his form? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yixian felt even more embarrassed. He coughed twice and quickly changed the topic. That's right. What is the origin of that undying dark phoenix? Is it very shocking? In any case, it shouldn't have appeared in the current world. It's related to the Desolate Era. I won't say much about it as I don't know much about it. If you want to find out more about it, you can ask around. How would I dare to talk about it? At the mention of this, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher became serious for once. His face was solemn. Yixian didn't know if it was an illusion, but he clearly caught Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher glancing at his left chest. That was where the tattoo of the zombie lantern was. As his heart trembled, he suddenly remembered that the Mad Mosquito Emperor seemed to have said something similar. Originally, he said that he would give Yixian a good fortune, but later, when he learned about the existence of the headless infant corpse, he laughed at himself. The Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher in front of him was obviously the same. Could it be that he had also sensed something? The reason why he stayed by Yixian's side and refused to leave was all because of the headless baby corpse? Was the so-called heaven measuring spell so powerful that it could deduce the mysteries of heaven? If so, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher must know the origin of the headless baby corpse. Yixian's heart skipped a beat. He almost asked more questions, but at the thought of the Mad Mosquito Emperor, he finally gave up. These two old guys were equally mysterious. The former immediately shut up when the headless baby corpse was mentioned. How could the latter be an exception? It would be a waste of time to ask, and it would only alert the enemy. It was better to pretend that he didn't know and find a chance to beat around the bush later. As for the undead dark phoenix, according to Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, it seemed to be related to the Desolate Era. This was too shocking. Yixian was shocked. Was it really a creature of the Desolate Era from the same era as the giant golden dragon and the desolate ancient Wuxia? Yixian's mind raced as he recalled the Battle of the Desolate Era that he had seen several times in the inheritance scenes. Vaguely, he did catch a wisp of aura. In the battle in the Desolate Era far away in the inheritance scenes, it was exactly the same as the aura of the undead dark phoenix that he had felt in the 6th Palace of 10 Ultimates. And it was very likely that the relationship between the two was not bloodline inheritance. It was very likely that they were the same existence. An undead dark phoenix from the Desolate Era actually lived until now? Not only did it survive the great battle of the Desolate Era countless years ago, but it was also related to the 10 Ultimates Celestial Palace, the overlord of the human cultivation camp today? A chill suddenly rose from Yixian's back, almost making him shudder. If all this was true, he would be in big trouble. In the great battle of the Desolate Era that he had seen in the inheritance scenes of the heaven-falling bow, the existence suspected to be the undead dark phoenix in the distance was clearly the power of the enemy camp. Although his strength was not comparable to the likes of the desolate ancient Wuxia and the golden divine dragon, he was definitely not weak. He should be on the same level as Lord Voidladle, a top-notch mighty figure second only to the supreme desolate ancient. Yixian did not dare to provoke such a terrifying existence. Even if its strength was far less than before for some reason, and the strength it showed was only beyond the 15th realm of heaven and earth, what if it recovered in the future and returned to its peak strength in the Desolate Era? Besides, since the undead dark phoenix had appeared, who could guarantee that there were no similar creatures of the Desolate Era, hidden in the ancestral lands of the other 9 palaces? All this was extremely frightening. Yixian did not dare to think too much about it. His back was already dripping with cold sweat. What was the secret behind this? How could it be related to the enemy camp of the Desolate Era countless years ago? What was the relationship between the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace and the enemy camp of that battle? What was their plan? There is no need to worry about the devouring doppelganger. He can protect himself. Let him be alone in the cultivation camp controlled by the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace for a while and grow quickly. After pondering for a while, Yixian instructed the wretched mosquito slayer, "As for me, since I am going to leave for the Heavenly War Empire, don't reveal the news of my return to Triumph City, lest Tianqianzi is attracted." He knows the details of the devouring doppelganger. If he can't find him there, he will most likely turn around and kill his way here. So what if he comes? I already have old scores to settle with him. Why should I be afraid of him? When Tianqianzi was mentioned, the wretched mosquito slayer's face immediately sank. There was obviously an old grudge between the two, which made Yi Xian have various guesses in his mind. A demon had an old grudge with the sixth master of the 10 ultimate celestial palace. This matter was indeed fanciful. Of course, you are a mighty figure of heaven and earth. Naturally, you are not afraid of him. Yi Xian rolled his eyes. Not only him, Tianqianzi? Even if the undead dark phoenix is attracted, it doesn't matter. Just drive it away. Ugh! Old devil mosquito slayer was speechless, but he was still as shameless as before. He grinned at Yi Xian, his wretched aura blowing in his face. Get ready. Ask Naples to send me some gene cultivation fluid. I want everything from level 1 to level 9. Chapter 32:15. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Breaking the shackles. Yi Xian didn't know much about the details of the gene cultivation fluid research. Many of the core technologies were kept secret by some of the big families. Even if they were all stored in the Devouring Systems database, he could only gather some well-known information. Of course, if he wanted to obtain the core secret techniques in the hands of the big families, he could use his personal space communication system to hack into the other family's internal star network and steal it directly. In fact, this was one of the many plans Yi Xian had in mind when he embarked on the path of gene fluid research. In a nutshell, the genetic cultivation fluid was actually a type of superenergy biological potion that was blended with various heavenly materials and earthly treasures in proportion. These heavenly materials and earthly treasures could be some spiritual herbs and spiritual medicines in the universe, or some minerals that were melted through special means and mixed in. There were even materials such as the essence, blood and bone marrow of those void pharaohs. In short, it was extremely complicated and could be said to be all-encompassing, containing countless changes. Anything was possible. In the entire human race's science and technology camp, there were countless families and forces that researched the gene cultivation fluid. Even some individual cultivators were passionate about this path and never tired of it. However, the research forces and families of the countless big and small countries under the 3 big empires could only concoct level 1 to level 7 fluids. Level 8 fluids could only be concocted by a few of the top families in the 3 big empires' imperial capitals. As for level 9 fluids, only a few of the top families on the imperial capital's immortal planet could concoct them. Even the Xianyuan family on the heavenly underworld planet did not have this ability. The concoction of the gene fluid required a huge amount of natural treasures. The purity and ratio of each type had extremely strict requirements. When all these requirements were mixed together, the changes were simply unimaginable. Therefore, the difficulty of concocting the gene fluid would increase exponentially with every level. The difficulty was certain, but the most important thing was still the foundation and experience. However, this time, the Tuoba family of the Heavenly Battle Empire's imperial capital, Heavenly Battle Planet, had actually skipped the accumulation of experience needed to concoct a level 9 fluid. They had directly obtained the ability to concoct a level 10 fluid. Even the top families on the imperial capital's immortal planet were left behind. This matter not only shook the entire empire and shocked everyone, but in the eyes of some existences, there were many suspicious points. Without a doubt, it wouldn't be long before all the top-notch families in the entire dynasty that were researching genofluids gathered on the Heaven Battle Planet. Yi Xian had long since understood this, so he was not in a hurry to set off. If he wanted to make some gains on the Heaven Battle Planet, he needed to make some preparations before setting off. Sharpening the axe would not delay the work of chopping wood. Not long after Mosquito Butcher left, Naples and the others arrived and chatted with Yi Xian for a while. In the end, they left behind a small space box and left. The small box contained the genetic cultivation fluid that Yi Xian needed. It contained everything from level 1 to level 9. Although the level 9 liquid was precious, it was not easy to concoct it. The top families on the Undying Star could only concoct 10 vials of it every year. The entire human race's science and technology camp could only produce a few dozen vials of it. Even so, aside from the normal consumption, the dynasty would leave behind some of it every year as a reserve resource. Even the Wanluo Federation's contribution point exchange warehouse had a lot of it. Yi Xian had exchanged for 3 vials in one go. From this, one could roughly estimate the amount of level 9 liquid in the dynasty's treasury. It was not enough to squander freely, but for some important members of the royal family, 10 vials could be easily obtained. This time before Yi Xian left the Undying Star and was sent to the Death Star field, not only did he extort a lot of resources from the dynasty through Uncle Kong's efforts, he also personally went to the 5 princes and extorted them one by one. In the end, he took away a huge amount of resources from the Undying Star, and the genetic cultivation fluid was one of them. Before establishing Triumph City, Yi Xian had only kept some of the treasures. The rest were all given to Naples as reserve resources for the development of Triumph City. In this small space box there were 10 vials of level 1 to level 9 liquid. It was enough for Yi Xian to use. The genetic cultivation fluid stimulated the human body's blood and cells to unearth their potential, causing genetic changes and breaking the shackles of the human body. This would allow the evolution of life levels and the transformation of strength. This was an independent evolution system. Even though Yi Xian was now a black hole level existence, if he wanted to embark on this path of genetic evolution, he would still have to start from the level 1 liquid. Different levels of genetic cultivation fluid had different colors. The level 1 liquid was as red as blood. Although its energy was not very strong, it was very unique. The level 1 liquid stimulated the human body's potential and completed the first transformation of the cell's genes. It was equivalent to opening the first door on the path of genetic evolution, allowing ordinary people to step into the hall of genetic evolution and become a Star Core Rank 1 Starry Sky powerhouse. Yi Xian was now a powerful existence in the black hole level, so the energy contained in the level 1 liquid did not have much effect on him. Yi Xian did not expect the level 1 liquid to increase his strength in any significant way. This was indeed the case. The stimulation of the level 1 liquid on his flesh was very weak. If he did not feel that all the cells in his body were slightly numb, he would even suspect that the first vial had failed. After that, Yi Xian swallowed the vials one by one. The first vial was effective, and in less than an hour, he had swallowed a total of 8 vials. Yi Xian did not feel anything after swallowing the first 7 vials. Only when he swallowed the last vial of the level 8 liquid did he finally see the effect. The level 8 liquid could allow a peak galaxy level 9 existence to directly step into the black hole level 1 existence. Although Yi Xian was already at the black hole level 1 existence, that was the power of his cultivation and not the power of his physical body. After swallowing the last vial of the level 8 liquid, he immediately felt as if all the cells in his body were being strongly stimulated. Apart from that, he could even faintly feel the invisible chains that represented the shackles of the human body's potential. They were in his body, entangling all the cells in his body, imperceptibly imprisoning his strength. They were all over his body. Finally, as the strong stimulation of his cells gradually faded, Yi Xian clearly felt that these invisible shackles had lessened a little. This was the effect of the level 8 liquid. Yi Xian stopped after that. He was currently unable to consume the level 9 liquid. Its effect was to allow a peak galaxy level 9 black hole level 8 starry sky expert to directly break through to the origin level 1 level 9 origin level. Yi Xian's physical body was only at the black hole level 1, so it was still too early. He had to wait until his physical body reached the peak galaxy level 9 black hole level 1, before he could continue to consume the level 9 liquid and step into the origin level in one go. The evolution of my physical body's physical body has begun. Furthermore, my physical body's physical body has synchronized with my cultivation. I have also reached the black hole level 1, so the next step is to use all kinds of methods to push my physical body's physical body all the way to the peak galaxy level 9 black hole level 1. Chapter 32:16. The descent of calamity. The better choice Yi Xian was referring to was the other 2 treasures he had obtained from the exchange store not long ago in the Death Star vortex: the Avicii Origin Crystal and the Calamity Dragon Pill. Avicii Origin Crystal. Energy crystal formed from the accumulation of endless Avicii 9 hells. Grade: Starry Sky Epic Rank. Grade: Pure and Flawless. Calamity Dragon Pill. Refined according to an ancient recipe. A miraculous pill essential for the transformation of a flood dragon into a dragon. Grade: Starry Sky Epic Rank. Grade: excellent with slight flaws. Currently, Yixian had already opened the path to the evolution of the human body, and could continue to cultivate like before. However, the energy from the star core would no longer be used to increase the power of the void cave technique. Instead, it would be used to temper his body and increase the power of his blood and qi. However, there were many other ways to achieve this kind of physical evolution besides the energy from the star core source. For example, the strange fruits borne by some strange trees in the universe could also be consumed if they had the effect of tempering one's meridians and bones. They would also have the effect of improving one's vitality. Of the two treasures that Yixian had exchanged for from the system's exchange store, the Avicii origin crystal was prepared for the heavenly fallen Bao's divine ability. It shouldn't have any effect on the increase of his physical body's vitality, but it could increase the power of Yixian's divine ability, which was also beneficial to his combat strength. As for the Calamity Dragon pill, it was prepared for his demonic dragon bloodline, and the improvement of his bloodline was actually the growth and transformation of his vitality. Therefore, according to Yixian's estimation, if this Calamity Dragon pill really had a miraculous effect, his current level of vitality would definitely be able to achieve a metamorphosis, and it shouldn't be a problem for him to advance to the second-order black hole. After pondering for a while, Yixian decided to consume the Calamity Dragon pill and absorb the Avicii origin crystal at the same time. This was because there was no conflict. The Avicii crystal was a crystal. Yixian could not directly consume it like an elixir. He could only hand it over to the devouring system and let the system absorb its energy and channel it into the small golden bow suspended above his knowledge sea. There was no need for Yixian to interfere or pay too much attention to this. He could completely immerse himself in refining the medicinal power of the Calamity Dragon transforming pill. After making the decision, he immediately took out the two treasures. He threw the Avicii meta crystal to the devouring system in his body, and the Calamity Dragon pill into his mouth and swallowed it immediately. After that, Yixian went to the courtyard outside and sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. The reason why he didn't stay indoors was because he was worried that the demonic dragon's phantom image would appear behind him again. He was afraid that the aura would soar into the sky and tear the entire house apart. Ding! Congratulations to host for discovering Avicii crystal. Would you like to absorb its energy immediately? At this moment, the familiar sound of the system notification rang out. Yixian immediately gave a confirmation. At the same time, he instructed the engulfing system to directly inject the energy into the small golden bow after the absorption was complete. Then, he focused on the matter of absorbing the medicinal power of the Calamity Dragon transforming pill. This pill was miraculous. It melted in his mouth and turned into an invisible hot energy that directly rushed into Yixian's knowledge sea and entered the black gold dragon scale. Boom! Roar! As Yixian expected, as the invisible hot medicinal power of the Calamity Dragon transforming pill rushed into the black gold dragon scale, the originally silent dragon scale was immediately activated. A surge of majestic demonic dragon pressure surged out, and at the same time a clear dragon roar rang out. A phantom image of a demonic dragon covered in mysterious black gold dragon scales appeared behind Yixian and soared thousands of meters into the sky. Fortunately, the starry sky energy shield covering the entire Triumph City was several thousand meters in height. Otherwise, the energy shield would have been shaken by such a strike. But even so, all the masters in Triumph City were still alarmed. They all turned their heads to look in the direction of Yixian's central city castle, their faces filled with amazement and shock. The demonic dragon was a creature that could no longer be found in this world, and only existed in ancient legends. Although what they saw at this moment was only a phantom image of a demonic dragon and not its real body, it was enough to prove that Yixian's body contained some kind of ancient demonic dragon inheritance. How could it not cause one's heart to surge with emotion and be indescribably excited? As for the outside world, Yixian didn't care. This was Triumph City, the safest place for him. Even if he didn't set up any defenses while cultivating, he didn't need to worry about any danger. At the same time as the power of the black gold dragon scales was fully activated, the phantom image of the demonic dragon appeared behind Yixian and soared into the sky. The invisible heat that represented the medicinal efficacy of the tribulation dragon transforming pill, after being converted by the black gold dragon scales, was quickly regurgitated and rushed out like a raging river from the black gold dragon scales. As soon as it entered Yixian's knowledge sea, this raging river instantly exploded, turning into countless tiny streams that radiated out of Yixian's knowledge sea and began to nourish Yixian's every cell, every inch of his flesh, blood, and bone marrow. Walala! From this moment on, Yixian once again sensed the fine chains wrapped around the countless cells in his body. These chains represented the shackles of the human body's potential, imprisoning power. This time the feeling was even clearer. Moreover, as the countless streams of the tribulation dragon transforming pill flowed past, the countless shackles that densely covered every cell in Yixian's body actually began to emit strange clanking sounds, as if they were being pulled and torn apart by an invisible force. An indescribable sharp pain suddenly came, and Yixian felt as if his entire body was being ruthlessly cut by countless invisible knives. This was the effect of the tribulation dragon transforming pill's medicinal efficacy pulling at the shackles, causing the transformation and evolution of his flesh and blood cells. The more intense the pain, the more obvious the medicinal efficacy of the pill was. Once this transformation and evolution was completed, the shackles of Yixian's flesh and blood cells would be torn apart even more, and the power of his blood and qi would soar. Understanding this, Yixian immediately became excited. At this moment, it could be said that he was feeling both pain and happiness. This feeling was too overwhelming, and it was indescribable. At the same time, the 9 netherworlds' fiendish energy of the Avicii origin crystal had also been completely absorbed by the devouring system. The entire Avicii origin crystal could be said to be of perfect quality. After the energy was absorbed, the crystal directly disappeared, leaving not a single trace behind. It turned into a pure black energy with a faint blood-red tinge, and was directly injected by the devouring system into the small golden bow suspended above Yixian's knowledge sea. Screech! Following the injection of this pure black 9 netherworld's fiendish energy, the small golden bow suspended above Yixian's knowledge sea was also completely activated. An incomparably tyrannical roar resounded, and behind Yixian's back, where the demonic dragon phantom had just dissipated, in an instant, another terrifying phantom appeared, reaching a height of 1,000 meters. Countless experts in Triumph City once again turned their heads to look at the phantom behind Yixian. Their bodies trembled and they felt a chill. Chapter 32:17. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. The heavenly eye reappears, screech. This screech was filled with boundless chilliness and murderous intent. It came from the primordial Yuxia. The 1,000-meter-tall illusory figure that appeared behind Yixian was a sinister Yuxia with demon wings on its back, and a giant golden bow in its hand. It was exactly the same as the primordial Yuxia that Yixian saw in the Heaven's Fall Bow's inheritance. No, there was still a difference. The only difference was the energy arrow that appeared on the giant golden bow in his left hand. In that epic battle, even the primordial Yuxia's true form had gradually drawn the bow to its fullest. The Heaven's Fall arrow that soared into the sky was entirely golden, just like the Heaven's Fall bow. When Yixian used the Heaven's Fall bow's ability, the Heaven's Fall arrow that appeared on the bowstring was the same. However, at this moment, the heavenly meteor arrow that was condensing on the primordial Yuxia's bow behind Yixian. Although the main color was also brilliant gold, there were clearly some black and red patterns within the dense brilliant gold that was its natural color. These patterns caused the Heaven's Fall arrow to emit an even more ferocious aura. It was probably the effect of the black and red Avicii origin crystal. The Avicii origin crystal from the 9 underworlds had indeed enhanced the Heaven's Fall bow's ability. It was as if the bow had been reborn. Unfortunately, although this kind of transformation was a good thing and the might of the heavenly fallen bow had become stronger, a calamity had descended upon Yixian because of this. To be more precise, the calamity wasn't caused by the Avicii origin crystal's transformation. There were 2 factors that caused the calamity. First, the mutated demon dragon's shadow appeared, exuding a dense primordial aura. Then the mutated primordial Yuxia appeared, exuding a similarly dense primordial aura. The true forms of these 2 existences were the strongest primordial supremes in the distant primordial era, and they belonged to the same faction. 2 such auras had appeared in a short period of time, and both of them were mutated. The ancient auras were extremely strong, and in the end all of this finally attracted the attention of some kind of power. This mysterious power could perhaps be called the will of the heavenly Tao. Ever since he experienced the primordial cage in the Demonkin star region, Yi Xian had been thinking about one thing, and that was whether the will of the heavens existed in this environment of space. He had thought about this question for a long time, and in the end he was inclined to deny it. The level of the will of the heavenly Tao was too high. The galaxy was so vast. If there was really a starry sky level will of the heavenly Tao controlling this endless galaxy, how powerful would it be? Perhaps even the primordial heavenly Tao of the primordial era could not compare to this, right? This was too terrifying, too unrealistic. It shouldn't exist. In his opinion, although there was the great Tao of the starry sky and thousands of laws in the vast starry sky, the will of the heavenly way, which was like the ruler of all things, should not exist. Yi Xian had also never heard of any expert in the starry sky who would face a heavenly tribulation when breaking through a realm. This just so happened to confirm his guess. However, all of this was completely overturned at this moment. Rumble. Boom. In the instant that the 1,000-meter-tall desolate ancient Yuxia appeared behind Yi Xian, a series of thunderous explosions suddenly sounded out from the boundless galaxy outside of Victorious Return City's starry sky barrier. A canopy of cyan thunderclouds was rapidly gathering, and in the blink of an eye, it had already extended for tens of thousands of kilometers, occupying nearly half of Victorious Return's sky, and was still expanding. This was clearly the rhythm of a heavenly tribulation. The countless army commanders in Triumph City were all stunned. Was someone about to undergo a heavenly tribulation? In the starry sky environment, this was simply a matter of legend, something that no one could imagine. What the hell is this guy doing? He actually attracted the attention of the will of the heavenly way? How is this possible? Looking up at the sky this time, even the wretched mosquito butcher, whose cultivation was at least at the 15th great realm, showed an extremely dignified expression, even slightly pale. He muttered to himself, "What the hell is going on? This shouldn't be. Isn't the great Tao of the starry sky the convergence of thousands of laws? How could the will of the heavenly way appear? This is too shocking." No, the cyan tribulation clouds are not condensed by this plane itself, but by crossing through the void. In the end, the wretched mosquito butcher's eyes lit up as he examined the countless cyan thunderclouds in the sky above Triumph City. He finally discovered something and immediately exclaimed, "In the deepest part of this vast thundercloud, there is clearly a strong aura from another plane. What is that? A giant closed heaven's eye? A heavenly eye of the great Tao? What is its origin? It is actually cyan hidden behind a crack in the void. That is another plane. It is precisely because it sensed something, even if it is in a deep sleep at this moment, it actually subconsciously tore open the void, and the endless cyan thunderclouds descended. Roar! At the same time as the sharp pain of all the flesh and blood in Yi Xian's body completely disappeared, a high-pitched dragon roar sounded again. The phantom of the demonic dragon that had just disappeared appeared again, side by side with the desolate ancient Yuxia, who was almost fully drawn behind Yi Xian. The eyes of the two powerful supreme beings were full of strong killing intent, as they looked at the crack in the void in the depths of the cyan thunderclouds. They seemed to have also sensed something. It was a very familiar aura, but it was very weak now, as if it was in a deep sleep. The efficacy of the Calamity Dragon pill was completely absorbed, and the shackles on countless flesh and blood cells in Yi Xian's body were torn a little more. It was indeed useful. The familiar system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The realm of the physical strength of qi and blood has increased. Current realm. Black hole level 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The realm of the physical strength of qi and blood has increased. Current realm. Black hole level 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The desolate ancient divine skill Skyfall Bow has completed its transformation. Its power has skyrocketed, and the evolution is gratifying. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The level of the demonic dragon bloodline has increased. The power of the related demonic god bloodline has skyrocketed by 10%. Ding! Congratulations to the host. When the system prompt sounded in his mind, Yi Xian opened his eyes. The moment his consciousness returned, he was stunned by everything in front of him. Looking up into the distance, the power of the demon soul pupil between his eyebrows bloomed, and there seemed to be an invisible light shooting out of it, entering the deepest part of the cyan thunderclouds high in the sky of Triumph City. With the help of the demon soul pupil's ability to see the source, Yixian clearly saw a crack in the void. The void on the other side of the crack had a strange aura. It was definitely not the third universe, but another distant mysterious world. Cyan Heaven's Eye? When the tightly shut cyan eye entered his line of sight, Yixian was instantly overwhelmed with shock and cried out involuntarily. It was too familiar. Chapter 32:18. One arrow turns disaster. The moment Yixian saw the cyan heavenly eye, he understood. Even though it was only an intuition, he was certain that this cyan heavenly eye was the commander of the enemy camp in the primordial war. It was suspected to be the will of the primordial heavenly Tao. Not only was it the true body, even the second heavenly eye that appeared in the primordial cage in the demon domain should be a doppelganger. And now Yixian saw the real thing. Although the heavenly eye was closed and seemed to be sleeping at this moment, he was so shocked that his hair stood on end. In the end, he was still targeted. Ever since he experienced the primordial cage in the demon domain, Yixian had always suspected that the commander of the enemy camp who participated in the primordial war should not have fallen, although Yixian did not see the result of that battle from the inheritance images. But since the primordial cage appeared, his guess was very likely to be true. Otherwise, who set up the primordial cage in the demon domain? Until today, this guess was finally completely confirmed. Yixian also suddenly felt an unprecedented strong sense of crisis because of this. Regarding the sudden arrival of this calamity, he understood after thinking for a while. This was obviously related to the heaven-falling bow's magical ability, and the demon dragon's bloodline that had greatly increased in power. But this was no longer important. What was important was how to resolve the crisis in front of him. Never had he imagined that swallowing a single calamity dragon disaster transformation pill would actually cause such a terrifying calamity to descend, forcing him to transform the disaster. How was this a calamity dragon disaster transformation pill? This was simply a calamity summoning disaster summoning pill. Fortunately, the heavenly eye was not in a good state now. It was closed and seemed to be in a deep sleep. Could it be that it was severely injured in the primordial war? If so, the situation was not so serious that it could not be resolved. The headless infant corpse still had a chance to grow. At this moment, Yixian suddenly had a strange intuition in his heart. He had a premonition that perhaps one day in the future, the primordial war in the distant primordial era would finally reappear in this world. But that should be very far away. At least for now, whether it was the headless infant corpse, the enemy camp commander, or the heavenly eye suspected to be the will of the primordial heavenly path, they were not in good condition and were in a deep sleep recovery period. His guess was confirmed again. At this moment, the corpse lantern tattoo on Yixian's left chest suddenly heated up. He clearly captured two mysterious energies flowing through his body, and finally entered the black gold dragon scale of the golden bow hanging above his sea of consciousness. At the same time, after the corpse lantern tattoo shot out the two mysterious energies, it went into hibernation again without any aura. When the aura of its old enemy appeared, it had no intention of showing up to fight. Judging from the two mysterious energies that had entered the golden bow and the black gold dragon scales, the headless corpse was probably trying to use them to resolve the current crisis. But it had no intention of showing up. This was the first time Yixian had seen the headless infant corpse avoid a battle. But it should not be because it was afraid, but because it was waiting. Screech! Screech! The small golden bow and the black gold dragon scale that floated above Yixian's sea of consciousness were respectively infused with a mysterious energy from the headless infant corpse, causing the 2,000-meter-long illusory figures behind him to change at the first moment. The demonic dragon's roar and the primordial yaksha's roar sounded at the same time. Then, the two terrifying shadows of the primordial lords began to merge. At the same time, the heavenly arrow on the giant bow in the primordial yaksha's left hand shone brightly. In addition to the original golden color and the black and red patterns added by the transformation, there was a vague shadow of a black gold dragon hovering above the arrow. Yixian's body violently shook as he immediately came to a realization. Without even thinking, he immediately shouted, "Immediately remove the starry sky barrier. Immediately!" At this moment, all the powerhouses in Triumph City were completely stunned, including Naples and the wretched mosquito butcher. They could vaguely see the faintly discernible scene in the depths of the cyan thundercloud. Their hearts were filled with shock, and they were completely dumbfounded. Hearing Yixian's shout, Naples reacted immediately and immediately issued the order. With a buzzing sound, the huge starry sky barrier that originally covered the entire Triumph City disappeared in the blink of an eye. This starry sky barrier was a pure energy form. It required a large amount of energy to form, so removing it was very simple. All they had to do was shut down the energy supply channel. Shoo! Just as the starry sky barrier of planet Victorious Return disappeared, an extremely sharp whistling sound came from behind Yixian. The primordial Yuksha's skyfall arrow was already fully drawn, and the arrow was finally released. In fact, it wasn't just a simple heavenly arrow that was released. Or rather, it wasn't just a simple heavenly arrow. The moment this heavenly arrow left the bowstring, the primordial Yuksha and the black gold demon dragon that had merged into one suddenly shrank at an unimaginable speed and merged into the arrow. When the tail of the heavenly arrow was about to leave the bow, the entire huge golden bow also turned into a golden light and merged into the arrow in the blink of an eye. There was only one terrifying energy arrow left behind Yixian. It was colorful, and its aura was so terrifying that even he felt like his knees were shaking, and he almost couldn't stand still. It was a simple arrow, but inside the arrow, there were two terrifying primordial supreme divine ability phantoms. Just how terrifying would its power be? It was simply enough to make one's imagination run wild. Yixian's heart instantly jumped to his throat. He had never been so nervous before because he clearly saw that terrifying heavenly arrow streaking across the sky of Triumph City and rushing into the boundless Milky Way in the blink of an eye. Just as it was about to plunge into the center of the cyan thundercloud that was still brewing, in the depths of the thundercloud, in the void crack that connected to a different plane, the cyan heavenly eye that had been closed all this time seemed to tremble slightly. It felt as if the cyan heavenly eye had suddenly sensed something and was about to wake up. Yixian's hair stood on end. He began to pray in his heart that it wouldn't wake up. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if the headless infant corpse that wanted to grow for a while and avoid a future battle was forced to appear and fight, Yixian still couldn't bear the consequences of such a battle. To be precise, it should be the third universe, the entire Myriad Luo Federation, and the first universe where the Tianji clan resided. None of the three universes could bear the consequences. Boom! In less than half an instant, a terrifying explosion sounded. In the end, the cyan heavenly eye in the depths of the void crack couldn't open, and it didn't have the chance to do so. The heavenly arrow plunged into the cyan thundercloud and instantly exploded. A large expanse of the void was completely destroyed by a terrifying energy, turning into a void black hole. Even the void crack that connected to a different plane disappeared. Chapter 32:19. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Restarting the journey. A simple yet tyrannical arrow destroyed all of the thunderclouds. Even the cyan heavens I had sensed something and tore through the void to descend was completely erased. The power of a single arrow had turned into disaster. Yixian let out a long sigh of relief. Only then did he realize that his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Very soon, the astral barrier that had just been removed reappeared. This was because the cyan thunderclouds in the distance had disappeared and a black hole had appeared. The majestic city could not be exposed to such an environment for too long. A newly formed black hole was still very dangerous, although it was too far away and it was impossible for it to devour planet Triumphant Return, at least not for the next 100 years. A newly formed black hole was accompanied by a large number of terrifying rays. Following that, the upper echelons of Triumphant Return City arrived one after another. The wretched Mosquito Slayer was at the front, followed closely by Naples and the Eternal Dynasty's State Preceptor D-Air, who had long been transformed into a member of the mech race. He was no longer the one who had wholeheartedly pursued the love of the butterfly. Instead, he had become a taciturn Ing Tai. Then came Zhuafengtai Li Mosquito, Ba Chai, Nabashan Demon Slave Chief Barker, as well as the two Demon Slave Thousand-Man Brigade's Kiliarchs, Gue Hai Dao and Song Qingyu, who had followed Yixian from the beginning. Apart from that, Yixian even saw Du Wenxuan, who had been staying inside the Black Mosquito to research the folded space. Behind him were the 1,000 or so Federation elites who had been released from the Black Wind's 10,000-man hell. These people had now defected to Yi Xian and were extremely arrogant, declaring themselves as the so-called Triumphant Returns think tank. In fact, in Yi Xian's eyes, these people were a bunch of vermin who shared the same stench as the wretched mosquito slayer. Nothing good would come of them being together. This was also because Triumphant Return City was currently located in the Death Star region. The void surrounding it was filled with a large number of dead stars that did not even have any energy aura. Otherwise, if there were any life planets in the surrounding void, who knew how they would be tormented by these vermin? Even though the crisis had been resolved, and even the future threats had been eliminated as well, the other party had sensed something and tore open a spatial rift to lock onto this region of stars. It had turned into an enormous black hole that left no traces behind. No matter how extraordinary its abilities were, it would absolutely be unable to find this place again. However, perhaps it was because everything that had happened before was too shocking, but the faces of the experts who had arrived one after another were still filled with shock at this moment. Even the almighty figure of the universe, Old Geezer Mosquito Butcher, was unable to completely recover. His slightly pale face had a heavy and solemn expression, and his signature wretched aura had vanished. This is truly rare. You don't have to worry about what happened before, and you don't have to think too much about it. The crisis has been resolved, and the possibility of future troubles has been completely eliminated. Yi Xian felt a headache when he saw that none of his subordinates made a sound after entering the castle, but their expressions were all strange. He knew that these fellows definitely wanted to ask, including the demonic dragon phantom that appeared behind Yi Xian, the desolate ancient Yaksha phantom, and the unexpected arrival of heavenly tribulation. Furthermore, it was from another mysterious and unknown plane of the universe that had broken through the boundary and descended. All of this was extremely strange. Among the experts present, except for Old Geezer Mosquito Butcher, who might know some of the truth, the others should be completely confused. After all, the commotion was too great and too frightening. It was understandable that they could not remain calm. Unfortunately, Yi Xian could not say much about all of this, nor could he explain it. In the following period of time, you can set your mind at ease and develop Triumph City in the Death Star field. Grow stronger as soon as possible. I have a hunch that the human race of the Third Universe, and even the entire Myriad Luo Federation, will undergo a great change. And it is very likely that the Tianji clan, the old enemy of the First Universe, will also be involved. When the time comes, all three universes will fall into some kind of turbulent vortex. We must take advantage of the storm to grow stronger as soon as possible. Only then can we have the strength to protect ourselves. After saying that, Yi Xian turned around and swept his gaze over the experts under his command. In the end, his expression turned serious as he continued. Regarding everything that happened just now, do not leak it out, including the matter of me returning to Triumph City this time, in order to avoid attracting trouble. As for me, I will leave tomorrow and change my identity to walk in the territory of the Eternal Dynasty, to train and grow. At this point, seeing that Naples, Ingtai, and the others were about to speak, Yi Xian immediately raised his hand and shook his head. No one says anything. This time I have decided to go alone. I will return soon. When the time comes, Triumph City will appear out of nowhere. In fact, this time, Yi Xian would not only be going alone, but even the trump cards he had were far inferior to before. The Tower of Desolate Antiquities Inheritance, Venerable Void Ladle, the Demonic Dragon's Phantom, and the Weeping Soul Bloodhorn were all moved into the devouring doppelganger's body as if they were summoned by the Headless Infant Corpse. Apart from the Headless Infant Corpse, Yi Xian's current methods were only secret techniques of the mind power. Annihilation Spear, Destructive Vortex, Absolute Shock, Perfect Shock, as well as the Mind Thunder technique, Mind Crush, Mind Charm, and so on. Other than that, there were also the Heaven Falling Bow, the Demonic Soul Pupil, and the bloodline abilities of the Black Gold Demonic Dragon, Giant Dragon Roar, Demonic Dragon's Eye, and Dark Seeing Light. Of course, there was still the Thunder Emperor's seal in his Sea of Consciousness that still contained 7 thunder beads, but he would not use it normally. This time he would go out alone to train. He would try his best to resolve the crisis with his own strength, so that he could grow quickly. For a long time, he and his devouring doppelganger would be toying with each other, growing together. His devouring doppelganger would cause a ruckus in the 10 Ultimates' heavenly palace of the human race's true cultivation camp. As for him, he would change his identity and look for opportunities to research gene cultivation fluid in the human race's eternal dynasty. At the same time, he would secretly look for the continuation of the hollow void technique, as well as information about the mysterious effects of the devouring origin crystal and other places of origin. As for the experts accompanying him, he only brought the mosquito beast Prince Shui Ben, who was in the beast bracelet on his wrist. He did not even bring the 8-starred Wang ladle, the 10 million mosquito beasts, or the army of 100,000 ladle